Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you got your cup of coffee like I do, because it's a Monday morning for sure. Oh my gosh, y'all. It has been a Monday morning. Everything that I could touch that would act up, acted up. It's just one of those days. But I'm glad to be here with you. We are on jury watch already. I think they've started, at least the stream has started. There has been no communications from the courts. So, with that, we've got time to kill. Fine. Ah, almost forgot to take my medicine, which would be a not a good thing. Okay, y'all. I hope y'all had a great weekend. I hope the jury had a good weekend. I hope they had time to rest and think about everything and see if they are willing to come to an agreement. Um, Something exciting happened for me. I'll share with y'all a little later. Let me refresh everything so I can get the behind the scenes work done. I am live. I'm going to make this a public audience so y'all can comment. Yay! Thank y'all for whoever's watching. Thank you for watching. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. It's one of those things that you just kind of just need in the morning is people's support on an early Monday morning. Uh, I have been very busy this weekend, as those of you who know my Facebook posts will know. It has been a very long and busy weekend. Very happy for it. Let's see. I'm going to get this playing. Why did it stop? Play. Okay. All right. So I have the "we'll be back shortly" screen. I have to share all these screens, y'all. There we go. Why do I have so many of those screens open? Uh, so I do have the minutes from day 18. Okay, there's nothing in there for us for the minutes, so we're going to close that out. I'm just trying to get everything set up. All right, guys. So, jury watch again. I was so hoping y'all we would be done with this on Friday. Oh, okay. But we're not. We're in for the ride. We're in for the ride. Sorry, I need a little sweetness in the mouth this morning. Well, what did y'all do this weekend? Comment, like, and subscribe, y'all. I had a crazy weekend. Cray weekend. I got to go, and this is not open for political debate. This is my page, and this is who I am. I'm not here to start a war, but I went to the gun range this weekend. I know it's going to upset some people, but I went to the gun range, and I don't have an AK, the gun in question for this trial, but I do have a 9mm Ruger 9mm 6-hour 9mm Glock. And oh my gosh, I had so much fun at the range. Um, however, there was this kid. Of course, I'm in my 50s, y'all. So anybody in their 30s or 20s are kids to me. Was um in out there, and they were uh, targeted practicing, but they had an AK-47, y'all. Guess what I got to observe? Yeah. And I did ask one of the kids. I call them kids. Sorry. Um, I was watching him when he went downrange to shoot. One of the things in question that I was watching was how did the cartridges eject? That was very important to me because I know that's been one of the questions of this trial is how do the cartridges eject? So the expert said all AK-47s cartridges eject to the right, which is correct. Where I have a problem is I'm watching these because we're in the same shooting section. And I'm watching them, and he said, the expert said, they eject to the right and forward. So I watched his ejection pattern as he's shooting this way, and it did not eject right and forward. It ejected pretty far to the right and back. I'm like, so I questioned him a little bit, and I said, does your gun, does that particular AR, and it was just like the other guys, just like Mr. Kelly. So I said, "Does it always eject that far back? I thought they ejected more forward." He said, "No." And so I said, "Can I look at something before? Because we're not allowed." I didn't take pictures because I didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't want to be that presumptuous. But I'm looking at the injection patterns, and I'm looking at and then I came back and I looked at the pictures, and I'm like, of the scene. No, no. And I then, one of the questions I asked him, I told him about the George Kelly trial, and I told him about the in question casings and the pattern and where he was standing and whatnot. And I have to tell you, those casings, some of them, the average path before they hit a hard, and it's a similar surface, okay, that Mr. Kelly, it was gravel. Those things did bounce, and they were ejecting at least 5 to 6 feet before it hit the ground, and it was not going forward, it was going more, I would say, at about a 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, somewhere in there. They were ejecting 4 to 5 o'clock. If this is 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is directly behind me. I was like, "Y'all, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't match the evidence." And that's where I'm frustrated. And then I said, "Okay." I said, "Strange questions. You've heard about the trial." Yeah, but he said he hadn't watched much of it. And I said, "Okay. But an AK-47 is the weapon in question." He goes, "Oh, really?" And I said, "Yeah, that's why I'm interested." Now, I did not ask to shoot it. I did not ask, but we cannot do an up in the air warning shot type of um a scenario in this location. But I said, So if you were to hold that AK, let's say exactly 12, Mr. Kelly did this, so that would be between 11 and 12. When Mr. Kelly testified, his hands were consistent in the direction. Every time he gave the example, I shot here. This is where, so it wasn't like here, here, here. He was real consistent. I was looking for that. So anyway, I talked to him about it, and this young man, and I said, "So if the gun is here, where do you think?" Sorry, y'all. where do you think the casings would have flown? So I'm going to switch hands. Here's the ejected. Here's where their cartridges are ejecting. And if on this guy's gun, the cartridges are ejecting at 4 or 5 o'clock, they're going to eject basically back and over this guy's shoulder. They're going to eject. Here's where they're going to eject. It's not going to land where the photo showed y'all. I actually brought up a photo and showed him the photo. Nope, y'all. Nope, 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 nope. Now, if I was a experienced person, if I had had this experience prior to going to the gun range, if I was a juror, let me go back. If I'm a juror and I had an experience like this and I just saw this, and then I'm sitting in court, I would be calling BS on the crime scene people because um, I have had even a handgun. Okay, and I had a girlfriend with me, and she's an ex-cop. That's all I'll say. And so you know, she's to my left. So what do you think is happening to me as we're shooting? Her cartridges are hitting me. I mean, they're either going directly at 3 o'clock, 3 to 6 o'clock is where hers were shooting. And they were not consistent with each ejection. And that's something else I wanted to scream in this trial. Not every cartridge is going to hit and eject exactly at 3 o'clock or exactly at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock or 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock to the right. They don't all exactly, it depends on how fast you're shooting. Bam, bam, bam. They're going to eject a little bit versus slow. There's all kind of variables. So this ejection pattern to me, I just feel like the forensics got it totally wrong on this. Totally wrong. Then these guys had an AR, an AK, and they had multiple guns. And there are multiple guys in this group, not just one. And I said, okay, I'm deaf as a board. I'm so deaf now that when I go to the gun range, I put earplugs in just to make them happy. I can't hear any of it, but I can feel the concussion. There's always he's an instructor, but there's always a guy there to make sure that everyone's following the rules and being safe. And I said, I need to ask you a question. How well versed are you over an AR and an AK guns? He goes, very well. I said, okay. You own them? Yeah, I own both. I instruct. I said, okay. If you are 115, 200 meter yards away from a person and they shoot an AR or an AK, how much are you going to be able to tell the difference? What is your um I mean, just by sound, are you going to go AKAR? If you are a person who does not own one, who is not intimately knowledgeable of the meaning, you go to the gun range, you fire it all the time, you know the difference between each one. How many of you, how reasonable is it to think that somebody who just hears them on a holiday like Christmas in Mexico being shot off in the air is going to be able to say AR, AK, unless they own one and they have used them and they are very, very knowledgeable about each of those weapons. And he goes, some people can tell the difference, some can't, but just by hearing them once a year, he called BS on that. So I don't know. I think that we're not hung necessarily on the uh, second degree murder. I don't think we're hung on that. I could be wrong. My humble opinions, I think we're hung on the lesser charge. I think we are. That's where I think our hungness is at. And so um I don't I don't know. We'll see. But Uh, I'm looking up the charges because I like to read them exactly. Okay, so he is being charged with one count of second-degree murder and aggressive assault, and or so it's one count of second-degree murder or two counts of aggravated assault. So in Arizona, I'm gonna see what the aggravated assault would carry in Arizona. I'm gonna see what it would, so let's see what it says. I'm looking it up. I appreciate your patience. In the state of Arizona, aggravated let me bring it more forward. Thank you. In the state of Arizona, the aggravated assault can be charged as a class 2 felony, which is the most severe, or a class 6 felony, which is less severe. Some penalties for the first time offender include on a class 6 aggravated assault, prison time up to 3 years, class 5 assault up to 4 years. Let me click on this so I can continue to read. Up to 21 years on a class 2. So I don't know what his classification is on his aggravated assault. I'll look it up. But in addition, they can be penalties up to $150,000. So this gentleman could be looking at the rest of his life in jail just on the aggravated assault charge. And other people get 18 years. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's a lot. So, if you're watching, hey, Tyrone Haynes, how's it going? He's going to jail for longer than he will last, poor man. I know. So, Talon, sorry. Talon, do you believe he's guilty? It's okay. I encourage people. We had a good conversation going the other day. Hey, y'all, I was so excited. Something cool happened to me Friday night, I believe it was. Yes, Friday night. Guess what happened? I was on Mr. Talon, do you know who Recovery Addict is? I was a guest on his panel, and we all got to talk, and there was the majority not guilty, minority not minority guilty, um, and we had a very good several hours of conversation with people from all over the world popping on and off. And y'all, that was such an awesome experience for a very new YouTuber to have that opportunity with a very experienced YouTuber, internationally known. Oh my gosh, that was awesome. On talent, I don't know if you heard me speaking about the AK-47 patterns and my going to the gun range this weekend. That was a coincidence. I didn't go specifically for this case. I went with a girlfriend. Um, oh, thank you. Hey, we figured out the sound. We figured everything out. Oh, by the help of Mr. Recovery Addict Scott. His name is Scott. Had a little minor things here and there, but um we's are gonna have uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. Now, so I had a little my microphone hit something it shouldn't. So we have there's a switchboard I'm gonna have to get, and oh my gosh, y'all, it's expensive. So we're gonna get it. We're just gonna have to wait a little hot minute for it. But we's getting it because he has the very best audio that I've been able to find. And it's because of that switchboard thingy he has. And so I'm going to eventually get it because starting in May, I'm gonna have to kinda have something like this, and I'm gonna start signing everything I say. But having the microphone arm there makes it very hard for me to sign because I hit it. So he and I are gonna work. I do think I have a condenser mic. It's an older one, but it may work. So we're gonna try that. I do have lapel mics. They're DJI. We're gonna try that. So we're gonna get all that going because one of my goals was to be able to sign and talk at the same time. So that's where we is. Um, yeah, opinions, comments about the trial. How long do you think they're gonna go today, Mr. Talon? And if I'm saying that wrong, or is it Talon? Um, and do you think we're gonna have a hung jury? If we have a hung jury, do we think the prosecution's gonna try again? I don't think Mr. Kelly can financially do another one. It's cost million between putting his money up for his extravagantly large bond, which may or may not be justified. Oh, I do this because I'm not a very skinny person. I'm not super huge, but I'm not skinny. And the other reason I'm up close, the main reason I'm up close, is because I have a deaf community that lip reads. And so I want them to be able to lip read. I can back up maybe to here, but that puts me out of reach. I've got an extended cord. So you like it from here? Is that what you're saying? Ha ha. I like your sense of humor. I like your sense of humor. And you've got a good sense of humor there. So, do you believe it's going to be hung or not hung, jury, Mister? It's so hard for me. It's either Talon or Talon. I like Talon, but anyway, that's a girly thing. Um, and so for I don't know what they have invested on the government side of this in order to prosecute. It's a lot of money. And I think for us to come with a hung jury would be very difficult on them. Now, let's also think about their ages. Think about Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly. Oh my gosh, y'all, I have been in her place. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, Josh, you think it's a hung jury, huh? Well, thanks for joining me, Josh. Comment, like, subscribe. Subscribe, please. The thing about the hung jury is once again, let's talk about his wife. She's innocent, no matter what, whether he did it, didn't do it. Um, I whether he did it or didn't do it is not the issue when it comes to his poor wife. She's going to lose everything if she goes to jail. But at their age, to have to go through this and for her to testify again, for her to testify to begin with, I thought, kudos, woman. I've been there. It wasn't any kind of murder charge or anything like that, but I've been there. And having a spouse being charged with a crime and your life being shattered when they go away and having to rebuild it. And I was like 39 years old. I could not imagine being 75 years old and having to do this again and starting life again. They built this house. This was her dream, not his. He lived his dream for the first part of their lives. Now they're living her dream, which became his, which is a good husband. Yes, it was Josh. Yes, it was Josh. He did it with the pistol. You can almost think, poor old man. Okay, and I'm gonna say this. My papa has a ranch. It is about 100 and something miles, I don't know, from the border. And I'm in Central Texas, and we get illegals up here. I've been on I-10 north of San Antonio, and I've seen illegals crossing. So the illegals are an issue. Now, I want anybody and everybody to come into this country to who wants to be able to come in as long as they qualify to come in and they can, do everything they're supposed to do. And I'm not gonna sit here and judge those in a harsh way that come across illegally. That's not what my comment is about. But my comment is the comment that I have is that there are some of those illegals who if you have a ranch that you're not at every day, like snowbirds or like my papa that goes down on weekends or whatever, and you're not there during the week, and you're sitting there and it's empty for 4 or 5 days or weeks or months at a time, they will break in and they will squat for a couple of days there and move on. But once they break in, it's just literally a train of people that start using that house, or they will. Some ranchers will actually have hunters, so they have hunting leases, so they have little cabins and things on them, and they will destroy them. They will trash it out. A lot of ranchers and people will turn off their water and electricity. They will turn it back on. There have been houses that burnt down because they lit fires in the fireplaces, like my papa's house. The fireplace didn't work. If you would have lit a fire in there, it would not be good. So there are some situations to where there's a lot of property damage that's caused by this. And to me, that is an issue, and it's an issue of safety. It's a huge issue of safety. And I'm in the thought that when you have people doing this to other people, it's not right. And you will defend your property. You will defend everything. I'm moving things around so I can see everybody. You will start defending your property. And I can understand the need to defend property. I'm not saying Mr. Kelly didn't do it. I'm just saying I understand the need to defend the property. But once again, no one should lose a life over it unless you are actively shooting at somebody. I have, had people that have said oh, what I'm sorry. I have had people that have said that they've been on their ranch and heard gunshots and it was illegals. Agree totally with you. Does their life still matter is the question. Everyone is a potential victim of a crime. That's life. Sometimes it's not how you do it, how it looks. Exactly. I could agree with that. And it looks a little cruel to me the way he did it. And everybody is right to their opinion, but personally, if I'm at my papa's ranch, which his house did, he remodeled that thing, he redid over 100 and something year old ranch house. He redid it and it burnt down less than a year later to the ground. Tin roof and concrete floor was all that was left because they live an hour and a half away. So when it happened, they weren't there. But But, but, the thing is that if I'm staying out there by myself, just me and my kids or just me by myself, and there is a gunshot that has gone off on the property, I would grab my gun, whether it's a rifle, a pistol, doesn't matter. I will grab my weapon because you don't know where the shots are going. You don't know who they're headed towards. Um, I would not fire at an illegal running, but I would be nervous and scared enough to grab my weapon. If I don't know if I would fire warning shots in the air, but if I did, I'd make sure it's going this way if they're over there. I don't know. But I understand the fear. It is very scary to be in a situation like that. If you saw an illegal, would you no, I mean, if a weapon was not being pointed at me, I would never raise my weapon. However, if a weapon was pointed at me or I was in fear that a weapon was now, one thing, I don't know if y'all heard this, Talon, or not, but Mr. Kelly said in his interview that there were multiple reports that he made, and they came out, the sheriff's office came out, and in fact, once Mr. Kelly was shot in the ear by an illegal. Now, if that actually happened to him, which I tend to believe because the sheriff's department came out, there are reports. That's the reports that the jury was asking about. I don't know if you heard that, Telling or not. The jury came back and wanted to know if they could get copies of the sheriff department reports that were made. Well, no, they can't. Hi, Matthew. Thanks for the comment. A weapon is a weapon. This is so true. But my thing is that Mr. Kelly 3 times has been shot at, reported, investigated, at least once for sure because he was hit. It hit his ear. Um, I would if I was Mr. Kelly, that would create a bunch of fear, and I may react differently than I would if I'd never been shot at. It is something that none of us can ever second guess. We weren't living in his shoes. We were not in him. We don't know his emotions. We don't know his fears. We don't know any of that at the time. The sad thing is somebody did die. Now let's flip the coin. I want to flip the coin. And you can get mad at me, but let's flip the coin. If you have people that are trafficking drugs or people and they're coming through your property, I'm not saying they deserve to die, but let's say Mr. Kelly didn't do it. Now, I'm devil's advocate here. So play with me. It's a game. No matter what you believe, let's play the game. Mr. Kelly is a victim here. Just say that. And let's say, true, that's what police are for, but they're 30 minutes out. Remember that. Just say, for argument's sake, take Mr. Kelly out of this. And let's talk about Daniel and Gabriel. Gabriel is the victim. Daniel was with him at the time. And this was brought up by the defense. And it is a plausible explanation. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that Daniel and Gabriel got in an argument. And both of them were carrying something they shouldn't have been, illegal drugs, and they were moving people at the same time. Let's just say that, okay? So you're moving people at the same time and you're carrying illegal drugs with you. And you get in a disagreement or something happens. That wash, you're in the wash. Say that Gabrielle was climbing out of the wash and Daniel shot him. That would account for the angle. Can't own grenades. Sadly, police are usually far out than ranches. I spent a lot of time on one, and it was 30, 40 minutes away for any type of emergency response. The nearest hospital was an hour and a half away. You were so right. That is a very good comment. Thank you. But let's just say Daniel actually shot Gabrielle. Now, that would explain if Gabrielle was climbing out or trying to get out of the wash. And let's just say, hypothetically, that Gabrielle was climbing out. And that may explain for the grass and everything in his hands. And let's just say that Daniel grabbed the top of the backpack and dragged him to get behind some bushes because he knew the rancher was there and he knew the rancher would come out. So let's just say at that point is when Daniel tried to rip off the fanny pack and it got hung on the backpack, which would contain the illegal substance. And then he was searching for everything. I'm trifling through. We're just hypothetical here, okay? Hang with me. Y'all, if you don't live on a border or bordering state and you don't see this, it's kind of hard to understand and fathom. But the fanny belts are not always worn across the waist. That's usually the people who are being coming across illegally. They paid them the coyote and they have no drugs on them, okay? They wear them around their waist because you want to keep your ID and all that close to you. So if you have to run, you dump the backpack. That has clothes and other stuff, sometimes food. You wanna dump the backpack because you wanna dump the weight and you're gonna run. The fanny pack is carrying the most important items you don't wanna lose. Then if you have to get rid of it because you've got border patrol on you and you can get caught with your ID, you can dump that too, but in general, that's not how it works. But a lot of times people carry the fanny packs cross-bodied are the ones with the drugs and everything because they can, number 1, easily cover it with a jacket or button up over it. But the other thing is it's easier to grab this way than it is to reach down below and grab. That's hypothetical, okay? I know people don't agree with me on that, but it's plausible. Let's just say Mr. Kelly did have enough. And the other side of that coin is he came out. Maybe he did fire up in the air. Maybe Daniel and Gabriel crouched down and the bullet entered the way it did. Maybe he was jumping into the wash and the bullet came in here and came out there. It's possible. Nobody will ever know. But I believe this highlights the issue that so many ranchers are facing. I did Dr. Phil did a story and you can pull it up. Dr. Phil did do a story with a woman who lives just like Mr. Kelly does, and I challenge people to find it and watch it. The risks that you are taking doing what you're gonna do in your own choices, he didn't need to go out there. I'll be honest with you, he may have, you may have you have a good point there, but let's talk about ranchers. My grandpa was a rancher. I was adopted. My grandpa was a rancher. A lot of people are ranchers, and let me tell you something. If you have cattle, if you have horses, if you have livestock, you have anything of value, your wife is safer inside than out. So and she's got a gun, so you that is a very that to me is safer, okay? He will go out there and he will check. It's just a rancher thing. He had the right to go out there, but didn't need to explain after being shot. Okay. And it may be true. Everybody's different. Well, guys, once again, she's an old rancher's wife. She's very capable of defending herself. She's safer in the home than outside. I just know that, do you know what? We don't always do the smartest things under fear and stress. I'm a first responder chaplain. I see the results of that all the time. Not that I agree with them. It is now he did call prior, he did call the border patrol prior than going outside. He did do that to get them on their way. But it is true. He did call. Now, the other thing is I can't say if he was smart or not smart for doing what he did. Would I have done that? Mm, but understand that, oh, I've got to do it, y'all. Oh, it's been hurting. I gotta. Thank you. The understanding also is that, yes, cattle are very expensive. I have a friend who he and his family have very prized cattle. Some of those cattle are worth $25,000, $30,000. Yeah, I go defend them. 'Em. You're right. Telling you right. Nobody deserves to die, period. That's why we are going through what we're going through. But why did they not investigate the people he was with? Do you realize that more and often than not, when you have somebody dead in a group like that, it's done by somebody in the group and not the person who owns the land. Whether or not he fired the weapon or not is not a part of that comment. Should he have fired up in the air warning shots? No, probably not. I just still struggle with the angle in which he was shot. I still struggle about the footprint. But one of the things, oh, that's what I wanted to do. Oh, y'all, I got something funny for you. I got to send it to myself. It is so funny. Oh my gosh. I sent it to my son and he loved it. Okay, it is in my short videos. I'm going to pull this up and download it. Do you know how? Let's talk about this tree, y'all. I want to talk about this tree. Talon, what is your opinion on the tree? I got something funny on the tree. Matt, you know what it is. Don't say anything. I have something funny on the tree. I have something funny on the tree. I'm downloading. Let's see. I may have to share this screen. I'm going to share screen. Talon, are you ready for this? Are y'all ready for this? That's my opinion on what happened to the tree. Horses scratching their butts on it. Okay, this has actually happened. There are two horses at the same time. There's a white, there's, so you can tell they're two different horses scratching on the tree. Okay, I really struggle with the tree. I so struggle with the tree. They went back 7 months later to cut the tree for evidence. I'm like, y'all. And they're sitting here saying, I've reached a limit of what? Oh, I have no idea. So I have really reached it with them. Okay. The tree. In the beginning of this trial, they said that the tree limb had a yaw to it. Those of you who don't know what a yaw is, it's where it turns. When a bullet is turning and it has a yaw to it. So the prosecution said that the tree in question, limb, had a yaw to it and that they believe the bullet hit it before entering into the victim. And that explained the direction change going from lower to upper. That video is more plausible than the bullet. And then 7 months later, they take a team out there and they cut that part of the branch, the base of that branch that was sticking up less than 2 feet from the ground, but sticking up, and they take it and will test it for lead residue 7 months later. Telling you, you gotta admit, there's a lot of crappy forensics in this case. Doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, but for the sake of argument, a ton of crappy forensic. Who would sit there? I asked somebody in the field this weekend, who would do a forensic analysis? I'm sorry, I saw something pop up. Who would do a forensic analysis on something as important as this and do so from photos only? What? To me, that is like, really? Are we going there? What's y'all's opinion on that? Question. Is it good forensics or is it okay for them to just do a forensic analysis via photo and drone videos footage? I I don't think so. I'm looking for a very special email that's dropping today, and it hadn't dropped yet. Um, I don't think so. I don't think in any way, shape, or form that's good forensic technology. I don't think that is something that bodes well. I understand that money is an issue and that the state may have been trying to save money. And the forensic person said, yeah, we can do this. But no, I mean, you laid out the cones, the little markers where the casings were found. Okay, fine. On that, it has a little inch here, 2 or 3 inches to show size. Fine. There were pictures. Now there were 2 pictures, and I wish I could allocate them, but I don't know where to get them. Of the view, one from the state, one from the defendant, of the view of if he had pointed the weapon forward and it was 115 yards straight ahead with a deputy standing out there, and they're 2 different angles. Hold on. That old man should have enjoyed a coffee with his wife and waited on the police. If his wife had a chance to advise him after seeing all of this played out, they would not have went on. Yeah, hindsight's 2020. Hindsight is 2020. But going back to those pictures, you're standing on the patio, you have a huge, beautiful smoker. I mean, y'all, you can put a pig in this thing. So that gives you an idea. A feral pig can fit in this thing. Y'all don't know how big those pigs are, Google it. So you can put a pig in this thing. And then you keep looking and you have trees hanging over, you have grass that's a couple feet tall. And then in the prosecution, you see a man standing there in khaki pants with a black jacket, not camo. And he was asked on stand, are you standing exactly where the body was? He goes, no, because the body was still there. So he said, where are you standing? And he goes, I'm standing to the side of the body. Now, this is where I struggled with just with the evidence. I'm not saying who's guilty, who's innocent. I'm just saying presenting of evidence. They asked him, were you standing to the right or the left of the body? I don't remember. Dude, you do remember. Who would not be able to remember that? I still can remember my very first scene of a dead body when I went as a chaplain, and I can tell you exactly how far that body was, how it was laying, and which side I was standing on it, because that stuff imprints. So that to me was a problem. So I would have said, y'all have markers. Why didn't you put a marker where the head of the body was? Okay. The other picture that was shown, okay. Then they have a picture that is shown where you can see the land, the line, the lay of the land, the line. You see the top of the smoker. You barely see any grass. Then they have a third picture, and I'm looking at myself to this, make sure I'm getting it right. Then you have a third picture where you see the smoker and there's more land. The land line is higher, different heights of people, or it's taken from here and then taken from here. I'm a 25-year photographer, or 25 years in the photography industry as a professional. I know angles. These 2 were not taken at the same angle, and you're using it for forensics. That concerns me. The thing is that if I was on the jury, what I would have wanted to see, and they could have done, is the forensic person gone to the scene. They did not put an X where they believe Mr. Kelly. They put a cone. I would have painted an X on that asphalt in orange. Then I would have put a drop of every time you picked up one of the casings, I would have put a drop of that, the marking paint for accident and crime scenes. I would have done that. I would have measured a distance. I would have measured the crap out of all that. Then what I really would have loved to see is a laser. Put the laser at Mr. Kelly's shoulder's length, because if he shouldered it and shot, that's going to give the starting trajectory. I then would have put a dowel rod at the height of the victim where the marked it where the bullet went in, and I would have done a laser to see, was that gonna be a clean shot? What do you think, Talon? Would that have been a clean, straight shot through everything that was there? You take the height and where the location of the gun was, but nobody went out to the crime scene. Nobody went out there. Nobody looked. They say they and somebody said, "Well, did you put a dowel through?" And he goes, "We don't do that anymore." It was pretty convincing when they used the fake skeleton. I like to call my skeletons Johnnies, but anyway. Um, so I mean, I know I'm saying a lot. There's a lot of different things that could have happened. But one of the biggest things that bothered me was the forensic issue and how they did not go to the scene to prove Mr. Kelly innocent or guilty, you know? I mean, should he have fired up in the air? Probably not. Is it safe to fire up in the air? Probably not. No, it is not. I wanna know, why do countries like Mexico, I mean, allow people to fire their weapons in the air during the holidays? How many bullets hit people? That is dangerous, and yet they do it. So, no, I don't think he should have done it. Any comments? I have 3 of you watching. Thank you so much for watching and hopping on. We are once again still in verdict watch. I am going to try and pull up. Okay, so he's gone on to something else. I like to keep my tabs on certain people. I love to keep my tabs on certain people, so I'm gonna throw him up there. But, I thought about doing some court hopping, but nah, not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I think I'm gonna stay right here. So, one of the things that, we brought up on the, panel call that I was on Friday, that call, um, everybody a lot of people who have a lot more legal ease than I do. I am not a lawyer. I am going to school, um, starting again in September. I'm not gonna be taking classes over the summer for, criminal oh gosh, my brain just fried, criminal justice, and I'm gonna be doing that, but, um, one of the things that was brought up was how Miss Kelly was treated, and all those who were there who were legal people, all agreed that she possibly has what is my yes, it's up there. She possibly has a, case against the sheriff's department. There were some things that were done that were against her right. Sorry about that, guys. And so for me, that's important. Um, I really felt bad. But do you know what? This does happen a lot with the spouses and family members of people in situations like this. So, y'all, it's very important you know your rights. Number one of the things I couldn't believe she did, and I couldn't believe they asked for, was the phones without a warrant. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm going to mute for a second. I had to say hi to somebody. You do not and are not obligated to hand the police, sheriff, feds, anybody without a warrant your cell phone. Even if they arrest you, your cell phone goes into your personal items bag. You do not and are not obligated to hand anybody anything. You're not obligated to answer their questions, even if you're under arrest. Just because you go there does not mean you're guilty if you choose not to answer questions without a lawyer. You have that right. You can't be accused of being guilty because you didn't answer a question. Plain and simple. Sorry. Not. And that's the sad thing about our older generation is that we were educated and taught that the police are our friends and that they are that we are to help them and that we are to answer their questions and that all of this kinds of stuff. And um, you're not. We can be polite, we can be respectful of the police, but we are not obligated under the law to answer their questions. Opinions, Talon? And the other thing that bothered me, and I brought this up on the panel, was when Miss Kelly was asked by her husband to turn on the porch lights, she flipped on the switch on the front porch. And he goes, "No, I need you to turn the back ones on too." So they were not under arrest at this point. They were not even detained at this point. And she went from the front door. She had to go through the living room and the kitchen area to get to the kitchen area to get to, gosh, itching, to get to the back porch light. The officer, female officer, SO, followed her through the house, didn't ask to enter the home, didn't get permission, nothing. She just followed her. Um, there's no warrant. But Miss Kelly didn't know to say, "Excuse me, you don't have a warrant, you may not come in." She got a free looky-loo. There's nothing to find. But to me, it's just I almost feel I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And it bothers me. And I know some people are like, "Why should it bother you?" What if there was something there that they could have used? What if they saw a weapon laying there, her gun laying there? What if they saw Miss Kelly's gun laying on the kitchen counter because there was a gunshot? They heard it. He heard it. She saw two people running with rifles, as she says. So what if she grabbed her gun? What if she decided, "I'm going to put my weapon where I can quickly reach it"? And then hours and hours later, the sheriff office is there because there's a dead body that they found and they called and reported it. What if they sat there and saw her weapon there and decided that, "Oh, our safety's at risk. There's a weapon," and handcuffed her? They and then everything they got there, none of that is they could have claimed reasonable probable cause, but I just feel it just feels icky. It just feels icky. That's my humble opinion. I can't post comments to certain locations, so I turned that on. Ugh. So for me, there's just too many things. Too many um things up in the air. And the biggest thing for all this for me was reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. Is there reasonable doubt? And I feel sorry for the jury because I don't know if they're hung on the second-degree murder or the second charge of, an assault, aggravated assault. I don't know, and that's so hard. So, anyway, I'm looking to see if there's anything we can watch on YouTube that we can entertain ourselves with while we're waiting. Oh my gosh, y'all. I have so many emails, and it's all junk emails. All junk. and it's driving me crazy. And you mark everything as junk, and it's not supposed to come back up, and it still comes up. Grr. Let me see what this is. I don't want to use those. Okay. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about again was, and I've talked about it before, but if you are still watching me, Mr. Talon, I want your opinion, or Matthew. What is your opinion about the fact that the witness, does it affect his credibility? That the witness, number one, is a Honduran national living in Mexico for buku years with a fake ID. And he says the government gave him the fake name. Let's go back and look at this. He stated on his, I'm trying to find it to pull it up. Oh, I know where to pull it up. Yes, I know exactly where to pull it up. Let me pull it up. But while I'm pulling it up, I'm going all the way back to day 3, I believe. I've got the minutes. 23. I have all of the court documents and minutes popping up, but I got to find it. So court started disclosures, minute entry. Okay. I'm going to be looking. I think it was on my birthday. This guy was up because my birthday was March 26th and they were doing this. So I'm going to have to put my glasses on, y'all, to read this. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, maybe not. That was worse. I'm trying to pull up the name that the gentleman, and I used that, the witness was using, Daniel. Exhibit. I'm looking for witness names. Pedro, no. I'm looking for Daniel. Not that day. Daniel got on the witness stand. Minute entry for trial. Let's look here on the 25th. And when Daniel got on the stand, he testified that there were 2 names that he used. Maybe it was a little later. And when he did, Daniel, okay, here we go. Order. Okay, so the state calls next witness Daniel Alberto Ramirez Varela. That is his legal name. However, he used a different name, and they don't have it in the court documents, but he used a different last name when he was did his depositions and spoke to the sheriff's office. He used that name consistently all the way up till testimony time. And when he was asked about it, his comment was, well, when I came to Mexico, I went to Mexico, the Mexican government to get an ID. And that's the name they gave me. Y'all, I call BS. You are not, and you stated it yourself, you were fearful of testifying because you were afraid that you were going to be kicked out of Mexico because you are not a Mexican citizen. You are still a citizen of Honduras who has been living illegally in Mexico and admittedly 9 to 10 times has come into the U.S. illegally, gotten caught and sent back. So gotten caught. So how many times did you actually cross? You're not going to admit to more because when you admit to that, why are you coming back and forth? So question, does it bother you that he's admitted illegal Mexican, living in Mexico illegally and coming into the U.S. illegally? and the fact that he used a fake name up until the time of testimony. Does that does that affect his credibility to you? That's my question. It affects mine. The fact that he'd come and gone so many times, he got caught with drugs once, that bothers me as far as his credibility. Just does. That's my humble opinion. Thank you for joining me. If you comment, like, and especially subscribe, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to put us on a moment break. I got to answer this. I'll be right back. I apologize, y'all. Hi, Sparkle Death. How are you doing? Here, I'll replay something that you might enjoy. How about I do something fun? I'm going to replay this because it is so dang funny. This is my belief of what happened to the tree in question. Are y'all ready for this? I played it earlier. I'm going to play it again. Oh, love you too, Sparkles. Do you remember when they talked about the tree in question and how it was twisted and broken off? This is what happened to it. I want to. I sent that to a recovery addict just so he could have something fun to play. Oh my gosh, is that not funny? If you have horses and live out in the country, this is something that you have seen. Oh my gosh, this is so freaking true. It really is. It is so true. And it is so funny. I'm minimizing and stuff. So, the question I proposed just as you were coming on, Miss Sparkles, and I don't know if you're still on, is the credibility of the witness, Mr. Daniels. Because my question on the credibility is he's admitted illegal alien in Mexico and he keeps coming back and forth over into the U.S. border in Arizona. I'm in Texas, so if I say it, forgive me. You illegally have been entering into this country 9 to 10 times. And then you sit here and have a different name on your ID. And the only time that you brought that forward is when you were testifying in court. So, what the heck am I going to believe anything you say? You have more to gain to kill Daniel than, Mr. Not Daniel, Gabriel. You have more reason to kill Gabriel than anybody because he's probably carrying drugs. I'm just saying. I'm playing devil's advocate. Everybody, we have someone who believes he's guilty, and that's fine. Everybody can believe it. I'm playing both sides of the coin when discussing this, but I just find more holes on the prosecution than I do to the defense. Exactly, exactly. Goes back to the border to coach. I'm like, really, Miss Sparkles, you might appreciate this. I'm going to show you what I did this weekend. Are you ready? Let me get it pulled up. I'm going to close that. I'm going to go back. I'm going to show you what I did this weekend. I do professional makeup, I'm a professional makeup artist, and this is what I did this weekend. I'm going to enlarge it so you can see. Set up my makeup artist room where I live. I set it up, and I'm doing that again full time. I'm trying to anyway. Okay, done with that. A lot of work went into that. It was very, 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 very difficult, but we did it in one day with the help of some friends. Thank you. You know who you are. Okay. Sparkles, what is your number one complaint with the prosecution? And then your number one complaint with the defense? I'd like to hear that. Please thumbs up, like, subscribe. It means the world to me. I was on a panel this past weekend and on Friday, and it was so exciting. Oh my gosh, I had so much fun. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got something going on in Arizona. Why do I not have it? Why do I not have it? Oh, we do. We're gonna go share. Go ahead and comment. I'm gonna turn sound on. We have something going on. I don't like that view. I'll put it on my normal view. Okay, y'all, we got something going on. We got movement. Movement to be had. All right, I'm putting this on. I got the volume turned all the way up. I got this volume turned up. We are ready to go when they go. So, Ms. Sparkles, comment. The Great Seal of the State of Arizona, established in 1912. That really is not a bad view. I like that view than some of the other people who give the exit sign. Gosh, sometimes that's just crazy. Captioning, I can't turn on. Let me listen to him real quick.
Daybell's getting spicy again.
Praying for the Kellys, exactly.
We keep an eye on
Either
what's
way,
happening
this
in
is a
Daybell.
big prayer moment.
Let's see.
Okay, good. I check in with the Recovery Addict because he has the best audio, and he's given me permission to do that. But when we get to verdict, I will back up off my mic. I will probably sign what's happening if I can. I'm not a certified court interpreter, but this is my luck, and I will sign at the same time if need be. Oh, wow. That was a little hot. I think that's them testing their mics because it was not Recovery Addict or me. And that's another reason why. Oh, thank you for joining me. Oh my gosh, that is a sweet thing for you to do. That is a court doing it, not me. I'm going to bring it down. I can't fix that. I appreciate you going back and forth. I always like constructive criticism. That is them again, not me. I've only been doing this for 4 weeks. This is going into my 5th week. I did do the Hannah Gutierrez retrial. That was my first. That's when I hopped in, was at the tail end of that. That's when I launched. I'm trying to decide what to do next. Sparkles, you have any ideas? I don't want to join anything that has any kid related. I've already done I don't think I'm in a place to do that right now. But I'm trying to figure out what course to go next. And that, once again, that's them. And I don't want to mute it because if I mute it, then I can't hear it. Do you know what I'm going to do? I will turn my volume off because I will hop in when I'll turn the volume on when the judge comes in. So thank you so much for going back and forth between me and Mr. R.A. I love Mr. R.A. He has been so helpful. I told him, well, I had my makeup room set up so I could do my makeup before I came on. There are many days I've come on with no makeup. But now that I have my makeup place set up that I do makeup in, when I'm not streaming and I have a client, I can actually go in there and do my own. Put my eyelashes on today. Girl, I did it all. I did it all today. Thank you very much. If you were living here, I'd do it for you, but I can also send you samples. I'd love to bless you. Sparkle, since you've been so kind, instant message me your name and address and I will send you a blessing. No cost, no obligation. Just a blessing. I'd love to do that. I love to bless people. But I'm afraid we're going to come back with a hung jury. I really am. And if it is, I'm really Um, let's see if I can private chat you. No, I cannot. Okay, Miss Sparkles, do you have Instagram? I mean, instant messaging on Facebook? Oh, did you see my kitten? I have a 5-week-old kitten. Let's see if my son will bring me the kitten. Matt, can you bring me the kitten for a minute, please? Um, on Facebook, you can. Are you watching me? You're on YouTube. Oh, you saw it. Cool. Okay, Sparkles. On Facebook, you can find me at Ada K Kay. I'll type it. Uh, comments. Post a comment. I'll see if I can share link. When you go to the Ada K. Oh. Okay, let me figure this out. Let me figure this out. I'll give you my email. You can email me. I have no problem with that. That's I'm showing someone the baby. Y'all, look at the precious little baby. Was she sleeping?
No.
Y'all. She's a rescue. Okay. Um, Miss Sparkle S wanted to see. Well, I said you wanted to see. I offered to show you. Okay, that is my email, and it's a public email. So you can email me that information, and I would love to bless you. I bless people all the time. Oh, nobody. Oh, snap. Nobody has won the Starbucks tumbler. You can still get in on it. Everybody who's watching this, not family related or best friend local. Well, yes, you can. Anybody but family. Right now, comment hung jury, guilty, or innocence is the poll. I'll start a poll and I will do a drawing. I will do a drawing on that poll and I am giving away a Starbucks tumbler. Yeah, y'all. Yeah, yeah. I love Starbucks tumblers. I have so many of them. It's not even funny. So will be. What do you think the verdict will be? Period. And we're going to have 3 options. Not guilty. Well, we'll have more. All counts. Um, of second. Add an option. I'm just going to put guilty because I can only put 3 options. Guilty of, I'll put either. And then I'm going to put not guilty. I mean, hung. Okay, so we're going to save this. We're going to post this. I'm creating the poll. Okay, I'm learning how to do polls, y'all. This is, oh, I'm sorry. Let me put this back up here. My bad, y'all. My bad. Why is my switcher not working? Switcher work. Okay. We still do not have any movement, so create poll. I need to. Why did it not? Polls. Oh, well, it didn't do it. So I'll do it again. It's not working with me. Question. There we go. So, what was the question I just gave? Oh, there it is. There it is. I need to publish, activate poll. I'm learning how to do all this, y'all. Okay, on my Facebook, Ada K, it has the poll. I don't know how to create the poll in YouTube. So I'm going to try that next. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. Me, go to my channel. I'm live. How do I create a poll? And I'm looking in it. If anybody knows, I'm looking at my stats. Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. We had some movement in the court. They put the camera up, so that usually is indicative of something that's happening. But I am trying to create a poll in YouTube. Anybody know how to do that? I've only been doing this for 4 weeks, and I greatly appreciate the support. Um, I really appreciate the support, and I am put my email up there real quick. I'm looking, I'm investigating. Oh, we got chats. Oh my gosh. So maybe I'm going to Google it. Why don't we do that? How to create a poll in YouTube Live. And I don't want to, okay. So to make a poll, you're going to click on the poll button. What is it? I need a visual. I need a visual, y'all. Okay, what I think I'm going to do. But see, I'm not live in. I'm using another application to go live. So that's not going to help me. Edit video maybe? While I'm live? Analytic customize. Thumbnails. Oh, I could do that. I need to put the thumbnail in it anyway. So we'll do that. Open. Nope. No paid for alter. I don't see. I'll have to do it next time. But if y'all hop on over to my Facebook, there is a place for, there's a poll. I'm going to save. This is all about learning, y'all. Woohoo! I reached 150 subscribers. Thank you guys so very much. You guys are so rockin' awesome. I cannot begin to thank you. Y'all are just so awesome. Y'all are just amazing. Why settings? I'm still looking on how to do it. It's a great poll. Why can't I put a poll? Add a start. Oh, there it is. Yay! Yay! I found it. Oh, yay! Ask and seek, and you shall find. What do you think the verdict will be? Question. I'm going to add options. I had to charge my mouse, and it's driving me crazy. Add options. Can I edit that? Yes. No. Oh. Guilty. I'm not going to do not I'm not going to do a bunch of different ones, but we're going to put hung. Okay, so I'm going to start the poll, y'all. Started my first poll. Not guilty. Okay, the poll is there. Go click on it. I'm not going to answer. I'm trying to be impartial as much as I can. I play devil's advocate back and forth. Some people, oh, that was something somebody tried to nail me on. If you're watching, thank you so much. Please comment, like, and subscribe. That means the world to me, y'all. Like I said, I am a baby at this. I am so new at this. And everybody has been so kind and gracious. But please go on to the poll because I'm really trying to learn how to do all this. So y'all are awesome. And yeah, I'm kind of trying to like be a valley girl if you're old enough to know what that is. But anyway, I am absolutely so excited on what's going on with my page. But why is it showing? Okay, it is showing good. So I have someone accused me of being very defendant sided. And I told them, I said, I'm not defendant sided in this, but I am playing both sides. And when the prosecution was, oh, there's an entry. When the prosecution was giving their case, I was very, very critical. And I was at the defendants, but the defendant was only a day and a half, not even. And the prosecution took 3 weeks. So it could look that way. I pulled up the minutes from court on the 19th. And recording trial proceedings. Court directs the state to file a motion in writing. There was something. There was something, and I don't understand what happened. And if anybody here is legalese, please let me know. At the end, and I can pull up the video. Let me pull up the video. It's going to help me so much more just to pull the video up than it would be to pull up the question. At the end, they gave the audio on. I'm going to turn it up here. Let's see if we can hear the video. What the heck is going on with the sound? That cannot be my computer. Share this. I'm going to move this here so I can monitor. They had some questioning at the end of the day. Let me see if I can get it.
That the court was indicating I'm not entitled to them. So I'm just trying to sort that out.
I understand. It's been brought to my attention. And put your request in writing, file it with the clerk in connection with this case, and the court will give you
That's what it is.
admonition of the court.
We're going to back up. Okay, let's watch this. I want to see this again. What? Everything is in good. I don't know what's going on. Let me skim through forward on this. Okay.
Your deliberations, remember and comply with the admonition of the court.
That works for us, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll sign it, Judge Fink. Hand it to the bailiff to be delivered to the clerk. And we're adjourned until 8:30 a.m. Monday morning. Have a good weekend.
Your Honor, could I address one issue first?
Okay.
We've requested a copy of the JAVS recordings of the trial in this case. And pursuant to Administrative Order Number 2007-015, it indicates that if a party requests a copy of the JAVS recordings, they're entitled to them. And I was told by the
JAVS
clerk
recording.
of court
That's what I wanted to know. What the heck is that?
that the court was indicating I'm not entitled to
I
them.
don't
So
know
I'm
what that is.
just trying to sort that out.
I understand. It's been brought to my attention. And put your request in writing, file it with the clerk in connection with this case, and the court will give you a ruling.
Okay, I kind of know what that
We're
is.
adjourned until 8:30.
I know what it is, but I don't know why it is. That Java is an organization that I don't know where that static is coming from, y'all. Oh, it's coming from the court feed. It's still live. So I'm going to mute the court feed because that static is driving me mad. And why can I not share feed? So let's just put me back. So what that Java is actually a recording of all, and I say all, of every microphone in that courtroom is recorded on that. Every microphone is recorded on that. And so for me, it was like, wow, why are you wanting? Why can't I share this? I'm watching live. Why can't I share screen? That's weird. Okay, so for me, what is it that you were looking for? What is it that's there that you were looking for that you are wanting? I don't understand. It is weird because that means there's something that was said or done that there's something that was said or done that the defense of the prosecution is looking at. Is it the judge is supposed to give it to them upon request? That is not a put it in writing and we'll get to you later. That is a legit give it to them when requested. Why am I not able to share screen? I'm going to do something here, and if I lose you, I'll pop back on. I'm going to refresh. Y'all don't go anywhere. If I have to hop back on, I will. But let's see what happens. Oh, dude, can't do it. For some reason, I cannot. I don't want to watch that now. I want to watch this. It's not letting me share screen. So I'm going to exit out of everything on this and start again. So the situation is that there's something that happened in court. Anybody legal minded on here? Let me know. But there's something that happened in court, and I don't know what it is. There, I fixed the problem. Yay! You know what, y'all? This is not an easy thing to do. And it's true. Ducks are floating on the water. You don't see the feet running. That's exactly what's happening. Okay, we got all this done. Yay, hallelujah. We're going to share screen because I like y'all to see the same thing I'm seeing, just in case. There we go. And there we go. Get that all out of there. Yay! Congratulations. I did it. Thank you, Jesus. So, Sparkles, if you're still on, thank you for joining me. Whoever's watching, thank you for joining. I appreciate y'all so much. But something happened, and I don't know what. I'd like to know what happened. I want to know why they asked for that script. I want to know. And it's important. So, we have polls and it is up and running. Yay. So let's see who's voted. All the comments. Thank you. Let's go up. I want to see the poll. How do I do this? I want to see the poll. Guilty, not guilty. We got not guilty and we got hung jury. 3 votes. Well, thank you guys so much for voting on the poll. That means a lot. That lets me know. I do know that one person who's not on right now would have believes guilty. So, but the prosecution is not happy with this judge. Actually, a lot of people are not happy with this judge. I don't like some of the stuff the judges pulled, but I will say this, and let me say this, and I'm going to go here now that I got this up and running. The one thing I like about this judge, and I'm really appreciative of what he's done, is that, and I am going to get me a little piece of candy because I need my energy. The coffee ain't doing it. The one thing I appreciate about the judge is that he did take the time to explain things to the jurors as the court processes were going. I'm really, really happy he did that because do you know what? Most of us don't ever get to serve on a jury, and very few of us get to serve on multiple juries. And most of the time, jurors are not going to be lawyers. Jurors are not going to be, once again, I changed my microphones because, yeah, that's the right one, because I thought that static it's in the court feed. Most of the time, there's not going to be a juror that's a lawyer or in the criminal field, other than maybe a paralegal. But there's somebody with some legal knowledge. There's somebody with legal knowledge, and there's somebody with medical knowledge on this field. Because when they were talking about the way the body was positioned, they used medical terms, and I'm all like, "Oh snap, we got medical." I like it when we get medical. We like it when we get people who actually know how to ask good questions. And I like that. Oh, you're still on? Yay. Thank you. I thought that the jury, not all states and areas allowed the jurors to ask questions. And in my area, that's not done, but I appreciate it. I wish everybody did. New comments. Let's see. I wish juries could ask questions because I think it's vital. Now, what I didn't agree with was the situation where he walked off. If you want me to replay that, please give me a yes in comments. If you want me to replay that moment, I will find it. But when the judge got up and walked off while the defense was still talking, really irritated me. I wasn't happy with him, but I do believe that he was really trying to give everybody the time they needed to present this trial because he understands the gravity of what's going to happen to this man if he's found guilty. And I didn't have a problem with that. But then I commented about day 5 into this, day 6, that I felt that the prosecution and the defense were taking advantage of his kindness by really, really, really spending a whole lot of time on cross-examinations and on the witnesses. And the other thing that frustrated me, and I don't know if y'all agree or not, if you do, comment. This is an open forum here. You can say your opinion, and I will, as long as you are polite, respectful, and as someone says, pickles, no politics. But the thing is that I felt that the prosecution brought on way too many witnesses to state the same thing. I felt it was overkill. I felt that that it dragged on way too long. And I think that the judge, got himself in a little bit of trouble because he has a boss and they can, that he got probably snipped at for allowing this to go on far beyond the 3 weeks that everybody stated on the defense and the prosecution. And then you had a juror whose boss was giving them a hard time about being in court. The judge had to go, and the judge had to discuss with the boss the situation. And he came back and said, I don't think we're going to have any more trouble over that. But I don't think he liked doing it. I think he was in a bad mood, and he handled it wrong. And for him to sit there and tell the defense that they have 5 minutes to cross-examine, and then when she adamantly objected, basically said 4 minutes. And then I did a timer. I have a little thing on my desk. It's a Stream Deck, and I hit my timer. And it stated that it was just over 7 minutes, 7 minutes and 15 seconds, I think is what it was on my timer, that she got to do some cross-examination. And then the prosecution got the same in redirect. They were able to bring back this witness like he said they could on their time. I was disheartened to see that, because up until that point, I kind of liked the way he was running, the way he was interacting and running things. So on that, Sparkle, since we have so many people watching, do you think I should bring back that great little video I got that explains what happened to the tree? I think it is so funny. I think it is so funny. And I sent it to myself, and it is a great little video. So I'm going to bring it up once again. This is something I'm going to keep. I'm going to keep this, y'all. Y'all ready? This is, y'all remember the tree limb that they said that was shot by a bullet and broke off, and they didn't collect it for 9 months, and they said there's nothing else that could cause it to twist and break? Y'all, here is my evidence. I so would love to show this in court. Here we go. And this is what I believe happened. There's 2 horses at the same time. You can tell one has a white mane, one has a mane falling off to the left. Y'all, this is what happened to the tree. I got the perfect evidence. They should have presented this in court. If I was the defense, I would have brought this up if I had it. If I'm in the defense, y'all, we got to have some lighthearted moments. But if you've never seen this, this actually does happen quite frequently. My bad, y'all. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, no, so not sorry. Hi, Lennon South SC. I am really bad. I'm dyslexic, certified. People throw, hey, I'm dyslexic, but I was so dyslexic in college, I did not even have to, why is it dropping the screen? I am so certifiably dyslexic that I did not have to take a whole lot of notes in college. But thank you so much for joining me. Please comment, like, and subscribe. So I firmly believe that's what happened to the tree. Look, he's got a ranch. He's got a horse, an old horse, which they really like to scratch their hinds. He's got cattle. Cows do this too, y'all. Just not the horsens. So I firmly believe that nothing happened to that limb that had anything to do with lead. There was no lead residue found. Do you guys know why there was? Oh, Future, good morning. Thanks for joining. Future, you missed it. Did you see it? Hit thumbs up if you saw it. You know what I'm talking about if I say if you saw it. Oh, thank you so much. Is it Lennon SC? I hope I'm saying it right. Thank you so much. Darling, I've only been doing this, and I'm sorry I'm from the South. We say darling. That's a compliment. I have been only doing this. This is now I think my 5th week. And so for me to have been on that panel with a recovery addict was just in sign language. I am deaf without my hearing aids. And if you were on that live, you know that. That was a challenge because I have to read everything they're saying. And so is in South Carolina. I'm from the South. Oh, so you don't have a problem with the all honey and sweet thing as long as I'm not insulting you with it, right? But butts included on the, did you see the video, Lennon SC, did you see the video? I'm going to share it again. Here we go. It is so funny. That's what happened to the tree, y'all. And Future, thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it so much. So for me to be on that panel was just mind-blowing. And being deaf, it's a challenge for me a lot of times. I'll go ahead and get that off, get it back on the court. Why? There's something going on with the share screen. When I put anything, I have something going on, so I'm having to reconnect, but I need to keep the court feed going. But when I was on the panel with recovery addicts, which I encourage everybody to watch everybody, but if you were on with recovery addict, you saw me there, and it was so amazing. So amazing. my daughter-in-law went deaf, working now as a cochlear implant. I am not a candidate for cochlear. I have a lot of people going, why don't you get the cochlear implant? Guys, it doesn't solve all the problems, just like hearing aids don't. I grew up hearing, and I had cancer 3 times. I have rheumatoid arthritis, and the prednisone, the methotrexate, and the chemotherapy is why I went deaf. And without my hearing, and I've been going deaf. Oh, they got movement on camera. I've been going deaf for the last 20 years. And I am so sorry. Do you know sometimes I've known a pregnant woman who woke up, went to bed hearing, woke up deaf. As a board, never got it back again. It can happen. And sometimes we just don't know. So I was progressively going deaf, and I'd be here and then drop in here and drop in here for about, well, since 2003, and about a year ago, it was 100% fully. Hi, Andrella Hills. Thank you, Hillis. Once again, I'm dyslexic. I'm dyslexic. Methotrexate is one of the drugs that can cause hearing loss. If you're prone to do it, methotrexate and prednisone can both cause hearing loss. But I found out that I was probably going to lose all my hearing, but not 100% sure. So in 2013, at the age of 42, I started college for the first time. Graduated in 2017 with a degree in deaf support specialist, American Sign Language interpreting. And then I was about 50% deaf at that point. And then last year-ish, I did, it was like, now I'm totally gone. 100% gone without hearing aids. I'm done by lip reading. Oh, I'm sorry. You're so sweet. And so one of the things I'm going to start doing is once I find the correct microphone and an extension for my special ears, I'm going to sign and talk at the same time. I'm going to try this. Okay. Y'all, since y'all are here, can you please tell me if this sounds decent? And guys, do the poll. I want you to do the poll on YouTube. Can you still hear me clearly and well enough for me to put the microphone here so I can sign at the same time? That's important for me to know, and I can't hear myself. And I went back a few minutes and watched Lauren's video. Isn't that fabulous? And okay, I still have it up. Okay, perfectly. I want you to see the video. I'm going to share it. Here it is again, y'all. I'm going to leave it up. I mean, my gosh, that's what happened to the tree branch. That's what happened to the tree branch at the ranch that they cut off 7 months later. Wow. I know it's a funny video. Stop sharing. It's a funny video, y'all. And I absolutely adore it. It's awesome. I'm going to keep that in my packet. So one of my goals is to sign and do this, but I can't hear myself as well because it's not as strong. Let me see if I can gain me up. I'll put this. Hello. Okay. I'm hearing myself. Hello. Why is that still doing mic 1? Okay. Is this too loud for you guys? Did it change for y'all? I need to make sure. Because right now I can hear myself very strong and I like it. I know. Okay. I'm going to do me a favor. I'm going to do this. So I don't want that. I want this. So I can read your comments at the same time and not have to be looking back and forth. Okay. That helps me out a lot. So please tell me, is the mic too strong? Perfect? Or do I need to get, because right now I can hear myself and it's beautiful. Sounds beautiful. And usually it sounds weak. So signing and talking at the same times is really hard. And I really appreciate everyone. Oh, it's perfect. Thank you. It's not too hot and sharp. recovery addict said it was too hot and sharp. Amy Flo, oh, thank you. Oh, Randy, oh my gosh, you guys are so thank you. Do you know what, guys? I'm going to share this. You just hopped on, you missed it. I want you to see this. I want you guys to see this because it's funny. That's what happened to the tree branch. I know, guys. I just love this video. And like I said, if I was the defense, I would have played this video. It's so freaking awesome. So, with that, I am going to go back to try to share this screen. For some reason, this screen does not want to share. And stop sharing and see if I can share this again. I have to redo this screen. It's the court feed. It's giving me a little bit of a, I don't want to be shared. Okay. So, all right, everybody, you took the poll. I hope you took the poll. I have a question for you guys. And I was discussing this a while back. So I want your opinion. I really do. Really, really do. The first question is, what one thing stuck with you the most on the state side that makes you believe what you believe? If you believe not guilty, what one thing proved to you that? What one thing? The biggest thing for me, if I'm going to go to the not guilty verdict, is no bullet. And not only is there no bullet, Daniel's green card situation. Yes, Sparkles, you're right. Daniel as a witness was not credible. I have to say 3. Daniel's witness is not credible. There was no bullet, and the forensic was crappy. They did not go to the scene. The forensics did not go to the house, did not look, did not put the red, it's so hard to sign and talk. The laser, I'll do that another day. They didn't put the laser light. They didn't do their job in my eyes. Okay, so that's mine. You can list whatever you want on, yeah. So the second question is, if you were to hypothesize guilty, what evidence could prove guilty for him? Yeah, exactly. The thing about the state story is the angle of the biggest thing for me, honestly, and I play devil's advocate, and people have accused me of being one-sided, but when the prosecution was up, I was hard on them. When the defense was up, I was hard as I could be on them. It is the angle in which the bullet goes in. Let's think about that. I kept saying from the get-go, the angle of the bullet cannot compute. Even if you are bending over. Now, guys, y'all don't know me, but let me educate you a little bit about me. I'm also emergency services, first responder, volunteer chaplain. I've been a firefighter. I've been on many accident scenes of many different kinds. I've been on fires. I am not naive to some of this stuff, but I don't see it in a courtroom. I see it live out in reality. And the biggest thing that I had problems with was the angle of the bullet. Now, here's my finger bent over. I'm going to do it. Uh-oh. Do we have something? Oh, we have movement. Ta-da! We got movement. Thank you. We got movement. So it was the body being bent over, and the angle in which the bullet entered and exited was number 1 for me. Daniel says he fell backwards. But when you have a body that's bent over, let's say this is the hips, the back, the head, back, head and back. It goes in here. It's going to come out, but it's not going to come out where it was. Prayers for Kelly's. Amen. I wish I had one of those little bendable bodies to show you. When you're bent over and hunched over, it would have been more a through and through here. Through here. I'm bending, coming back. Well, let me do this. I'm going to put me on a hole so you can see me. They're coming back into court, but it's going to come here and come out more here, not up here. It's not going to be this way. It's going to be this way. And so the angle of the bullet was where I had an issue. Oh, now they went to, oh my gosh, y'all. They're playing around with everything. I think they've got a verdict or a hung jury. They're getting ready. So for me, it was the angle. When the defense brought up the possibility, it's probable. I mean, it's possible that the shooter was in the wash. Now, anybody here know what a wash is? Okay, let's see what Flo, let me see. Amy Flo, making an assumption that Mr. Kelly changed of story meant guilty, but not thinking the same with the state's witness. Double standards, in my opinion. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry, y'all. Cry if there's a problem, but not yet. Let's not borrow tomorrow's problems. Sometimes, it could be everybody's innocent and one guilty, and he flips or she flips. The problem is if you have a gully, or we call them gullies, washes as they call them, a ravine, and somebody's down in it. And just say Daniel's down in it and Gabriel and Daniel had a fight. Let's just say they had a fight, a disagreement, a problem. And Gabriel is climbing out of the ravine, which would, what did he have in his hands? Dirt and grass. When you're climbing out of a ravine like that, that's one plausibility. And he gets shot. That's the gunshot. It would come up from low to high. Low to high. That is the most possible answer I heard during this whole trial. Now, people have said, I'm going to show that one. People have said that he couldn't live if the aorta is hit. Now, I'm going to tell you, I got some medical. I was married to a doctor. I've been around the medical field, been to a lot of scenes as a volunteer first responder, firefighter, chaplain. I still am a firefighter, volunteer chaplain. If you get hit, it takes several heartbeats for the blood to pump out enough for you to stop. You can take a few steps. Just say it. And I keep looking at the monitor, y'all. If that bothers you, let me know. You can take a few steps before going down. Once you're down, people don't realize just because a heart stops does not mean you're deceased. Your brain still has activity for minutes. Your brain can live 3 to 5 minutes without oxygen. So you are going to be laying there, not able to move, respond to anything. It's not an instant lights out, y'all. It is not. So for me, on the defense's side, that was the only explanation that had any remoteness of, it could happen. I don't know what y'all's thoughts on that are. Don't know what your thoughts are. And the one person that was saying guilty forgot that the burden of proof is 100% on the states. Mr. Kelly does not have to prove that he heard a gunshot. The state has to prove he didn't. Good point. That is a very good point, y'all. The state has to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Have they done so? We have, 56% not guilty and 44% hung jury. Yeah. So I just thought that, and I found it interesting that a lot of people have missed that particular part of the testimony and comments and whatnot. And you guys, I have to say this. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you guys so much. This is new for me. I've worked very hard, and this is something that I have fallen in love with. And your patience with me fiddling and learning has been amazing. And I really, really appreciate y'all joining and watching me. If you would please bless me and comment, like, subscribe, either to my Facebook, if that's where you're watching, my YouTube, if that's where you're watching. I love and appreciate y'all so very much. And I want this to be a place that everybody can share their comments and be equally heard. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. So here's the thing. Now, the gentleman earlier who was on, and I respect his opinion and appreciate him, and I'm going to place devil's advocate. I'm on his side now. So don't fuss at me. I'm on his side. Why did Mr. Kelly leave the house if he believed there was gunshots being fired towards them? Why didn't he just call? Well, they did. The testimony stated that he had his wife get the phone number and the phone, and they called before he left the house. They called Border Patrol. Okay. So should he have not gone outside? Why did he go outside? And that's something that I kind of challenged people with the other day is that if you are a rancher, only people who are ranchers will understand this. And that is, would you go outside and not protect your wife? Would you leave your wife unprotected? Y'all, this woman is 70 odd years old. I want to respect her and not say her age. This woman knows how to use a weapon to protect herself. This woman is exactly smart. This woman knows how to shoot. She is uncomfortable walking her own property without her husband because she has seen too many illegals and they have had confrontations. Mr. Kelly had been shot at 3 times, all reported to the sheriff office and border patrol, and once was shot in the ear. It literally went. Thank God it was only his ear. So was he wrong in leaving the safe place of his home? If you're a rancher, no. The wife is safer, the family is safer in the home, and it's safer for you to go out. I mean, go outside and scare him off. But the other thing is, he has cattle. Y'all, cattle is not cheap. That property is expensive. And they cause, one rancher stated, I found out in an interview I watched in preparation for some of this, one rancher in the same area, actually probably about 2 ranches over from him, spent $60,000 a year in property damage recovery. The only time the fence, how did you get all those views, dude? Where are you watching? I'm going to mute him and I'm going to expand it to see if I can see where he's getting all these video. District court. Oh, these are different courts. He's got a special system. He can do this. So, the thing is that the fence is when Border Patrol or Sheriff Office cuts your fence, they'll fix it. If an immigrant cuts your fence, the state does not fix it. Immigration doesn't fix it. You fix it. You pay for it. And that money adds up. Not only that, what if they had to come up to the house and the bullet had accidentally gone through the window and hit one of them? Exactly. The thing is, on these ranches, and y'all weren't here when I said this, so I'll say it again. I have a family member that has a ranch that is in Central South Texas, close enough that I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google it. Let me Google it. But let's see. I'm gonna mute because I don't want you to hear the name. I didn't want to say the name on a national TV thing. 108 miles from the border, okay? They are 108 miles from the border. And the illegals are on that ranch all the time. All the time. Papa rebuilt a ranch house that was over 100 years old. Now, Papa's in his 80s. He bought this properties in the 70s. He's had it a long time. It's a beautiful piece of property. He worked hard for it. He sacrificed. He scrimped and saved and built this to what he wanted it to be just for him and his family. But he had a really old ranch house on it. And it was a cute little old thing. I loved it. And he rebuilt it. He went in and re-drywalled and configured a little bit and updated things and spent quite a time of money. And my son spent many summers out there with him doing it. Many summers out there with him doing it as a very young teenager. So my son had a very much of blood, sweat, and tears and equity in that with Papa, as much as a kid his age could. And one day I get, they drive up to my house in a frantic, Mimi and Papa, as I'll call them. The house burnt down to the ground. Nothing but the tin roof, the red tin roof, and the foundation. What little concrete foundation was there. It was burnt to the ground. 108 miles. Mimi and Papa been at that ranch many times, seen immigrants walking. They see evidence of clothing. They see evidence of old cans of food, and they have hunting lease on there. And it's a little cabin, a little shed thing that they have that they rent to hunters. And the hunters, when they're not there, it's been damaged. They've been in there. I mean, they didn't have much one-on-one interaction. But let me tell you something. If the two of them were in the house and Mimi and Papa were in that house and Papa heard a gunshot, I tell you what, number one, Border Patrol isn't just 30 minutes away. Okay? There is no Border Patrol. It's out of their range. It's Sheriff Office. It takes an emergency vehicle at full speed, 30 to 40 minutes to get to the ranch. That's how remote it is. So the thing is they suspect it could either have been lightning or illegals that caused the fire, in my humble opinion. And there were guns on these people that have been seen. So we deal with this, okay, where I live. I live off of I-10 and the highway that goes, from East Coast to West Coast. And I have seen illegals crossing. So this is not an uncommon thing for us. But I will tell you, if there's a gunshot on Papa's ranch, we're running. I mean, I'd take my gun, go out there and say, who is it and what's going on? Okay. Here's another thing I want y'all to discuss. And I want to educate some of y'all on. They had a big deal. They put a huge emphasis on the fact that Mr. Kelly gun that they went back for the next day. Why did they not take it when they got the subpoena? I mean, the warrant that night. They didn't take the gun that night. They went back the next day and got the gun. Like he was hiding the weapon in question. Y'all, let me explain how a male rancher works, because guess what? My grandpa was a rancher. I've grown up off and on in the summers. I spent a lot of summers on ranchers. I'm a city and a country girl. My grandpa would be out all day. He had a gun on hip. It was what they call a judge. That shoots two kinds of bullets. One is a regular bullet. One is a shotgun. It can alternate. It's like a little shotgun shell. Great for snakes. Okay, because you can either have a regular bullet for protection, or you can load it for snake shots. I call them snake shots. So if you come across a snake and you need to shoot a snake, thank you guys so much for joining. Please comment, like, subscribe, and do the poll. You can shoot a snake with it on horseback and be safe. Okay. He also carried a rifle because we had wild boar, coyotes. We have wild cats, big cats. There's all kinds of things out there. and you had illegals. You had other people who would trespass. It was a safety thing. He carried it. It's like the old Western, carried it on the horse. When he came in for lunch or breakfast, because he'd get up at 5 a.m., breakfast was at 8. He'd come in, he put it by the door he came in, either the front door or the back door. He'd take off his overalls and hang them up because he had these overalls he wore when he was out on the ranch. Hang them up, hang the hat up, and hang the other gun up. Eat, do what he was going to do. Then, when he was done and he'd go back outside, he'd gear up again, take out the gun, and go. He may come in so he say he left the kitchen or that back door then. He come in the other door at the end of the day or for lunch. He put it there. It was not unusual to put the gun by the door and move it from door to door, depending on which door he entered and which door he exited. Then at night, this is the question. At night, at the end of the day, in the bedroom, i.e., Mr. Kelly's gun was found hanging on the back of the bedroom door with a shirt thrown over it, like a flannel. Okay, y'all, this is very normal. Very normal. My grandpa would walk in at the end of the day, when he go to bed. He had a big hook on the back of the door, and then he had the hat rack type thing on the wall behind the door. He'd hang his gun on the back of the door. He would take off his overshirt or overalls, which he was wearing, whichever one, and hang it. Very normal. Then he'd hang if he had his gun belt on the wall with his overalls, with his trousers, whatever, his hat. That was normal. And for the prosecution to make such a huge deal over the fact, oh my God, he hid the gun. He hid it on the back of the door and he covered it with his shirt. Oh my God. Y'all, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but that's normal rancher behavior. That is not unnormal. Hi, Chelsea. Thanks for joining. That's right. It makes it easy to get dressed if there's an emergency in the middle of the night. You're so correct. I remember a handful of times, I can't tell you, but I know that we would hear, my grandpa had pig, he had cattle, he had a horse, he had chickens, and just say we heard the chickens go bat crazy. Okay? Just say we heard them go bat crazy in the middle of the night. I have to mute it because, he would literally grab the overall, throw on his pants and grab the gun and go. Everything was right there. Usually it was a coyote trying to kill him. The animal kind, not the two-legged smuggling kind. It is very common behavior, y'all. And you know what? I have a weapon next to my bed. I have a weapon next to my bed. And y'all, I don't care if anybody knows it. I'm licensed. This is not about politics. Whether you believe people should carry guns or not, y'all, I have been a victim of a lot of things, and I'm not going to go there here now, but let me tell you something. I'd rather be judged by 6 than to be put in the ground by 6. That's my humble opinion, and I'm sticking with it because I am not going to allow myself to be in a position to where I cannot save myself or my children. And I go and do certain things like geocaching. I go out in the ranches. I am out in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes I'm up. Case in point, I was on an accident scene one time and I'm a firefighter and it's pouring down. It's flooding in this accident. And I had a young lady that was thrown from a vehicle. And I had her head between my knees, and my hands are on her head, stabilizing her neck, waiting for the EMS to bring the neck collar. And all of a sudden, I get a tap on my shoulder, and it was with the finger, and he said, "Don't move, don't let her move." I'm like, "What?" I know it's judged by 12 and carried by 6, but 6 people carry the coffin. I just was being facetious, but thank you very much. You're so correct. But I'm sitting there holding this girl's head, and her eyes are swollen shut. She can't see. And I said, I need you to be still. Don't move because your neck is hurt. Don't move. Don't move a muscle. We're going to put a neck collar on you. Don't move. Just listen to my voice and breathe. Close. Just breathe in and out. And I'm like, do you know why I'm doing this, y'all? There's a freaking rattlesnake crawling parallel to us, trying to get away from the floodwaters. And that sucker was this big around, and he literally was less than 2 feet from us. Had she moved or I moved, risked both of us being bit. Do you think we needed to add that insult to injury? So the rattlesnake goes about her knees and starts veering off a little bit to the right. The moment it made the veer, all of a sudden, bam! Now, normally we don't carry weapons, but we're volunteers, and a lot of these guys come from the ranches. And one of them grabbed a .22 from his vehicle and killed the snake. Okay? There are good purposes for guns. But let me tell you, there is no way in heck would I ever be found at a ranch without one. So I want to talk about the firing the weapon in the air warning shots. What's your opinions on that? Should he? Shouldn't he? I got to do it, y'all. Oh. Should he? Shouldn't he? Comments. Should he have not fired warning shots? Is it okay to fire warning shots? What is your opinion? For y'all who are just joining me, I'm going to play this video again. I think you guys would love it. This is what happened to the tree for the new people who have joined us. Remember the tree that had a yaw in it and broke off? I know I played this a couple of times. Y'all, it's just so funny. It's just so funny. I wish the defense had this to put up there. If I was the defense and I had this, I would have put it up there. Is it possible that's what happened to the tree? Sorry, my bad. Okay, I go back now. Okay. If you have multiple people running through, I think that I'm going to be on the state side of this. Anytime you fire a weapon in the air, you cannot control where the bullets land, and that in and of itself is dangerous. Okay. Now I'm on the defense's side. Once again, judged by 12 or carried by 6. I want to let's look at his the recorded statement that he gave when it was played in court. Did y'all notice, if y'all watched it, every time he stated, I fired in the air. I didn't shoot him. I shot the gun, but I fired it this way. He was adamant and he was consistent with the direction that he demonstrated his weapon. A lot of times if you're lying, you're not that consistent. Just saying. Devil's advocate here. I would not have a problem firing warning shots if I did not want to kill somebody. If you are running with guns and you're running away from me, and he said, and from what I understand of the testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, and that's perfectly fine. You don't have to know where you stand on them. That's fine. We all have, why is that not showing? There we go. That is fine. I get it. It's okay. But let's think about this. They were running supposedly by the prosecutions this way. He's standing facing them. So if they're running across him and he's facing him and he's got the gun here, and most of the time the angle is going to be with the butt towards your body. I'm going to use my paper towel roll. When you hold a weapon, it's going to, like that particular one, it's going to go up against you somewhere. And look at the angle. If you're right-handed, it's always going to be here. You're not going to do this. and fire in the air. He did this. By his own statement, he did this. So I've got a weapon. I've got the two-hand. Here's the trigger. Where's it pointing? That way. They're running this way. And y'all weren't on earlier, but I talked about I went to the range with a girlfriend and did some range therapy. And in doing the range therapy, there were two guys there who had ARs, AKs, hand shot. I mean, they had a lot of guns. They were young. And I watched how the casings ejected. And I was very perplexed because the forensic person stated the casings eject on that particular weapon out the right side and forward. Now, I was skeptical of that because I have shot an AR, and they're very similar in the placement, and they don't shoot forward. The casings would shoot side or side back. So I'm watching this young guy because he can go up and shoot. We can go up and shoot. You have to take turns. And I'm watching him. I'm watching how those casings are falling, and it's gravel. So I'm comparing, and I'm watching it. I'm going, doesn't compute. I was like, they are not falling in this way that the prosecution stated they did. If you're shooting forward. And let me tell you, those guns make a big bang. But if you're shooting forward, and I can't hear it, I feel it. The casings did come out to the right and between 4 and 5 o'clock. Okay. Now let's take that paper towel roll and do a demonstration again. So he is shooting this way, and here's the trigger. He's holding the gun. He's shooting. Okay. He's more like this, but my hand's in the way. So the trigger's here. It's up against you because it kicks. You're pulling the trigger, which means here is where it's ejecting, and it's ejecting that way. We're doing a demonstration, y'all. And so while I'm looking at him and he's shooting, it's ejecting this way and back. Okay, this way between 4 and 5 o'clock. And it's landing 5 to 6 feet away from him. Some of them a little further. And they do bounce a little. Some of them did, some of them didn't. Now let's take this and put it this way, and you're firing. Here's the trigger. Back here, right here. I don't have anything. I have a Twix. Just so you get a visual. Here is where it ejects. And it's up. Where do you guys think that casing is going to fall in conjunction to where he's standing? If pointing this way, he's standing where I am, it's going to fall between 4 and 5 o'clock behind, to the right and behind. Where do you think it's going to fall here? Let's see. Now this is the ejecting. It's going to fall back and over his shoulder more. They didn't have a forensic person go out there and fire the weapon pointing downrange, nor when they said they would never fire it up in the air. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I got to quit saying that. Sorry, but not sorry. I'm going to eat this. I'm hungry. I haven't had breakfast or lunch, and I've been on this for a while. The thing is, there's no way that gun pattern was ever properly tagged, evidence measured. They put what I call the inch tags on it. They photograph it, but they didn't measure it. And they put it where they think he was standing. They didn't say, show us where you were standing, Mr. Kelly. Where were you standing and how were you holding your weapon when you fired it? Mr. Kelly is a little over, he probably was 6'1" or 6, something like that when he was older, but he's shrinking. They didn't measure from his right here where the gun would have been butted down to find how many inches that is. They didn't put a laser on it and where the victim was. They didn't do any of that. Okay, they already heard a gun fired. So they were not technically warning shots. He had already heard a gun fired. He did hear gunfire, but the reason I believe they were warning shots, Sparkle S, is because he fired up and away by his testimony. The defense testimony, the prosecution says he fired at them. Incompetent. It's just, if you're going to put a man on trial for what you have, I believe you need to have more than what you had. Once again, I can play devil's advocate and say he should never went out there and fired a gun up in the air. You don't know the wind direction. You don't know where that bullet's going to land. If it didn't shoot that guy, it could have come back and it could have fallen on him. It could have fallen on somebody else. Remember, he has 170 acres. This man has 170 acres. I understand why you would not want to go out as a forensic and fire a weapon in the air because you don't know where the bullets are going to go. But you can fire blanks. It's still going to kick that cartridge. You can fire blank rounds. It's still going to kick that cartridge. So to me, you have no excuse. We have blanks. When you fire the gun with a blank, it's going to go blink, 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 the same as it would. You would be able to get an idea. Now, unfortunately, I don't think the defense had the money to hire someone to do this, because if I was the defense, why didn't his lawyers hire a forensic person to do this? I'm sorry, y'all. I've been up for a while, and it's now it's 12:36 my time, and I'm getting hungry. Anybody have something that they really wish that the defense could have proven or answered that would make you be more solid on their side? Meaning, what could the defense have given you to prove his innocence? And if there was, hypothetically, he was guilty, what do you believe would make the jury? What evidence do you believe that could be swaying the jury right now? While you're thinking about that and commenting on that, because I really want to know, y'all, the one thing that I believe is, and I would probably stand to say is that I'm not too sure that they are not struggling. The jury is not struggling necessarily on guilt or innocence. So we do have guilty and innocent. We got 7% guilty, 53% innocent, and come on, and 40% hung jury. Oh, I'm not seeing some of this. Why am I not seeing some of this on my, or did it? Oh, here it is. My husband was a retired sheriff and usually sides with the law enforcement. He said these officers were incompetent. Oh, good. Oh, yay. We got somebody in that knows how to do this. Chelsea. Or do you go by Chelsea or Chelsea? I have a friend that spells it the same and goes by Chelsea. Chelsea, that's a good point. I have not seen anybody commenting from the legal side who is in that world. Man, the testimony of an Agent Hathaway was suspicious. Oh, you are so right. The thing that got me with the testimony, and if you watched the testimony carefully, body language says a lot. And how they answered the question, so you can tell they've been groomed. By the way, it's normal. If you're going to be give testimony, you do go through and practice. You do get acquainted with it. You do sit there and go over your testimony. Y'all, that's normal. It's when the other side gets to you that your true character shows, because you've not been prepped. You have no idea what they're going to throw at you. This girl's been there. It's scary. But you're right. You are so right on that. So for me there was a lot of testimony that was vague. And I want to know why did Sheriff Hathaway not? I think Hathaway was the sheriff. Why did the sheriff not testify for the prosecution? Let me give you some insight on the sheriff. I can't play the video because I'll get copyright tagged, but there is a video interview, and y'all can go watch it with Big Super. He's a YouTuber where he went to the border, and the tag on it was the border of Mexico versus the border in U.S., the border conflict. And hold on a sec, I don't want to sneeze. So he's sitting there, and the sheriff is being interviewed by this YouTuber. The first thing the sheriff actually did, the very first thing he did was go into his house and show this stupid grandfather clock and explain how they work. I'm all like, he was bragging about this ranch house and had been in his family forever. And it's an okay ranch house. Okay. It's not like it's the Taj Mahal. But anyway, it was political. I was actually on a long drive during that testimony and was listening on my phone. Just what I heard was suspicious. Big Super. Very little was mentioned about the realities of the border. It was more about him. He did bring up, and by the way, Mr. Kelly did write a book years ago. It's only like a 53-page fictional book. I'll bring it up and read it to you. It's on Amazon. And Mr. Kelly book, he said, this rancher who came from somewhere else. I loved how he said it. Came from somewhere else. Wrote a book. And he came down here to be a vigilante, and he's here to just shoot and kill and all this. And I'm like, dude, this is an open investigation, which your office is prosecuting. Why in the Sam blasted hell are you talking about it? What the living are you doing? You can't do that. Okay, I'm going to get off my high horse. This is the book that Mr. Kelly wrote. Far Beyond the Border Fence. It's a Kindle edition. It's $2 and change, 57 pages. By George Allen Kelly, written years ago. Far Beyond the Border Fence is a contemporary novel which brings the Mexican border drug conflict into the 21st century. The owner of the VMR Ranch, which is his ranch, and was brought up by the sheriff in this interview, located in the southern Arizona on the border, discovers that two of the rancher's prize quarter horses, which he does not have, are missing, and that his southern fence leading into Mexico has been cut, which has happened many times. What follows will require a gallant effort not only to retrieve his beloved horses and to rescue members of his family, but also the face of an international plan to destroy twin American-Mexican cities. That's his book. This sheriff should never have brought any of this up, y'all. This sheriff was so in the wrong, I can't believe he did it. Then he takes Big Super down across the border. Now, mind you, while he's being interviewed, he has a badge. Not a police badge, but a lanyard type badge. When he goes over into Mexico, he parks his truck on the American side. They walk across. He is a celebrity sheriff, is what he is called. This is what I got to get this. I'm sorry, my bad. Numerous people have called him the celebrity sheriff. Okay. And what is going on? Why is it all black? What is happening? Okay, we're back. So he was all in politics. All about him, all about his family, all about how popular he was in Mexico. And they love me over here, and I come over here, and they buy a few things. And actually, Big Super, it was so funny. He bought a wool poncho, and he bought a cowboy hat. Okay. They did briefly talk about how a young Mexican man was shot from the American side through the fence across the border, and they have a memorial there. And once a year they go there. The Mexicans have an anniversary thing there, and that's fine. I mean, nobody should be shot through a fence, but you are elected, paid official. You are the sheriff of this county. Why are you commenting on an open case and investigation before it's even gone to trial? Everybody, you have just screwed the pooch on that one, y'all. That means anybody who saw that can't even be on the jury. What are y'all's opinions? I'd love to see it in the comments. Okay. Are we getting, we're still getting static in the courts. I was checking the feed. So he stated in this interview that he was up for re-election. Okay, y'all. This was less than 2 years ago. They serve a 4-year term. If he's up for re-election, why is he retired now? Why is he not the sheriff again? Did he lose the election, or did he retire because of inappropriate behavior? I don't know. He was very illegal immigranted cited in this interview. He was more for the immigrants, illegal immigrants, than he was anybody else. Now, look, y'all, America was built on immigration. I personally have no problem with anybody because I don't want you to think my comments, I can play devil's advocate, but I want you to know my personal feelings on this one. If you are an immigrant and you want to come to this city, into this country, I have no problem with that as long as you do so the way it's supposed to be done and legally. If you are fleeing for your life and some people are chasing you and going to kill you like the cartel and you have to come in here, you can go to a you can come into the port of crossing. I guess that's what it's called. I'd lost the term. You can go to the border and go and ask for asylum. You have options. My Ellie husband said neither Hathaway nor his department understood the theory of stay in your lane. Oh, yes, you are so correct. So good on that. Thank you so much. The thing is that I understand the desperation, and I'm not going to get into the politics of our presidents and all that kind of stuff and who's doing what and all that. But in the interview, the sheriff took Big Super to where what we call the Trump wall ends, and then the Normandy wall begins. If you don't know where Normandy walls is, it's where you got the metal bars that are across that way, and then they're connected. And when you have, and they talk about the drug cartel, and the drug cartel will cut sections of those fences out. They will literally go with welders and cut them out and drive vehicles through and then weld them back together. But they clink them back together so they can easily get in and out. Just got me more movement in the court and the verdict. No, we are still in watch. And do you know what? The longer this goes, I think the better it is for Mr. Kelly. So the Normandy wall, they cut it. But here's the worst thing. Do y'all know what a Normandy wall looks like? I can pull it up. Let me pull it up. A Normandy wall on the border of Texas. I want you to see this. I want you to get an understanding of exactly what I'm talking about. You can crawl under this wall. Oh, no, not what I wanted to show you. Here. Sure. I'm going to expand it, and then don't want to do it that way. Share this tab. This is a Normandy wall. Okay. Now, right here, you see barbed wire because it's right up to this gentleman's fence line. Okay. Some people call it now over where the video was in Arizona, they had no barbed wire. It was just the metal. They will come in and cut where they'll cut right here in between these X's. They will cut that pole out. They will drive the vehicles through and then they will weld it back into place. That is how they're getting the drug cartel across. And one thing is that the sheriff said, "Look, we're out here and you don't see any illegal aliens. You're being told that there are thousands of people crossing all the time. Well, have you seen anybody? You think there's going to be somebody crossing in front of a freaking camera?" Justice, hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining me. They had a pick in the trial of where one wall ended and the other started. Yes, they did. And the thing is that anybody can, if there's even with the barbed wire, you can get through this. A lot of times what they'll do is they'll send a small child, a young kid with wire cutters. He'll climb underneath. He'll cut this part of the fence out, the barbed wire, and then they'll just hop on over. Y'all, nobody is going to be stupid enough in front of a camera crew with big super and the sheriff standing there and try and cross. He says that people live there peacefully, that people aren't I mean, I encourage y'all to go watch this. I mean, it made me want to scream. Just saying. It made me want to scream. I was like, this is not the way things actually are. This is just not the way it is. So once again, I'm going to say this, y'all. I really appreciate y'all watching. And there's a lot of you I've never met before. I'm Ada K. I've only been doing this a little over a month, and I have met someone by the name of Recovery Addict. He's been fabulous mentor. I'm giving him a shout out. Love him to death. So if y'all want to hop over there too, that doesn't offend me. But I am not a lawyer. I am going to school for criminal justice. I'll be back in school in September for that. But I have had many hundreds of hours of court TV and live court and other things. And this is an interest to me. I am looking at it as a juror. Well, thank you so much. Well, thank you. Yes. And a lot of people who found me through him want to know why I'm not signing right now. This is why I'm not signing right now, because it's not easy. But soon I will be signing and talking at the same time. I'm just trying to learn all the technical things and everything I got to push and do and sign at the same time. I'm trying to get everything run smooth with my voice before I add my hands. So thank you so much for joining me. I really, really love and appreciate all of you. Please don't forget to go and like, subscribe, but even more, do the poll. I want to know what y'all are thinking. And just for you, Justice, remember Justice, when we were talking about, yes, I'm going to show it again, y'all. Justice, do you remember when we were talking about the tree limb? This is what really happened to the tree limb. Are you ready, Justice? You ready? Here we go. I have to show it again. It's like third time I've shown it. I love this. I'm laughing my butt off. Hello, can you not hear me? Oh, Sparkles is saying hello. Sorry. This is what happened to the limb. I did send it to the Recovery Addict. Hopefully hopefully he has it. So anyway, I do want all of y'all's opinions. I really, really appreciate it. I am more of like just an alternate juror, and I'm looking at it like everybody else is. I am not a lawyer. I may be one day. What do you think, guys? I'm going to school for criminal justice. I am 53 years old. I don't know if I should go to law school. I'm thinking about it. That's a lot of money, a lot of time. Hell, I'll be 60 years old before I graduate if I'm lucky. I don't know. If I did go to law school, I would work with the disabled community and representing them, because the disabled community is very hard, especially the deaf. You know, in the state of Texas, we have the Austin School for the Deaf. We have a huge deaf community here in Texas. And there's one lawyer in Texas that knows sign language. One. She's deaf herself. Oh, thank you guys. I think I shall. We'll see. Who knows what the future holds, but that's my plan. I haven't shared it with my family because I think they're going to have a heart attack. Yeah, but anyway, but I just think that yes, they can. And as a deaf support specialist and ADA law consultant, I was with American Red Cross for over 15 years, and I was a disability integration specialist. And what I did was a lot of things outside of hurricane season. When we were in an actual deployment, an active deployment, I would travel and I would sit there and go into the shelters prior to moving anybody in, and I would do the inspection to make sure that they were ADA compliant. If not, I would give suggestions on what we needed to do to make it ADA compliant. And this was before I went deaf. I do have a service dog now. I did get a law passed in Texas. Y'all want to hear? I actually can't believe this happened. A year ago, December 5th, I got my service dog. She's my hearing dog. Without my hearing aids, I can't hear anything. Couldn't even hear the AK-47 going off 6 feet from me. I could feel it, but I couldn't hear it. So while I was waiting to get her, so this would be almost 2 years ago, I had met with the lady who owns the company that I got her from called Service Dogs Inc. in Texas. And she used to be a lawyer. And I had lunch with her and I said, I really want to get a law passed or get a revision law. And she goes, why? And I said, well, right now in Texas, if you fake a service dog and get caught, it's only a $300 fine. And one time, this guy was trying to carry 2 dogs in. They were little like Chiweenie type dogs. And he was not, no, they were not service dogs. They were definitely pets. And I told him, sir, you can't do that. They're not service animals. It's a $300 fine per animal for faking a service dog. He goes, fine, I got over $1,000. I'll pay it. I don't give a shit. Oops. I don't give a So anyway, I was really appalled at that. And long story short, I visited with her and she got a hold of some people, and we had some laws that were trying to be passed, and we backed, which is normal. And we were able to get a law passed. I went and testified before the House of Representative Committee, and the law now is in the state of Texas. I'm so proud of this. It's a $1,000 fine for faking a service dog and 30 hours community service with an organization that services the disabled. Yeah. So that's, I think, really where I really started getting into this kind of stuff. So, I think it's amazing. Oh, we need an advocate. Yes. Thank you so much. So I really, really, really am wanting to try and start focusing. I've started another Facebook page called Jail Widow. Not Facebook and YouTube, because I lost my husband to prison. I had no idea he was committing his crime. He was a business person, and I've been in Ms. Kelly's shoes. And let's talk about Ms. Kelly. Can we please? Can we talk about her for a minute? Y'all, in Texas, if she was a Texan, we'd be calling her a strong Texas woman. Because getting up on a witness stand and testifying like she did and being grilled the way she was is brutal. I was testified in my husband's case. It was brutal. To sit, and I wasn't in the courtroom because I was testifying, and I was the last witness in his case. So I sat out in the rotunda outside the courtroom for 9 days, I think, not knowing what was going on. I couldn't know. And let me tell you, it was the most, I'd rather give birth all natural to quads before doing that again. It is so physically and emotionally draining for him and her, and she's innocent no matter whether he's guilty or not. She didn't fire a weapon. She stayed in the house. If you're believing Mr. Kelly's guilty, she stayed in the house. She did not fire a weapon. And why, y'all? I please be patient with me. It looks like my camera is not in a good place. There we go. I feel like I'm having to sit really tall to keep myself, and I'm trying to be more comfortable because after doing this I have literally been every day, all day since the moment this trial opened, doing this streaming, and I just want to be comfortable. So for Mrs. Kelly to sit there and go through this as an innocent person, no matter what her husband has or hasn't done, at 70 odd years of age, I was 39. And it was brutal. It is so horrible. This whole unnecessary trial would have taken such a toll on their elderly bodies. That's where I'm going with this. At their age, have you looked at him when he's sitting there? He's just like arthritis. Y'all, I have rheumatoid arthritis and I have another kind of arthritis. I just can't pronounce it. And even though you're on medications and you got prednisones and you got all this stuff to help you, at their age, I could not imagine sitting on that bench for over a month for 8 hours a day. Well, maybe 6 hours, but you know what I mean, all day. But the other thing is that what people don't realize is that if he goes to jail, she's going to lose that ranch. I mean, they had a hard time and they had a GoFundMe, and then GoFundMe kicked them off because they can't do it because it's legal fees. So there's another fundraising page that they got, and I don't know what it is. On what medication? Dementia? How do you know that? Chelsea, I didn't hear that. But most people over the age of 65% of the people over the age of 65 have a form of dementia. Just saying. That's a fact. But that is another piece to this puzzle. And y'all remind me, I want to go back to Mr. Kelly's testimony, but Miss Kelly, they had to put up a huge bond on him. They've had to hire these attorneys. This is millions of dollars in this case, easily $1 million. My case wasn't a murder case. It was serious. I mean, he was found guilty and went to jail, and it was $500,000. And ours was only 9 days. So I can guarantee you. Oh, that's right. It was during the interrogation. That's right. Thank you so much. Sometimes, my hearing, I don't hear everything, and it's okay. But the thing is that it's just, I don't know how she is going to financially survive without selling that ranch. If it's a mistrial and they do prosecute again, or if he's found guilty. And even if he's not found guilty and he's innocent and they are financially destroyed at this point, they're going to have to do something. They were not that wealthy. And not only that, but it takes a toll on your friendships, your family, your whole being. And I really have a passion for her, a compassionate heart for her and him. As whether he's guilty or not, it just still sucks. Let's go back to Mr. Kelly's testimony. They kept saying he kept changing his testimony. First of all, his story. Oh, we got movement. Let's see. First of all, Mr. Kelly called Border Patrol. Remember the phone game? Remember they keep talking about the phone game? Mr. Kelly, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Mr. Kelly contacted Border Patrol. Miss Kelly got the phone, dialed it, and handed it to him. He contacted Border Patrol ranch liaison. The ranch liaison, who was off duty at the time, then contacted Border Patrol themselves, his superior. Then, okay, so you got, I'm going to do like an ASL. Number 1, ranch liaison. Number 2, Border Patrol supervisor, then he called the sheriff's office. Okay? That story changed from each one of those people, from a couple people seemed, you know what I'm saying? It kept changing. It kept changing. Mr. Kelly's only statement that was recorded was the one after he was brought in for questioning. Nothing else was recorded. Now, I have never seen a sheriff officer show up on scene such as this and not have that camera going. Why wasn't the camera on? Why was it not going? Anybody else question that? And so I'm not too sure that Mr. Kelly's story necessarily changed that drastically. But if he does have a little bit of dementia, then he may have what's kind of time and depth. We have depth perception visually. We have a time perception. And some things may have. Hi, Pauline, and I didn't get to say hello to you. Thank you so much for joining me. You are a blessing. Y'all, please, if you're on YouTube, please go fill out that poll. I really would love to see what you're thinking. I really would love to see what you're thinking. But for me, we got 10% guilty, 57% not guilty, and 33 hung jury. Oh, yes, we're going to talk about that one. Justice. Oh my gosh, y'all. You want to see me go ballistic on that? We're going to switch to that conversation right now. Or the super subs recording of the last 6 minutes of the. Okay. I looked up the law in 20, and I said this on the panel when I was on a Recovery Addicts page. And if you don't know who he is, like and subscribe to him. He's awesome. I told him he doesn't know, but he's my mentor. The issue I have is the sheriff. No, okay. I want to ask the sheriff, and I'm surprised at defense. How many other illegal immigrants have you found deceased on your side of the border? Have you gone and done a sympathy call? I wanted to go and offer my condolences. Bull. That's what it is. How many other immigrants have you found that have been, and there, let me tell you, there's many. Over the years, there's many. How many others have you made a special trip across the border to offer your condolences? What do y'all think about that? Sign language, B to S, or the old-fashioned way, full of bull. Okay, I just taught you a sign language. So the thing is that I pulled up the law, and in 2020, there was a law that you could not cross over into Mexico. It's kind of like I think like an agreement between Mexico and Texas, U.S. But you cannot cross over into Mexico to inform an investigation. You cannot depose anybody, which is another interview. You can't do anything like that without contacting the U.S. consulate and the police and informing them of what you're doing. And then here's the other catch to that. Any and all evidence that you collect while you're there in that interview, in that deposition, or whatever has to be turned over to the Mexican police as well. Why do you think he didn't record it? Here's the other thing. When you talk to a witness, do you talk to them in front of the 2 pregnant daughters of the victim and the uncle? Supposed uncle? How do we know he wasn't the cartel? Do you not get ID? I've been through depositions, and let me tell you, in interviews, and not just with my husband's case. Sometimes when I've been on a scene, I was on a scene one time where there was something that went, and I saw something, or, accident scene, whatever. And sometimes I get deposed. People want to, I get an interview, and they get your driver's license, your name. They want to know your address, all of that information before you even talk. Why then did they not do that with the uncle and the daughters? They took them at their word. To me, that is bogus. Why are you taking them at their word? You have to validate who these people are, number one, if you really want to know. You would not sit there and interview a potential witness in front of anybody else. They could have taken him to the port of entry, because guess what? They did the second time. And they were able to get him into the U.S. for the trial. So their comment that he couldn't come to the port of entry or into the United States is another line of. You talk to a witness in a room with a bunch of other people. You do not record the conversation. Oh, we didn't have the thing. It was a spur of the moment. We didn't have the technology. We didn't have this. We didn't have this. But you have this. Your cell phone, which you did use to record a synopsis for 6 minutes of the conversation. And the other witnesses you had disappeared. You have no idea who and where they are. What are y'all's comments on this? I need your opinions on this. I would love to hear what you think about this. I didn't realize I was having a bunch of hair issues back there. What's your opinion on this? I just absolutely can't get by it. I can't get past the fact that this, what I call celebrity sheriff, he's a celebrity sheriff, did this. And in the testimony, it was, why didn't you bring other people with you? Because they were uncomfortable with it. Why were they uncomfortable? Because it's illegal. It's not. It's a fruit of the poisonous tree, or that is what I call this. Because everything you got there was not, to me, any and all evidence you got from there is not, should not have been brought in. All right, I've ranted. If you're still on and watching, please let me know. What do you think about this? What is your opinion on all this, especially the situation with the sheriff and all of that? My LE husband, LE. Yeah, this is nothing. This to me is a lot of this is career building is what I see in some of this. I don't know about y'all. Someone did say that. Career building. Career building. Oh, law enforcement. Yeah. It took me for a minute. I know law enforcement. It's just, I got to be honest, y'all. This is, you sit here. I've been on now for 3 hours and I haven't stopped talking. Let me tell you, when I get done, I'm very quiet. But thank you so much. Yes, you're correct. LE, law enforcement. Well, and I mean, I don't know what state you're in, Chelsea, but would he ever want to just go across the border and offer condolences with, number one, you don't know if you're walking into cartel. And this is my channel, so I can say this. I did bring this up on the panel with RA, Recovery Addict, and everyone went, "Urgh." But this is reality. And I'm going to go real, y'all. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a banner up that says trigger warning, because I'm going to say some things that some people may not be uncomfortable with, and I'll be very vague as I can. When I went through my training, I spent some time at the border of Texas, and I went through training at the border of Texas. And in that training, we were shown videos, literal videos of what happens. Oh, Florida. My gosh, let me tell you. The cartel, so this is what happened. A person was a mule, and a mule is somebody that carries drugs across the border illegally, whether digesting them, whether on their body, whether it concealed in luggage, whatever. Anybody who brings drugs across the border is usually referred to in my neck of the woods as a mule. If you get caught and sent back to Mexico, which this guy did, the cartel took him, and they love wild animals. And this particular cartel group had cages of tigers and lions and wolves and very vicious animals, as so they said. I mean, they're just being natural who they are. And they starved them for a few days. And then when they brought the guy to where that location was, they cut his arm off and made him watch the lion eat it. And I'll just say he did meet his demise after four parts of his body he watched being fed before he bled out. You think this cartel's messing around? The cartel has no problem shooting if you're working for the cartel and you're carrying something over and you get in a disagreement with another mule, you shoot him, you're going to grab those drugs and put them in your pocket. Why? Not only do you get more money because you're crossing, you transported more drugs. So let's just say Mule A and Mule B are crossing with the same, they each have a key of whatever, kilo. And they cross. Something happens and they get in a dispute, or something happens and this person gets killed. A gets killed, either by B or by someone else. B is going to get all the drugs and everything off of them. I want to know why the radio was left. But anyway, B is going to take all the drugs off of him. And B is going to deliver those said drugs. Why do you think? Number one, he's going to get a whole lot more money. Number two, if he doesn't, and the cartel finds out that they knew he was killed and he had the drugs and he left them there, guns and drugs, he can get killed. Yeah, people don't understand the severity of all of that. And he himself can get killed. So, there's a lot to play in this whole scenario with, I mean, in not Mr. Kelly's case. Now let's go back to Mr. Kelly. Oh, thank you so much, Chelsea. See, I do know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So let's go back to Mr. Kelly's case. You have a victim laying there with a radio. Y'all, I don't have my radio in here. My radio is $1,200 for fire. My fire radio was $1,200. Nobody crossing the border as an immigrant is going to have one of these. These are expensive and they're specially programmed. Why they didn't take that radio and investigate it? They can sit there and pull up what channels are on it. Those radios would give them a ton of information. Now, eventually, when the coyote gets back and they realize a radio is lost, they may change the channel. They may not. But oh my gosh, y'all, that nobody crossing the border, even illegally, as a victim of circumstances, trying to be a citizen, is carrying a radio. Why would that be? Number one, they don't always know the route. They don't know how they show up and they're blindly led. They show up and pay their money and they're blindly led. They need to tell them I'm trying to get to Phoenix, or I'm trying to get to San Antonio, or I'm trying to get to wherever. They're blindly led. They don't know the path because the coyotes don't want them to. Why? Because they don't want them to cross on their own. And if they find people crossing on their own, in their path plan, will be killed or be forced to pay money and be made to get back in the group. This is no BS about that. They're not messing around. So you do not cross coyotes if you're individually crossing on your own. So you're carrying a radio. You're either the head coyote, or you're part of the team and you're the scout. They had pictures of Gabriel on his own phone months apart, not just one, but multiple pictures over a period of time with the same clothes, with the binoculars and the radio. I said phone, radio. He was not crossing to come here and work and support his family. He was part of the team of crossing people. This has nothing to do whether he had a right to be shot or not. He was not an innocent immigrant crossing illegal to try to better lives. He was the one illegally bringing people across. And they had been caught for sure. Daniel had been caught before with drugs. So don't sit there and tell me that there was not something amiss in this. Now, let's talk about Daniel again. Before the trial got off to a strong start, right at the beginning, the day that Daniel was supposed to testify, the prosecution made a motion to keep Daniel's identity suppressed from the media and for the actual courtroom itself and not on TV. Hold on, I'm going to read this. Does anyone remember how much Daniel said crossing was? I would imagine if someone in Mexico could come up with that much money. Yes, I'll answer that question for you right now, then we'll get back to that other one. Y'all remind me because I don't want to forget about, what was I talking? Oh. He said it was $2,500 a crossing. The cross-examination asked him how many, both of them asked, how many times did you cross? 10 times, 10 times. How many times were you caught? He said 2 times. One time he said, it was $2,500. You're right. However, I got more news for you. It was not actually $2,500. Let's go back and think about his math. He said it's $2,500. Y'all, I have it on personal knowledge. I know somebody who brought an elderly lady across illegally. And yes, they were turned into Border Patrol, but they paid $8,000 to get her in with a fake ID. That's just with a fake ID. But let's just go on the 25 to 100 because he did say 2,500. Because I wrote it down. It was 2,500. He said he'd been here 10 times. And then they said, well, is it? So the question was, if you cross over the border and you get caught, do you still have to pay to come back the next time? And he said, depends. Do you know what that depends was? Whether or not you're willing to carry drugs. Because he got caught carrying drugs. When someone comes across the border, now, once again, every section of cartel is different. Every coyote is different. This is not necessarily across the board, but it is one scenario. Say I am illegally coming across. I am told through a connection to meet at a specific place with specific things at a specific time with a specific amount. It's my understanding the average is more closer to $5,000, but we'll play off of the 2,500. You get to your meetup location and you pay the $2,500. Then you turn around and they give you carpet shoes or whatever. You got to have water. You're going to have your backpack with your clothes and food. Depends on how far you go in, how far they're leading you. There's a lot of variables. Daniel said they had 6 liters of water. And I keep saying, I want to know where that water is because he said he dropped it close to where the body was. Why didn't anybody find 6 liters of water? We got movement. Long story short, he said he came in. They said that's $25,000. No, that's not $25,000. That's $20,000 because 2 times he didn't pay. $2,500 is a ton of money for people in Mexico. How is he getting it? He said that he had family in America sending it to him. Well, why? Here's a question I want to throw at y'all. They did not touch on this. They did not touch on this. Why did you run back to the border of Mexico when you just paid $2,500 to come in? I guarantee you, if you just paid $2,500 to come in and you got across, whether there's a shooting or what, you're going to run east, west, and north, but you would not run back over the border because you're going to get caught. Most likely. He did not. So he says he did not get caught. Why would you run back into the border, back in where you just fled from? Honey, if I paid that kind of money, I would not be running back into Mexico. Where in Northeast Texas? I live in Kerrville. Are you up near Dallas? So my thing is that why would you go back? Well, once again, you're not going to go back and forth like this unless you're a coyote. You come in here, you come to stay. There's a places even in Kerrville. There's a place where a lot of Hispanic people who are here illegally go to. It's a store, and they have a money. What do they call it? Where they money exchange, and then you can send money back to Mexico. And let me tell you, every Friday that place is full. In fact, sometimes they cause a traffic problem. So I'm all like, y'all, no. I don't believe his story. I don't believe he came back across the border because he was scared. I believe he came back across the border because he's a coyote and he lost his team. Near Texarkana. I've been up in that area a lot. I'm not going to post that. I have been up in that area a lot. A lot. Oh, wait, court reporter. Let's watch her. She's getting some. Okay. I've been all over Texas with emergencies and everything and Red Cross and chaplainship. But the thing for me is what bothers me more than anything is that why in the world would he come back across the border if he's a coyote, which leads me to believe he was? Then tell me you knew the route. You knew where to hide. The coyotes know the places to hide. The coyotes know how to do this. Unless you were involved, because you don't want to get caught in the United States committing murder. Although Mexican prison is royally by far worse than anything in the U.S. Anybody else on the same page I am? Someone made the comment the other day on my page, and I just went, really? And it's okay, everybody. I'm not going to dog anybody for their opinions, but the opinion was, why would you live on the border? Why would you live on the border? If that's what was going on, why would you live there? When they moved there 20 years ago, they would see people crossing. Most of them did not have guns. People crossing to find a better life usually aren't the ones carrying the guns. It's the coyotes. By the way, those who may not know, a coyote is a person who's paid to transport people illegally, human traffickers. I watched a show where now we have children, pregnant women come across the border all the time to give birth illegally. But when they're here and they give birth, oh yeah, after this I would sell. Their children, even though the parents are illegals, the children are U.S. citizens. They were born here, but the parents then take the child over across the United States. Once a child gets to a certain age, I think it's junior high age in the United States, the kids start walking to the border and crossing the border, entering into the United States, going to school in the United States. Some of them, when they get in high school, get jobs. At the end of the day, they cross back over into the Mexico, and they have a right, anchor babies, that's right. They have a right to education. And we pay for their food while they're here. We pay for all their meals. And if they get sick while they're here, we pay for it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that happens. I think Daniel is suspicious. I agree with what you were saying. He just had so many details wrong from the incident, and the fact that the backpack and the fanny pack were open someone took stuff when they took it off. Exactly. And he didn't get the back fanny pack because it broke the strap and it had hung on the back strap. Someone else made the comment. He had to have been here because he knew about the horse. How do we know that the prosecution didn't show him a picture of the ranch and the horse was in the picture? How do we not know if he has not crossed over into this property multiple times? Because once they know they can cross somewhere and they don't have as much opposition to get through a certain area, like i.e. my papa's ranch, there's no opposition on some of these ranches. And sometimes, like the Kellys, they're here during the winters and they go up north during the summers. So there's times that the Kellys are not even on the property for weeks or months at a time. Hold on a split second. I'll be right back, y'all. My son was asking what I wanted. My son came in and checked on me, and I was asking him for lunch. Hello, Karen. Thank you for joining. I really greatly appreciate you. Hey, Karen, if you don't know me, I'm Ada Kay, and I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but all of a sudden my ears just. But I'm going to school in criminal justice, and I am an alternate juror. I look at it just like everybody else. Glad you came and joined us. Thank you, Justice, for saying that. Andrea, most ranches have horses, don't they? Yes. That like saying you've been on my house because you mentioned I have a car on the driveway. Exactly. But the thing was, he was able to describe the horse was a reddish brown horse. And he said malnourished. It was old. It was not malnourished, but it was an old horse because the hip bones were showing on the ribs. That happens the horse was in its 20s. Oh, thank you, Karen. Karen, I just have only been doing this this is my 5th week doing this. I am a baby. So thank you for joining. And if you subscribed, thank you so much. Y'all are blessing my socks off. Guys, this is so exciting. And so anyway, did I have a kitten come in the room? I have a baby kitten, y'all. So we rescued a kitten. What time is it in Arizona? Right now it is. So they're 2 hours. So it's 11:32 in Arizona. 11:32 in Arizona. So the thing about the horse is and once again, if you're a coyote and you've got a good path with least resistance, and he's been in the United States 9 to 10 times by his own testimony, I honestly would believe it's more than that because he got caught 9 to 10 times. He didn't say how many times he actually entered the U.S. illegally. My monkey. Okay, y'all, all right, my son has a business. And this business has a lot of offices, and he gave me one of the office that was empty to create an amazing podcast room. And I got to see if I have a picture of that. Let me see. I may post it. In that. Oh, thank you for the new subscriptions, y'all. Ratton 7, how's it? Rainet 7, is that meant? By the way, I am legally dyslexic. While I'm looking, I'm going to share this because I did this before. This is what I firmly believe happened to the tree. Y'all, I've shared it multiple times this morning, but we got some new people on. So I have a new this podcast room I've been working on for a year and a half. And he blessed me with it. The monkey is at my house. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plan a time and schedule a time to bring her in. Or either that or get, let me see. Here's a picture of my baby. I'll put it up for y'all. There's a picture of my baby. She's talking to us when we were on the phone. That's the monkey, y'all. There be the monkey. There be the monkey. But I set up this podcast room, and thanks, Mr. Recovery Addict, for the assistance. and giving me advice on something I need to purchase. Y'all, this thing is expensive, but I am so willing to get it. It's not actually, this is not the finished look, but it is a good representation of what my podcast room looks like. Let me move it back. So that's the podcast room. Yay. Hi, Justice. Oh, thank you guys. So I will bring the monkey at some point. I will set it up. Thank you, beloved. I will set it up. But she needs to be in a good mood because we have to travel from home to office. You guys, I've been going on. Can you guys please comment what you guys think about what I was talking about? Now, we were talking about something and I left it and I went to go back. I forgot what it was. I think it was part of the testimony. Can't remember. But one thing that bothers me about the Mr. Kelly himself and his situation, if I had to say anything, it would be shooting up in the air. I would say that. And that is always risky to do. But if I thought, what was it? Meaning what was what? What was it? I can't remember, Karen, because someone made a comment and I changed let me look back at the comment so I can maybe. Oh, the horse. That's it. We're sitting here talking about it and he was saying that the horse was malnourished. Well, no, he wasn't. But the horse is 20 something years old. And they talked about the horse being shot. The horse was never shot, ever shot. But the horse is in a pasture. And if he is sitting there and there's a gunshot that goes off, it's going to spook the horse. And then Mr. Kelly comes out and fires warning shots. The horse is going to get spooked. Well, that's it. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. They would have. But here's something that was said. Did y'all catch this? Comment if you. Hi, Sensei. Y'all want to see my service dog? Come here, baby. This is my service dog. Up. No. Come here. I know. Come here. Up. Come up. You're going to up. You need to up so they can see you. Here's my service dog, y'all. All right. She's my ears when I'm deaf. She's my ears. And the kitten, I can't reach it. So here's the thing. Daniel stated that when Gabriel was shot, do y'all remember this? Say yes or no. He was standing behind him. And he grabbed his chest and said he was shot and fell backwards. What's wrong with that picture, y'all? Anybody knows anything about guns? Come here, kitty. Come here. Oh, the kitty's like, I'm anchored down. I'm happy I'm by a warm source. Hey, you want to come here? She's 5 weeks old. What is the problem with that comment? Daniel said he was standing behind Gabriel when he was shot. What's the problem with that comment? Well, I take a bite. The bullet was a through and through. It's right, Karen. Congratulations, you win that prize. The bullet was a through and through. So if it went through, it would have hit Daniel. If he says he's standing directly behind him, Hannah Gutierrez trial, the Russ trial, the bullet went clear through the cinematographer, Helena Hutchinson. They claimed it would not have been anybody else because there was no evidence of another pew or casing. What if it was a pew and it didn't eject the casing? I like the way you think, Eric. Thank you for joining me. Comment, like, and subscribe. I'm Ada K, just in case you didn't know me. You're so right about that. Yeah. But the thing is, they said they took metal detectors out there later. They would have. I found something. But even if they found things, guys, that's a ranch. They shoot weapons at that. Lack of evidence. He was consistent. Great. Yeah. Yeah. But let's talk about the footprint. And I did say this on the Recovery Addict panel. If y'all were there, they found a footprint. Well, I have a problem with a footprint. I really do. I have a problem with a footprint. First of all, Daniel stated that he was with the victim when he was shot. And they had knelt down. They squatted and knelt. You would find two sets of footprints. They would not be one. They would be kind of like shuffled. You're running up and shuffled. Who do I think, Karen? I think it was Daniel. And I'll go back to that in a second. And I'll hit you in a second. I don't want to forget that. But here's the thing. The footprints. There would have been multiple footprints, and there would have been shuffling, and there would have been knee prints in that dirt. Okay. If Kelly didn't, who do you think I did? I think if Kelly didn't, then it probably was Daniel or somebody with them. So it's very possible that the casings near the house had been there before the incident. It's possible, but Mr. Kelly did admit to standing in that vicinity. But I don't think you guys were on, so I'm going to review this. Okay. First of all, I went shooting this past weekend. I do have a gun. I am a licensed carrier in the state of Texas. In other states, it's fine too. And I went to the gun range, and I have 9mm. And at the gun range, so just coincidentally, they have tables set up, and one next to us had an AR, an AK, and a shotgun and handguns. He had an AK-47, just like Mr. Kelly's, and he shot it while I was there. And I just sat back and watched. So he's standing. Due to my space and lack of room, we're going to modify. Here's the gun. Here's the trigger. Okay. We're just going to say he's shooting this way. He's like this. Okay. I'm sorry, like this. The gun is here. The Twix is where it ejects. Right there is where it's going to eject. Here's the trigger. It's going to go this way. Let me rephrase this. The analyst and the forensic guy said that it would eject side and forward on that gun. Guys, I witnessed it with my own eyes. My own eyes. At the range, same weapon. I watched 30+ rounds come out of that gun, and they ejected to the right and between 4 and 5 o'clock. And not all of them did. Some of them went to 3 o'clock. So we're going to give it a range of between 4 and 5 o'clock on average, depending on how fast he shot. Now, when he shot slow, it went more like this. When he went pop, 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 man, it was going like this. Okay. Let's angle the gun up. After what I witnessed with the same gun. I mean, this was so coincidental, y'all. Yes, they did. You're right. So if Mr. Kelly is shooting up in the air, once again, you can barely see, this is where my finger is holding this candy bar, is where the ejection is. They're going to eject like this, up high and almost behind. Now, this guy did not fire up in the air, because that would have been, he would have gone, they would have banned him from the gun range, because that's something you cannot do, because you can't control where the bullets, you got to shoot downrange. But and I talked to him about it. I went up and said, what are your opinions on that? Now, if they found any other case, now here's the other thing. They had a dog come out and find one casing I've been around a lot of police dogs. I've seen a lot of demonstrations. Do you think a police dog is going to stop after one? They're to scan the whole area. They're not going to stop after one shot. If Mr. Kelly sat there and said, I fired 9 rounds, they're going to look for all 9 of those rounds. What are your opinions? I'm going to look for our poll. You cannot tell me that dog is going to sit there and only find 1 round. 1 round? How is that possible? We have 8% guilty, 56 not guilty, and 36 with 25 votes. Thank you guys so much for voting. I really, really appreciate it. You're blessing my socks off here. What I don't understand why Danny went back to Mexico. Do you know why? Because he had drugs on him. And if he did shoot him, you don't want to be caught in the U.S. committing murder with drugs on you being an illegal. Yeah, that was the other question. Good one, Sparkles. Do you like Sparkle S or Sparkles? I'm sorry. I'm new to this, y'all. So for me, there are just too many holes. Way too many holes for them to. I think if they want to find him guilty, this is why I have the paper towels, because I'm having lunch. They should have narrowed this down a little bit. They should have narrowed it down. And here's something I want to ask y'all. And there's someone here who has Sparkles. Okay. Miss Kelly and Mr. Kelly. When Miss Kelly went and turned off the lights and all that stuff I talked about earlier, how the female SO Sparkles. Miss Kelly was followed through her house by an SO without permission, no warrant, no nothing. At the time, and we discussed this on the panel with Recovery Addict. And the thing is that they were not detained at the time that all that other had happened. But then they put her in the car and didn't tell her what they were doing. They took her to the police department and didn't tell her what they were doing. Hi. Is the baby bothering you? Let me see if I can grab baby. Oh, come here. Oh, she ran. I'm trying to grab the kitten for y'all. And never once were her rights read to her. They asked her for the phone, all that stuff. It's crazy. Okay, I love this comment. My husband is from Honduras, and after you pay $3,000 to $4,000 to cross, you don't go back to Mexico to pay a coyote to cross again. Exactly. If there's gunshots or whatever, you're going to run for your freaking life, but you're not going to run to Mexico. Karen, thank you for validating me. I've been saying that all along. I've been saying that all along. Oh, someone asked what I'm eating. Salami. I'm trying to eat less carbs. So there is just so many holes, but I feel bad because unless you're carrying drugs, exactly, and you've broken the law and killed somebody. If you believe that number one, you're carrying drugs. Number two, you believe you killed somebody, you're going to get back across that border because you know they can't chase you. Point. Y'all should see this little kitten playing in here. I'll try to get her for you. Oh, she just ran back in my son's office. How cute. So I really, really struggle with this witness. In fact, I'd never put that witness on the stand, and I would never. I want to know why they didn't put the sheriff on the stand. I mean, if you look at all the defense's witnesses, they were all hostile. What do y'all think about that? They were all hostile people. And here's a good question. What is your opinion about Mr. Kelly not testifying? I know I see the activity. I got it up here. Yay. But they've been doing this all day. Mm-hmm. And here's something else. Let's talk about the sheriff's testimony, y'all. How many of you find it interesting the sheriff did an interview and he didn't know the direction the body was facing? He didn't know where the body was. He didn't know how the body was shot. He never visited the scene. And he's going across the border illegally. Yes, it is, as of 2020, illegal to go across the border and do an interview or get a deposition of any kind without sharing the information with the Mexican police and contacting the American consulate. That's true. Yep. Hold on a sec. I got someone texting me. Well, we're still waiting for the jury to come back. I'm on live right now. But I hope you have a better day. We'll reach out in a little bit. Come watch the live if you feel up to it, but it's okay if you don't. I have a friend having a rough time. Karen, I haven't said this. What baby girl? Come here. Place. I know the kitten's bothering you. Place. You're such a good girl. Y'all, I never brought that up because I didn't want to get into that, but I'll go there. It's my channel. I'll do what I want. I didn't bring it up on the panel because, I'm trying to keep it. Pickle's not political. What's that? Is that what he says? Ah, good point. Yeah, I'm afraid he may. That's okay. That's okay. You guys, there are a lot of good Border Patrol agents out there. There are a lot of good sheriffs out there. But this is a big cluster. Don't play with the cords. Hold on. It is political, and I just want to navigate this fairly and equally. I totally understand it is political, but I respect people's beliefs. I just don't want to get into the presidential political part of this, okay? But it is political when it comes to the sheriff. He even made it known. He made it very clear that he was going to run again. And I don't know if he ran again and lost. I should have looked it up, but like I said, I'm kind of like a duck. Matt, did you get her? The kitten. She's chewing my cords. Well, if you grab her, let me show there's a bunch of new people on. Let me show real quick. Y'all, you saw the dog, and we're calling her Ellie. She's adopted my son. Isn't that just the sweetest little thing? She's a sweetheart, but she's just starting to get to the exploring stage. If you can shut the door, I'd appreciate it. I will leave her in here with me. Thanks. The dog. But I mean, the sheriff made it political. Can't count how many times Border Patrols are, yeah. Well, but and a lot of it's like with any group of political or any group of police, you got your good and your bad. Isn't she so cute, y'all? I just absolutely love her. I found her outside her office up next to a tree in a little bit of dirt. So we have some stray cats. So that does not surprise me that we found her. Sensei, you can place now. She's not here. Good girl. My dog. But it is a very difficult situation My heart cries out to those who are seeking political refuge. I get it. But what bothers me is that this case is I think that I'm going to play devil's advocate for Kelly right here. I think they had him pegged from the moment they stepped on foot. Exactly. Justice, you're right. One of the Border Patrol seemed to testify poor Kelly. This SO was against him. Sheriff officer. You are so right. I felt that one of the witnesses, and I said it, did not turn out like the prosecution wanted it to. At all. Now, who was... Oh, I want to talk about the guy who was sitting next to the prosecution the whole time. He seemed to be, he's a sheriff officer who seemed to be in charge of the all of the evidence. Y'all. First of all, I'm not a lawyer. If anybody here is in the law field and lawyer, he got to sit in the entire trial and he got to go over there and testify. You don't think his testimony wasn't weighted by the evidence that he saw and the people that came in and testified? You're right. Mm-hmm. Yes. I as a juror would struggle a little bit with that, because if you're sitting here and you've watched the entire case and you are on the prosecutions, I believe that you would possibly manipulate your testimony to better the prosecution. You know what? Miss Hills, yes. If the Kelly gets convicted, most likely his wife will have to settle it. And let me explain something here. If he goes away to prison for a term longer than a year, personal experience. Some of y'all don't know my testimony. It will be equal to a death to her. She will have to do everything. If he goes away for 10, 15 years or whatever, after sentencing, she will have to do everything that she would have to do as if he had died, except she won't have a death certificate. Could you not have been there? I had a husband that went away to prison, and unexpected to me, I didn't know what he was doing. I had to testify. And it was horrid. It was equal to a death. Yep. That's a good answer. The guy owned that guy. He owned a ranch close to the Kellys. Let me tell you about that. He didn't live there. He has, thanks for the hugs. Are you leaving us? Sparkles? He has ranch hands taking care of that property. And they say, well, do you ever see illegals? No, I never see anybody. I don't see a problem. I don't hear. The only time I hear is when Mr. Kelly tells me that the fence has been cut. Blah, 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 blah. And then they said, how often are you there? Do you live there? No, I don't live there. I have ranch hands. Of course he doesn't see it like the Kellys. If you don't live there, you're not going to see it as much. Oh, yeah. I would not be surprised if Daniel did not get a visa for testifying, because they can do that to him. They can. Here comes, okay. We got defense attorneys. I think we have something getting ready to really pop now. We got defense attorneys coming in. I think we're going to have something. But guys, here's the thing. No matter what happens, Mr. Kelly, whether he's innocent or guilty, Miss Kelly and his family, if he's found guilty, they're going to lose everything. If it's a hung trial and they actually go and prosecute again, say prosecution tries, I know I'm getting nervous too. If the prosecution tries him again, it's over. I don't think, I mean, he physically may not survive it. He emotionally may not survive it. But he financially definitely cannot and will not survive it. Y'all, I'm going to let my dog out. She's begging. Hold on. Y'all can see my background. Come on. Okay, y'all got to see my background. Hey, question. While we wait, I have a screaming goat that we named Cooper on the last view. So when the muckery gets a lot. But a friend gave me this. Actually, not just a friend, my daughter. I call her my best friend. But we need a name for this Highland cow. Well, guys, do you know what, guys? I'm going to do something. And if it offends you, I apologize, but I don't. But before I do, y'all, drop a name for the Highland cow. A friend of mine decorated for me, and there's a white Highland cow here. There's another brown Highland cow there. And my daughter got this for me. She's away at college, and she got this. She said, needs to be my mascot. So y'all need to help me name the Highland cow. I will take names and put it to a vote. Okay. If anybody is watching would be offended if I prayed, let me know now. I'm not trying to offend anybody. But there's a lot of y'all saying to pray. I like Scotty. That's cute. Let's see. I'm trying to. Humphrey the Highland. Oh, gosh. These are so awesome. George, Bertha. Oh, I just dropped 3 people. I just dropped off when I said that. I don't know if it's a he or she. I just lost 3 people when I said pray. But you know what? It's not meaning to offend anybody. But like I said, everybody has things that they do. And this is, all right, y'all. I don't know if it's he or she. Give me this. All right, I'm going to do this real quick. Father God, we lift before you the Kelly family. And Lord, only you know truly what happened that day. And only you know who shot Gabriel. And no matter what happened, Gabriel's family, no matter what he was doing, are grieving. They are not responsible for his actions either. But whatever your plan for the Kellys, Lord, we ask that you give grace and mercy, that the jury reach the proper, correct, and just decision in this. And we ask that you give strength and wisdom to the Kelly family as they face whatever the verdict is. And we thank you that at least here in America, we have a judicial system that we can do what we're doing here today. In your name, amen. I have to be careful. I could go so far. I could do so much, but I have to be careful. Heidi the heifer. That's cute. I believe in the power of prayer. I'm a cancer survivor. Me too. I've done it 3 times. Ovarian at 27, breast during my husband's trial, breast cancer. And then I had, I don't know why that's going off. And then I had skin cancer 2 years ago, and I actually went through chemo on those. Oh, you like it, Karen. Heidi the heifer. I kind of like that. I like all your suggestions, but Heidi the heifer or Heidi the Highland, it just kind of, we'll see. We'll keep it up. We'll keep it going. But I think that it's kind of interesting that I will probably always remember this trial because it's my first big trial. And I got this. Y'all understand? I can't believe no one else is covering this. What do you think? Oh, thanks, Karen. Brownie. Oh, that's cute. Well, we'll put a poll up another day. We got too much going on. But I will keep all these I can call her Kelly, the Kelly trial. Please comment, like, and subscribe if you haven't already, y'all. Building a YouTube channel is scary and fun and exciting and nerve-wracking. I mean, I can just keep going on. But it is so much fun. Oh, I'm at 163 subscribers, y'all. Oh my gosh, you guys are so flipping amazing. You were so amazing. Thank you so very much. I love y'all. They are not, yeah, kind of looks like a bull with horns. They just have they have a bunch of, it's just a fur growth. It's a lot different on the Highland cows. My grandfather had a cow and he named it after me. And then my grandfather had a pig, an ugly sow that he named after my mom. I wonder if there was any poetic justice in that. Very well may be. But see, what people, oh, Daisy, I like those. But here's the thing, y'all. Here's the problem. Thank you, Karen. What people don't realize, and one reason why I decided to cover this is number one, I live in Texas and you're close to the border. Wanda, oh wow, that's great. What happens in this trial is going to affect the future laws concerning ranches and farms and land on the border. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Pauline. Thanks, Karen. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much. This to me is a precedent setting case. And that's why I'm surprised people are not covering this because, oh, by the way, somebody asked me about my lip gloss yesterday. This is Limelight by Alcombe. I've been a professional makeup artist. I've done a lot in my life, y'all. Since my 19 years of age. So that's over 30 years. And this is the cosmetic line that I use when I do professional makeup. And I absolutely love it. And it comes in, look at the little bling bling. I mean, come on. I'm a girl. I like bling. But one of the things that really breaks my heart is that whatever the outcome. Oh, they're okay. I had read something real quick. One of the things that does bother me a little bit about this is whatever happens, it's going to affect a lot of people on the border. You know, Karen, when they moved to the border 20 years ago, Miss Kelly said she could walk her property and that she would always carry a gun, but it was for snakes and there's coyotes and other dangerous critters out there that can be very aggressive. And she had dogs. And if the dogs picked up on a wild boar, for example, here in Texas, and there too, that boar will kill your dogs. So, but she never felt fearful of humans. Now, every once in a while, she would see in the distance people walking, but they didn't have guns and they were in plain clothes. Now, most immigrants crossing do not wear camouflage. They might be told don't wear bright colors, but they're not camouflage backpack, camouflage clothes. They don't have a radio and they're not carrying binoculars. Like I said, that radio, mine's $1,200. Analog is probably about $800 when I bought my analog Firecom radio as a firefighter volunteer. So, yeah. And so the camouflage are the ones who are the ones doing the actual coyote or the mules. And so for me, that's really, really important distinction. And so she used to get up in the morning and go have her walks, drink her coffee and all that kind of stuff. But then she started seeing people in camouflage with guns. I'm like, y'all, to have worked all your life and to support your husband's dreams your whole life. And finally, he supports your dream. And finally, you're in a place that you're happy and you want to enjoy your property and go for nice long walks. And then you turn around and can't anymore. And so RA has been mentioning that there's a bill in our legislature that allow people to protect their property. This would be a completely different case if that had happened. Okay, there is a bill. In Texas, we have what's called Stand Your Ground. And what that means is I don't have to retreat. I don't have to do anything. If I see you on my property and you have a gun and I fear for my life, I can shoot you. Yes, you are so right. I'll hit that in a minute. That is in Texas. They don't have that. They have the castle doctrine, which means in Arizona, which means you can protect your home in your home. If someone comes in your home, you can defend yourself. And the castle doctrine also in Texas covers that you may carry a weapon in your car. Your car is an extension of your home without a license. I think you're right, Sparkles. That's where I was going to go, and I totally forgot. Thank you, Sparkles. People don't realize is that the coyotes, and this is so true. I have worked with some women who've gone through this. You have a woman with 2 children. Her husband's here. She has paid close to $10,000 to bring her and her children to the U.S. to a coyote. At some point in the travel, he rapes her. Or I don't know how to, I can't say that. He takes advantage of her in an inappropriate way. And so that happens a lot. But Miss Kelly did say she found condoms. And there is human trafficking that goes through there. But human trafficking human trafficking, but the ST is a little different. Yeah. Yes, they have found them. Yes, they're going to break for lunch. And I knew they were going to break for lunch, but I'm going to stay on, y'all. So I hope you'll stick with me. Thank you for the 20 viewers. Thank you so much. Comment, like, subscribe. I really like this interaction. I really like the bantering back and forth. This is an open forum. You are more than welcome to comment and join in, and you can state your opinion. You will not be criticized or judged for your opinion, whether you're for or against. So, yes, what happened was she was saying they found clothes and they found old water bottles and they have found backpacks and other things. And they said, what other things? Well, so yes, she did say that. Yes, she did. And that is not uncommon. Really, it isn't. But they find needles. I mean, that was one thing I was told on a ranch. I went there during some of the hurricanes. I have gone to the border, and I've been in Hidalgo County. I've been El Paso. I've been everywhere. But I worked every hurricane from Katrina to Harvey. I was in the 9th Ward at Katrina. But anyway, I've worked every hurricane from Katrina to Harvey. And one of the things that we were warned about every time we went to the border is watch out for needles, because illegals crossing the border are often addicts themselves, and they will use needles and just throw it on the ground. So needles is a big thing also on the property. But the damage they caused to the property, one of the ranchers' neighbor, I said this earlier, said that he had $60,000. I live just north of San Antonio in a little town called Kerrville. And the problem, didn't mean to put that up. Like I said, I didn't mean to double click. The problem is that when you have all of that, how do I put this? They damage your barns. They break into buildings like garages and sheds and equipment sheds to get out of the weather, if it's bad weather. They can damage your crops. They steal food because they're so hungry. There's a ton of plastic water bottles laying around. Now, that's one thing that that was another thing I want to get to. Daniel said that he and Gabrielle both had 6 liters of water each. He said that they had crossed the border with the water, and he said that they had made it just a few, I think it was like 70 meters from the house. When the gunshot went off, they dropped. Then he said they got up. Oh, no. I'm sorry. He said that the coyote said Border Patrol. And so they dropped. And then they heard a car pass. And then they waited. And when the car had done pass, they got up and ran for 15 minutes and only covered 2 football fields. And then they stopped and dropped the water. It was too heavy. And when they stood up to leave, Gabrielle was shot. Where the heck was all that water? That's a lot of water. Say, I watched a documentary or a YouTuber. I don't remember which. He showed how many trash clothes, dirty diapers, etc. That, oh my gosh. I knew of a rancher. He came and talked to us when we did the border training that he actually pays thousands of dollars a year for a dumpster to come once a week. And he has a ranch hand that his only job is to come and clean up all the trash. I'll see if I can pull up some images for y'all because we can do that. I'll see if I can find that images. But yes, I did. Okay, this is a perfect example, y'all. Perfect. I mean, there's tons of images. But okay, this is a good one. This is like, yeah, this is good. Here we go. Look at that. Well, yeah. And it depends on how far you're coming into the US before you meet with whoever you're supposed to meet. So look at this. I'm gonna kind of scroll. This is mild. Look at I'm gonna come back. Look at all this that they've picked. Oh, here's the backpack. Look at this. Guess what's in this, y'all? This is a cartel backpack. I don't know the name of the town, Karen, where he crossed, but he crossed in Arizona at the end of I'll pull up the map in a second and show you. Look at all this stuff that these ranchers have to pick up. Look at this. The one rancher. I mean, it's horrid what these poor ranchers go through. I mean, it's insane. And it's not, and they have to pay for it. Okay, let me pull up the picture for the Kelly. I'm pulling up images of the ranch and it'll show the border. So give me a second and I will pull. Oh, this is the one I'm looking for. Let me click on it and get it up. I'm going to share tab. Okay. Here is the willow crop. This is his house, his ranch right here. His ranch goes all the way. He has 170 acres. You see that dot right there? Okay. From the red dot where his house is, can you all see that? To the border dot is 1.5 miles. Gabrielle said it took 2 football fields to get there. I'm not Gabrielle, Daniel. 2 football fields. Okay, explain to me, a mile is 17.6 football fields. I Googled it a long time ago because I wanted to walk it at school. So he walked 26.4 football fields from the house to the end of that wall. Right here is where that wall ends, the Trump wall, and the Normandy wall begins. What's your thoughts on that, y'all? Mr. Kelly's property comes all the way up to the wall. Now, from this dot almost directly straight is right about a mile, they said, in testimony. And let me go back to the court one, and then I'll find the picture I'm looking for. Mr. Kelly's ranch, from his house to where the body was found, is actually a part of my thumbnail, but I'm going to try and see if I can find it again. Here it is. I'm going to make it larger. Share this tab. Now I can't see me. Maybe I can do it this way. We're going to come back in. There we go. This is the ranch house. Here you can see a faint wall. I'll expand it just so you can see. There we go. You can see a faint line that runs where my cursor is. That is the wall. Okay. The victim was over here. I believe the victim was found on this side of the house right over here. 115 yards. 115 yards. Okay. So, yeah. Yepers. What did y'all comment on that? What do y'all think about them apples? For those of you who has anybody here not seen the tree video yet? I know that we've had a lot of people joining. We had talked about the tree and how it had a yaw and it had been broken off, and then the prosecution kept saying that it had to be a bullet, it couldn't be an animal. Well, I'm going to show this again. I've shown it, but I'm going to show it again. I have seen this in real life. Tell me that does not that could not cause damage. It's funny. But yeah, happens all the time. I don't know. I love this video, y'all. I know it's bad, but I love it. It's funny. Okay, any questions or comments? Oh, yes, I want to talk about the situation with Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly in the house. And the hearing aid situation. That is something I am very experienced with. As a deaf support specialist and someone who wears hearing aids and deaf myself, I help educate people in cochlear implants. I help educate people. I help people get adjusted to their hearing aids, and I teach them how to use the app on their phone to control their hearing aids. Miss Kelly was stating multiple times that that her hearing aids were not working properly. Hold on, I need to tell my daughter to text. Okay. She's in college and having housing problems. So Miss Kelly had chargeable hearing aids. I'm going to take this. No, I got them off. These are my hearing aids, y'all. They're big. Mrs. Kelly's is about half as thick, and they're chargeable. These are the biggest batteries you can get for hearing aids because these are the biggest, baddest hearing aids you can purchase. I am profound. This only gives me ambient noises. It does not give me clarity. Miss Kelly's hearing aids, as the charge goes down, sometimes the strength goes down. Therefore, you don't always hear as well as you did in the morning. Number two, after you've had them for certain periods of time, over years, they don't hold charge long. Actually, these are loaners. My personal, that mine are the same brand, same make and model, but I have loaners. These are loaners because mine are in getting repaired because I use Bluetooth so much that I blow out the Bluetooth technology in them about once a year. On average, a person uses them for 3 years. Me, I blow through them in about a year. But her hearing loss level is that which, with the hearing aids that she got at the time, she could not hear the gunshot outside. Number one, it's a pitch. People don't realize it. A 9mm versus a AK versus an AR versus a shotgun are all different pitches. Mr. Kelly is in hearing aids, but he could hear within the pitch of a gunshot. Mrs. Kelly could not hear the pitch of a gunshot in the house, even with the TV at a low roar. Now, mind you, they said, Miss Kelly's watching TV and her hearing aid. No, Miss Kelly was in on her computer. No. Yes. I think she was on her computer. Mr. Kelly was, no, she was in the kitchen. Mr. Kelly was making the sandwich. The TV in the background is not going to sit there and do any of this. I mean, it's not a big factor. It was low. But the thing is that I lose in my hearing loss. I lost my highs first. Some people lose their lows first. So her hearing loss and Mr. Kelly's hearing loss are not going to be the same. Mr. Kelly heard the shot. Mrs. Kelly did not. It's because of her hearing lost. My husband was a dentist and he can't hear a lot of different pitches. Exactly. And I'll get to that in a second. And on top of that, there's what's called the banana in the graph. Let me pull it up. A hearing chart. And I want you to see this. Hearing loss chart. Okay. I want you to see this. This will probably be, I'm going to try and find a better image because I want it to show where the sounds, where you lose your speech. And okay, here's what I'm talking about. I'm going to share this, y'all. Share screen. Enlarge. I'm going to bring it on. Okay. Normal hearing is right here between 10 and 25. You pretty much hear everything. Mild hearing loss is when you start losing the Z's and the B's and some of the higher pitches, like moderate, like a baby cry. And some gunshots are in that frame. And the problem is that my hearing loss is down here at 120. Where that airplane is down at the bottom, that's my hearing loss. I am below 120. So if Mr. Kelly's is, say, mild to moderate and Mrs. Kelly's is moderate to severe, that means she's not going to hear the high pitches of a baby. She's not going to hear the whizzing sounds. She may not hear a car, but he can. Now, when she got her new hearing aids, that hearing aid was programmed to compensate for that sound. See, just because we get hearing aids, say if I got hearing aids in 2000, by the year 2003, my hearing has continued to decline. The hearing aid needs to be adjusted. She now has new hearing aids. Now that she has the new hearing aids, she can hear sounds like thunder that she couldn't hear before, that her husband cannot hear because his are older. So it fluctuates, goes back and forth. Okay. Let me look at this. Let me look at this. Please forgive me an ignorant question, but how do you hear for live stream last Friday, RA, when you're directing the okay. I'm reading everything. I have a program that captions everything that comes from my soundboard. Thank you. Direct meeting quick. Oh, what does that mean? Direct meeting quick. I was reading, and that's why sometimes, and I have these special ears. They're like musician ears, but they're the high end. These babies were $2,000. These babies are $8,000 a piece. Okay. I have a soundboard. That soundboard is turned up 100%. When I go to a conference, I take my ears and I have a special thing that plug into their soundboard. So I can sit wherever I'm at and take it with me and it Bluetooth so I can hear. They make me sign a waiver because I make them turn their board up to 100% volume and I sign a waiver. Okay. So everything I was doing when I was on live with the panel, I was reading what was saying and listening, and I can't hear. This is the best I can hear is when I have all this amplification. I can't carry this with me out in the real world. And so my hearing aids are great, but this is better. But it will come to a point where this will be difficult. But captioning is my best friend. So that's how I do it. I have special programs and things. It's called self-advocating and self-adapting. And technology is really getting great. However, listening to some of these court feeds have been difficult for me, and even the captioning messes it up. So I will sometimes have a recovery addict up on another screen, and I will actually have my captioning on him and on this because I have 2 monitors, and that's how I do it. It's a lot of work, y'all. The Crumbly trial, didn't some of the teachers mistake the gunshot for locker? Yes, I wanna go back to that. Yes. Sometimes they sound like fireworks, and let me tell you, I can't hear fireworks. I can feel if I'm close enough, like the concussion of them, but I can't hear them. I can see them, but I can't hear them. That's why I love y'all's your interaction with me, your typing and doing, because this to me is easier than live and having people talking to me. It really is a whole lot easier for me. I would love to have a panel, but I can't close caption that many people. I can be on a panel and follow along. And also, I have learned to lip read. I have spent hundreds of hours watching something, turning off the captioning, and I watch it for about 10 seconds. Then I rewind it and I caption it to see how much I got. It is called total communication. And it's, Pauline, it's not an ignorant answer. Thank you for explaining. I am opposite of you. I have high sensitive hearing, and a needle drops in the floor. It's like a can of beer falling on the floor. Yeah, my ex-husband was that way. I got a funny story, y'all. My first set of hearing aids, I didn't realize I couldn't hear water from across the house coming out of the faucet in the kitchen. I didn't know that when my husband went in the bathroom and I'm in the bedroom and they're right next to each other, that he could hear me, but I couldn't hear him. So my first set of hearing aids, I'm sitting in the bedroom and it sounded like a man peeing in a tin sink, a metal sink. It's what it sounded like. I'm like, why is he peeing in the sink? And I walked out there and I said, what's going on? He goes, what do you mean? I said, did you pee in the sink? And he goes, no, what? Ew. I do teach sign language. Actually, I teach at the community center here. And I said, no. He said, no. And I said, it sounded like a man peeing in a tin bucket. Because I grew up hearing, I know what sounds are like, but when you lose a sound, sometimes you don't realize, I don't realize unless I see a bird with its mouth moving, I don't hear birds. I forget that I don't hear birds. I don't hear rain. And I'm sitting here and it feels like this, but I'm like, what's going on? And I look outside and it's pouring down rain. And my son, oh, it's been raining for an hour. I don't know it. So anyway, he told me, no, it was my ex-husband said, no, it was the ice maker filling up. Yeah, y'all, I miss out a lot of things. My daughter and son were both in band, and thank God they were in percussion because I could feel what they were doing and I could see it. But when my daughter was, y'all, if you haven't watched the movie Coda, CODA, there's a scene in Coda where their daughter's in a choir concert singing a solo and the parents are just looking around because they can't hear anything. And that's exactly how I was. I would love to teach sign language on a channel. There's a lot of people teaching sign language. But the problem is there's this one person who was teaching sign language, and I was going to. And a lot of people gave her a lot of hell. It's very, very vicious. When I start signing and talking at the same time, if you watch me enough, you will see it and you can start learning and you can ask me a question and I'll answer that. But I have to be very, very, very careful with teaching because in New York, this is trash. In Texas, this is trash. So there's differences. Did you reach on panel despite hand? Do you? Oh, thank you. But I will teach you something, Pauline. Some people will consider it a handicap, and there's nothing wrong with using that word. I now consider it a new ability because I would not be where I am today and know what I know today if I haven't lost my hearing. It's opened me up to a whole new community and family of people, and I love everybody. I will say it's hard being on both sides of that fence. I ride that fence. I got one foot in the hearing world and one foot in the deaf world, and it's very hard. I remember when I first moved into an apartment and kept hearing loud trumpet. Yeah. Oh, I want to watch Coda do that. Okay, Coda is captioned, and they do have sign, but a hearing person can watch that perfectly. In fact, when I teach my ASL classes, I teach fall and spring and sometimes summer. I make the class I don't make it. We watch it in the class, and I have them write things. It is a fabulous, fabulous educational tool. Oh, it's okay, Pauline. It's okay, and I'll teach you all something. It's not hearing impaired. Blind is impaired because you can't drive, you depend on someone. Impaired is meaning you depend on them. Deaf don't like to be impaired. They're hard of hearing or deaf. Okay? It's no shame, and I appreciate you from across the ocean. I really, really, and you're doing honest. Exactly. Spanish is different in Honduras and Mexico. But if anybody wants to learn sign language, there is some stuff from Gallaudet University, which is the only fully deaf university in the United States. And there are some apps and tools that I can refer to you. I did post my email earlier. Contact me and I'll be happy to give that to you. Happy, happy, happy. And no, your English is not poor. Pauline, your English is fine. A lot of people call deaf people handicapped. Not all deaf people collect a disability government check every month. A lot of people, it just depends on the person, and it depends on how they're able to communicate. And a lot of people think all deaf people know sign language, and they don't. I know a lot of deaf that depend on lip reading and writing only, and a lot of people think lip reading only. You get 30% of the lip reading. I'm going to do a test. Hey, let's play a game. Y'all want to play a game? I'm going to test you. Okay. I'm going to get close. I'm going to say something, but I'm not going to give any sound. And I want to see if you know what I said. And it's a comment that you probably will get, but we'll see. Are you ready? Pay attention. What do you think I said? What do you think I said? And lunch will be over in less than an hour for them. What do you think I said? Because I guarantee it'll be interesting to see what you comment. Comment below. Tell me what you think I said. I really want to hear. I really want to see. Will you marry me? Any? Oh my God. Thank you guys for subscribing to my channel. I love y'all. Thank you so much. Actually, all of you are wrong. I said, will you bury me? Like in, I'm dead, put me in the ground. Oh, that's okay, Pauline. You're just fine. You are perfectly fine. No offense. You're good. You're good. Mary, look at this. Mary, berry, look exactly the same on the lips. Will you kiss me? Will you kiss me? Will you hiss, kiss, hiss are the same on the lips. So what do deaf people do? When we lip read, 30% of it is the lip reading. The rest of it, you were very close. That's what everybody says. I knew that's what you were going to say. What it really is about 30% at best on the lips. It's context and what sound you do have. It's all put together. So most people say they can be deaf, but most people, a lot of them have something. The bee did it. Most people have something. It may not be much. I remember in school someone would say vacuum, but it looked like something. I never heard of that one. How old are you? We may be in totally different generations on that one. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Oh my gosh. Y'all, it is difficult. People don't know how hard. And I got to be honest, by the end of the day, I'm exhausted. I mean, sometimes I just unplug. I don't want to look at anybody. TV is because you have the closed captioning and my TV 42. I got you by 11 years. I got the hearing aids at Bluetooth, but there's always going to be. But you know what? When people speak the same language, there's miscommunication. So when I was on the panel with Recovery Addict, I made the comment multiple times. I'm sure y'all heard me say this, that if I interrupt, please understand I don't mean to. It's because I can't tell that you stopped talking or someone is trying to hop in. So that's why I started doing that, because I struggle with that. And I would love to have Recovery Addict jump in on my channel, and he and I could do fine because I could have him big on my screen. And that's the other thing. If I have you really big, like you're like right here in my face, I could really lip read you well. So I want to show deaf people out there and hard of hearing people out there that you're not limited. You can do this too. I mean, they can sign only. I can just turn off my voice. I just said I could, I could turn off my voice and everybody that's deaf could understand what I'm saying. It actually is. There are always challenges, but what you don't know, you don't know. It was very hard. I still grieve it. I went to the gun range with a friend, and it was funny. There were benefits. The benefit number one is I put earplugs in just to appease them because their insurance policy, but it ain't going to bother me. I won't hear it. But on the way over there, she had some music in her car, and she goes, "Hey, can you hear this and that?" And I'm all like, "Deaf." I can't hear music, and I was a musician and a professional singer in my early life. I was in junior high. I was in the youth philharmonic. By the end of high school, I learned every woodwind, all the clarinets, the flutes, the bassoon, the oboe, the saxophones, and percussion. And then I was also in choir. Then after choir, if anybody's heard of Sweet Adelines, it's a barbershop all a cappella singing group. I was a part of that, did quartet and choir or chorus singing, church choir, praise and worship. I mean, I miss singing. I miss music. I remember getting not these hearing aids, but the pair before, and they were so much more stronger than the ones I had before. And a friend of mine for my birthday took me to Houston to her sister's, and her sister had gotten us tickets to the Houston Symphony, but they played the Star Wars film on a huge screen, but the symphony played the music for the entire movie. I could care less about that movie because those ears gave me sound I hadn't heard in years. I could hear the flute triddle. I could hear the sound they made for when the the fighter jets were coming in, and I just was like, I could close my eyes. I could care less. I can't do that anymore. I can't hear the strings. I can't hear the vibrato on a stringed instrument anymore. I can feel some of the music, but I can't hear it. And so and I won't be able to ever hear my grandbaby cry. That gets me. I may never hear their voice. I don't know. There will be a point where hearing aids won't work. Cochlear implants, I'm not a candidate for because I had meningitis at the age of 33 and produced too much spinal fluid. And for them to put a hole in my skull to feed the wire through it, it's just too dangerous for me. I'm not a candidate. And that's okay. But that's why I went to school to learn sign language. And that's why I fight so hard to fight so hard to hear. So I'm sorry for that lecture. Any other questions? Let's get back to this case. I know. I need a cup of hot coffee. I wonder if I can con my son into getting me a cup of hot coffee. He's a good boy. He's 24 years old. I have a daughter, 19, in college. She and I may graduate at the same time. Okay, it looks like in about 30 minutes, lunch will be done. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can talk about. You guys, I am streaming every day that there's a trial that I'm following. That's what there's two questions I want to ask you. One, I'm trying to find the next trial. I thought about doing the Kohlberg. There's trials I thought about doing. Number one, everybody's doing them. Number two, I don't want to start a trial that's hopping in the middle. And so I will be doing trial streaming again. I might take a day or two off after this, you guys, because I do have my sister-in-law has got stage 4 inoperable metastasized systemic cancer. And she's been going through chemo. She's doing well considering, but I want to spend a day or so with her, just go up to her house and hang with her a couple of days. But I will hop back on in a day or so. Just keep checking because, yes, I'll be on live a lot. I am definitely doing the Alec Baldwin trial. Are anybody here interested in that? Throw some thumbs up, say hello or something. The Alec Baldwin trial to me is going to be a very interesting trial. Anybody have anything about the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial? I did do that one. You're very strong. Will restrict you. Okay. My name is Ada, A-D-A, and I will take K or Ada K. I've got a girlfriend that talks like this, and it's Ada K. So yes, Ada or K, or both. Let's talk about the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial, shall we? First of all, before I go into it, oh, you lovely. Hi, Eddie. Found you through RA Friday. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining me. I love you guys for hopping on my page. Oh my gosh. That was an experience for me. Eddie, I don't think y'all know how excited I was and how nervous I was. Eddie, I've only been doing this. This is my 5th week. I played around for a week and then I hit hard fit. I played around with the Hannah Gutierrez and then I hit this trial full time. And this has been huge learning curve. And to been on his panel at this stage in my game, he is a mentor. I told him, whether you like it or not, you're my mentor. So, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, I want to know from y'all, guilty or not guilty? I'm not going to say another word about it until I find it, till I see y'all. I want to see your comment on that. Guilty, not guilty. And I'm going to look at our poll and see where we are while y'all are doing that. I'm going to look at my poll and see where you are. I wish I could see it in better, but I have to do it a certain way. I really respect the setup that Mr. R.A. Guilty, not guilty. Okay. Why can't I enlarge this? There it is. Verdict watch. Poll. The poll is 6% guilty. Oh my gosh. 6% guilty. Not guilty 47%. Hung jury 47. We are equally tied right now for hung jury and not guilty? All right, Pauline, why not guilty? And then I'll ask everybody, why guilty? Why do you believe she was not guilty? Eddie, I would be so blown over if he called me and came onto mine. I'd be like, where's the pee pad? Y'all know what that means. I'm old. That would be so freaking awesome if he came on mine. If he blessed me like that, oh my God. Y'all, I started that when I started on the panel, just when he brought me on, I had 24 followers. When he brought me off, I had 150. Just because someone's a jerk, does that mean he was wrong? I'm playing devil's advocate here, Pauline. There's no, Andrea, it's no personal thing. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I mean, Karen. Oops, I didn't do that. I meant to do that. Okay, I don't know how many of my nephew works in the province. Okay, listen, y'all. I believe. Well, first, I don't know how to put this. It's hard for me to really comment on Alec Baldwin because we haven't had trial. And one of the things I've tried very hard to do is not dive into these cases before I came on. Like with this one, I didn't know anything about it, honestly. I knew nothing about it. And the reason I did it is because I want to be on here as like an alternate juror. So I have no opinion one way or the other. Okay. I did the same thing when I was with Hannah, and I'm going to do the same thing when I do Alec Baldwin. I did learn some things from the Hannah trial, but I'm putting those aside. I'm taking that hat off. But let's look through your comments right now. Okay. She should have been more thorough in keeping the rounds organized and checked rounds. Okay. Because everybody was guilty. The whole crew failed. But the big shot was being accountable. The little one took the blame. Yes, his story changed many times. I will give you all of that. The world is full of jerks. Fortunately, not full of murderers. Okay. I'm going to give everybody their comments, and I respect everybody's comments. 100%, please. I'm looking at what my son's opening. Oh, yeah, we got a shipment in. I got a camera. We have cameras in the business. Y'all, I got iPads and cameras and everything everywhere. The one thing about the Hannah Gutierrez retrial that bothers me is, first of all, I believe the production company is responsible for hiring a very young, inexperienced armorer without somebody else to mentor her. Okay. But what gummies did Tracy want? She gets the mango. Okay, they're here. Okay. I will text her. I'll text her. Oh, you text her. We got a special ordering. The thing that gets me with the Alec Baldwin, what came out is that from what I understand, and once again, I have purposefully not looked at a lot of stuff. I really want to keep it raw for me because I want to look at it as a juror. But what came out in trial that I heard a comment was, and I think it was really fastly, it was like and fleeting, his being a producer was limited only to the creativeness of it and nothing else. Do I believe that everybody in production is responsible? Yes. You do not hire someone like her for such a job as this. Also, I believe, and keep commenting, y'all. Also, I believe that, do y'all remember being her age? I don't know where y'all were in life, but I'm going to use my makeup artist experience here because at that time, that's where I was. I started being a makeup artist by being an assistant at a TV station with a professional makeup artist doing the makeup for the news broadcasters. Back in the 80s when everybody wore pancake makeup and you could scrape it off an inch thick. There came a time, probably after 6 months, that I had enough knowledge to do their faces and do everything I needed to do with them without supervision. But it was 2 people. And I thought my skills and capability were more than what they were. And I took on an 8-party wedding. And I was supposed to do 8 faces in 3 hours. Let's just say it didn't bode well. I ended up having everybody put their own foundation on, their own blush, and I just did eyes and lips. That in and of itself was a show. Because we're during the day. Now, at night, I wouldn't be bleeping. I thought I had more experience and knowledge and could handle the situation than I actually did. In other words, a little too big for my britches. And I believe that really was a part of what happened here. I believe that Hannah took on more than she could chew. And I feel, why did that go blank? I'm watching the feed. It just went blank. I'm going to refresh. I also feel strongly that the production company should never have hired her, ever have hired her. And if y'all feel differently, please let me know. I believe she is responsible. When you take on a position such as that, you take on the good and the bad. I believe there was a lot of problems on that set that a lot of people were involved in and a lot of people are responsible for. She was not organized. Y'all, I just went to the gun range this weekend. I have 3 weapons, for example. I have ammo that's for each weapon if they're different. Like I have 2 9s and 1 45. Okay? Millimeters. That's the size of bullets. They can't cross. But if well, here's why I'm going to say guilty. I understand what you're saying about Pauline, about her not being guilty, but here's why I think she should be responsible. You don't have to be a genius, and she'd worked under her father enough. She had been around her father enough. She knew enough to keep organized. That's the problem. I keep my ammo organized in the case and clearly marked 9mm. Even though the case says 9mm, I get a big marker and I put 9mm on the outside of that case. I put 45mm on the outside of that case because if I'm at a gun range and I'm talking with my friend and loading my weapon, that's a no-no because I need to make sure I don't put a 45 in try to put a 45 in a 9 or a 9 in a 45. 9 in a 45 would go better. 45 wouldn't go in a 9. I don't. It's all about being responsible. Nothing was organized. Everything was in total chaos. The ammo, when you get it in, I don't care. Yes, even the supplier should be held responsible, I think, to a certain point. And they are getting sued. People are getting sued. It's not just these 2. But if I get a box of dummy rounds and I just lost the word. What's the other round? Well, and the GAM, that's it. Leaving the guns and ammo unattended. In my humble opinion, and you can disagree, and you're welcome to it, and I will hear it. In my humble opinion, I believe that this round got there accidentally, either through her or through the company. Oh, her jail calls nailed her. I don't like her attitude at all. I think she's a prima donna, and she believes that her, don't stink. But anyway, you've got 2 different rounds there. You have a dummy round, which looks like a real ammo. It's nothing in it. That goes in a revolver, for example. So when you're holding the revolver and you can see where the ammo is supposed to be, they put the dummy rounds in so it looks like there's bullets in it. Oh, God, what's the other word I'm looking for? The others will fire and eject, but no projectile is coming out. She should have had all of those organized. And before she left that trailer, she should have shaken every round. She should have double checked every round. And anything a question goes, do you know how when you have needles with red boxes, they should go in a specific box and it's under lock and key? She was responsible for that. And people sitting here, people were saying, well, she was split between that job, the armor, and props. No, because only certain days is she an armorer. Other days she can do props, but the whole thing is, ultimately, she's responsible. She took on a job that she was not capable of doing, and she pays a life was cost. There are other people responsible too. Dummies and blanks. Thank you, Karen. Blanks. The blanks are the ones that go in. It's like I said, we're now almost 5 hours of this. Blanks are the ones you put in and you can fire. It has the ignition, the gun smoke comes out and it ejects. The dummy rounds are the ones that are hanging on the belts and are for show. It really irritates me to no end that she had a cart that she was throwing the guns on and it was just total chaos on her end. Let's talk about Alec Baldwin and the scene they played. He was hurry up. He was pumped. He was a jerk. Okay, I get it. But also, every second those cameras are running is costing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and you got to get it quickly. He had a good point, and I don't know if you caught that point. Number one, he said you should have had a second one already loaded and ready to go. That is true. But she left things unattended. She let people touch weapons. And the biggest thing that bothered me, she's standing there and you have these stuntmen waving weapons around. I don't care if there's not a bullet in it. It goes to the ground. One person did I see carrying that gun properly. It was a double-barreled shotgun. He had it opened and he had the backstock in his arm and the muzzle was pointed down and you could tell it was open and there was nothing in the chamber. He was the only one who was carrying it appropriately. And he's the only one. I mean, everybody else, you're right. She is a child. Legally an adult, but mentally a child. And then I don't believe she wasn't doing drugs. Yeah. Waving him around at a child actor. Heck, they even gave one of the stuntmen handed it to the child actor and he had it in his hand and it was pointing it at another actor. No muzzle control whatsoever on that set. Now, I'm not going to talk about the Alec Baldwin until Alec Baldwin goes on court. That's just, they're switching some stuff up on the thing, so I don't know what's going on. I'm watching still. I could have sympathy for her, but I agree with the judge. I think the jail calls are what got her the 18 months. Do I believe she should have ever been an armorer on another set again? No. Do I believe she should pay for the rest of her life when it comes to weapons? Most likely. When someone dies because you didn't do your job, that's a problem for me. Yeah, she had it under her chin and resting on it. I was like, huh? Oh, y'all, if I did something like that, my grandpa would have snatched that gun from me. Never would I handle a gun again, and he would have beaten my butt senseless. You are right. Sometimes you can learn lessons the hard way. And I hope she does learn. But what surprises me is dang 911 calls. She hasn't learned yet. I was surprised that she received 18 months because New Mexico is a pretty lenient state, but I think after the judge heard her joke, she said, oh, I apologize. Do you know why I have it like this, y'all? This is what I have. I don't have courtroom. Let me refresh and see. They have switched. See, they've switched to that. That's why I didn't have the courtroom, but I'll leave it on there for you. I have no problem doing that. You're welcome. I have no problem doing that. That's why we're here. I think that a lot of people were hurt and affected, but no more than the family of the victims. The director that was shot was, can you imagine being right behind Helena and getting shot in your shoulder and she's just through and through? I am, and by the way, as I said, I am a first responder. And Helena blaming the first response team for the death blew me into sheer rage. Oh, no problem. Come on back whenever. Sheer rage. First responders are human. We do the best we can. That should have never happened to put them in that position. However, that said, knowing that the intubation tube went into the esophagus and not the lungs is an issue to me. So all the air was going straight into the stomach. But to be honest, she was not going to survive no matter what concern that. This was not a survivable situation. They were so far out, it took a long time for the appropriate help to get there. People were pissed about the helicopter not taking her sooner. Let me explain that. You cannot, first of all, you cannot transport somebody until they're to a certain level of stability. And that's what they were trying to do. And I'm not a doctor, but my husband was one, and we had this talk because as a first responder, I questioned when I was learning. When you have someone who has a lung injury, depending on what it is, you can't take them up into certain levels of height because the higher you get, the more gravity plays a pull and the lungs are affected and the breathing is affected and it's more support they have to give. And so sometimes helicopters with someone who's got damage to their lungs and are having a lung condition will fly, emergency helicopters will fly as low as they can to keep that patient as stable as possible. But if they go up to the natural or the normal flight pattern, it could kill them. And so it's not always perfect or ideal to put somebody in air ambulance and fly them out if they're not stable enough to go into that air ambulance and fly them out. And I know a lot of people were very, very, very upset about that. And I feel bad that that was not explained. It's important that they would explain that. I was upset about you want to talk about more crappy sheriff work? Not blocking off the scene. Now, and I'm going to back up and say, when you're that far out and the first person that shows up, you're welcome. When the first sheriff officer shows up, it is a hot mess of a scene. It's total chaos. Guys, been to worse scenes, but it's total chaos. And when you're the first one there, you do the best you can with what you got. And people were upset that he took a weapon and bullets and put it in the car and locked it in the front seat. Well, that's the only way to secure that when you've got 20 different places to be and there's one of you. Should have roped off the scene. They said they should have separated everybody. You've got to understand that it wasn't 13 sheriff officers showing up at once and everybody knew what they were going to do and everything was going to go done. Doesn't work like that in reality, y'all. It's so easy to sit here, even me, and critique them because I did it. The first person on scene handles what he thinks has to be handled first the best he can. Second person comes on scene, and the first person on scene, it's the boss. Until the next high-ranking officer or person comes. You're the first on scene. You have scene control. You're controlling everything. Until you relinquish, like if I had car accidents I've been the first one there. I'm a first responder. I'm not an EMT, so I'm there. I'm handling everything. The moment I can safely hand off my patient to the EMT, I say, you have control of patient? Yes, hand it off. I back out. But until someone with better ranking or knowledge or whatever comes, I'm it. And it's my responsibility. So with that, people were showing up 1 and 2 at a time in the sheriff's department. It's chaos. They did some things wrong. Like someone said, well, you let someone handle the gun. Do you know what? Yeah, that wasn't right. You handled it without a glove. But in reality, everybody, it was already known that was the gun. It's not in contest. Why is there a live view? This is the actual broadcasting company that's putting this out. So probably what's happened is your camera people and the people running the stream from the court have taken a lunch break. No, Talon, they've not come in yet. So they're on a lunch break, so they'll probably be back in and turn the camera on, or they may be doing something. But we are still in verdicts. It says verdict. We're still in watch, y'all. We're still there. I'm going to do this just to give it that. So the Hannah, we're talking about the Hannah Gutierrez read. You're more than welcome to join us on that. So with the EMS stuff that was going on, they had a lady there and a lot of people were complaining. In fact, she was in part of a lawsuit. The first response person there is a first aid person. She's not an EMT on scene. She's there in case someone needs a Band-Aid, has a nosebleed, breaks a bone, or does anything. And she's there just to stabilize as best as she can until EMS gets there. She is not there to deal with gunshot wounds. Okay? Hannah handed, or the director, somebody, I'm not going to say who because we haven't seen Alex's case yet. Alec Baldwin's the gun and said it was cold. And so Helena and the director had no intention or had no reason to believe otherwise. Neither would the lady who was there for first aid. And that's the frustration of all this, y'all, is when you have somebody like this on scene that's first aid, she did everything she could know to do to save Helena. Then EMT shows up. They take over. She then becomes more of assistance at that point. So anybody on here who has any comments, love to hear them. But I think that I hope and pray that this becomes a learning experience for for Hannah. I really hope this becomes a learning experience for Hannah. I hope she goes in and comes out with a better understanding and with the ability to learn to work within her. Okay, we're now 8% guilty, not guilty 49%, and 44% hung. I really hope she grows and matures and learns that you don't act outside of your capabilities. I agree with you. I got emotional. I feel bad for the father. I really do. I know, I got to say, parents, we can teach our kids, we can do everything to teach our kids the right way to do whatever it is they're going to do. And they still think they know more. And then they don't do it right and they get themselves in a situation. We just keep loving them. She's redeemable, y'all. Was she wrong? Yes. Will she pay for this for the rest of her life on one level or another? Yeah, betcha. It'll be interesting to see what happens. So what got me on this, those who are just joining, thank you for joining, is somebody asked what cases was I going to follow after this, and I told them I was definitely going to be following the Alec Baldwin Russ. They are marked, Anna. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Number one is on the case. Now, well, some of them are marked. And some of them have a hole in them. Those, I think, were the dummy rounds. They also have BBs, so you shake them. The reason they don't have them highly distinguishedly marked is because the camera will see it. Oh my gosh, Karen, that mother, I sobbed. I was on the accident scene where a family was in a vehicle, a minivan, and an 18-year-old or no, a 18-year-old boy who hadn't been driving long was driving the van. The tire blew out and lost control, and the van flipped. There was a 3-month-old, 5-year-old, and 8-year-old. None of them were in car seats. They were sitting in the laps on a highway going 75, 80 miles an hour. Let's just say, and I won't get into details, but the infant died instantly and the 5-year-old died instantly. The 8-year-old, thank God, was emotionally but not physically harmed. I told the mother of the infant, because they put her in the ambulance, she didn't know that her baby had died. The mother of the 5-year-old was standing there looking at her deceased baby, and she was injured herself, and I went directly to her and stood between her and tried to block and did everything I'm supposed to do as a first responder chaplain. But let me tell you something. The grief of a mother, and to watch that really put me back into that situation. Yeah, we do have both. Yeah, all first responders have post-traumatic stress at one level or another. And that's something else that a lot of these people who are in the room with Helena and Hannah and Alec and all of them, they are going to have post-traumatic stress, and they're going to have to deal with this. And it's an emotional thing that's going to, I know you can get recovery from PTSD, but it's just very difficult. And I can't, Karen losing a child, my heart. I had 13 miscarriages to have the 2 children I have. The eldest were twins at 20 weeks. A lot of them, most of my miscarriages were between, on average, 12 to 15 weeks. But I don't know what it's like to lose a child that I've given birth to. I don't. Okay, let me go to this one. Why would the manufacturer? Okay. Once again, I really think, and it already has impacted, the Gutierrez Reed and Alec Baldwin, all of this has really already impacted the armory. A lot of the people or cinematographers and the movies are going into more of the digital AI effects instead of um, instead of using bullets. Hi, Ada K. How does one recover from post-traumatic stress? First of all, you don't forget the event, but you get to where you deal with your emotions in the event. For me, a lot of the stuff that I've dealt with on scene, that I would say that I'm trying to pull things up. Number one, I had to walk through some forgiveness, like it's a drunk driving scene and some infant was killed because of a drunk driver. I have to go through a phase of forgiveness. And then I really work on my beliefs. I do a lot of what I call inner healing. I pray, and I have to trust that there's a higher power it's going to work for the better, no matter what it is. And I reframe the event. I think that's the biggest key for me. Is there's sometimes things happen, and I have to go back later after everything settles, and I reframe it. And the other thing is my faith. My daughter was 28 years old and had 3 youngest, turned into 28 years old and had 3 kids. Youngest just turned a year old. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. death is horrible no matter who you are, no matter how it happens. It's a part of life. And the other thing about the post-traumatic stress, I truly believe we all have free will. And I have to understand my role in what had happened in that death. For example, the baby the 3-month-old and the 5-year-old who passed away, and I rode with the mother of the 5-year-old, well, right behind her in the EMS unit, and I was in the hospital with her. I stayed with the 5-year-old. I stayed with the 5-year-old until his father could get there, and that was like they were divorced, so this was like 4 hours. This is like 2:00 in the morning. I'm still with this, and I'm dealing with her, I'm dealing with him, and she's lost her baby girl, and I'm dealing with her, and then I'm having to take care of and sit and because they had the mother and son separate because of the injury. I mean, it was a mess, but I got to help that young boy not be alone. I planted seeds of healing. I talked to him. I mean, if I wasn't there, he would have been left alone, and nurses would have popped in and out. The same with the mother. So you have to realize that if you're in a situation like that, look at the positive and look what you did do. And then, interesting enough, the father of the 9-year-old, the very next day. Now, mind you, this happened at like 3 in the afternoon. I had to then go back home an hour and a half away and talk to the driver and inform him of the deaths. So I didn't go home until 7, 8 in the morning easily. By 9:30 in the morning, hi, I go, how are you, Lisa? By 9:30 in the morning, the father of the 5-year-old girl who died called me and asked me, hey, you're a chaplain. We don't have a church. Will you come to San Antonio tonight and do a memorial? Hey, y'all. So I grabbed my fellow chaplain. We drove an hour and a half to the barrios, the deep, the hood of Crips and Bloods territory. And we got to the house, and it was a colonia. Colonia is you have a big house, and then you have a bunch of other houses where you got the grandmother, the great-great-grandmother, the great-grandmother, the mother, it's just a bunch of families on a small plot of land. And we get there, and I do this memorial. And as we were getting ready to leave, the family tried to pay, and of course we said no. But what was weird is we noticed these cars driving by, and they were wearing blue bandanas. Well, the people at the funeral, the father was a blood with the red bandanas, and they were all these gang members of different gangs were just driving by paying respects. And you know what? I was there for a reason. It wasn't me. I'm not boasting my own horn, but the way I deal with the post-traumatic stress from what I saw that day was I was put there for a reason. And my grief and my pain, and I mean, it hurt me. Y'all, it was so bad. It was nothing compared to that family's. Okay, self-inflicted gunshot in May. It will be 8 years. I've been on many of those calls, Mama, and I'm not offending you if I call you that, Karen. Oh my gosh. My bio mother's husband committed suicide the moment she walked in the door from getting groceries back in the 80s. It's horrible. I ate it. Enjoyed you on RA Friday. Loved your voice and thoughts and you. Well, thank you so much. And once again, thank you for subscribing. All of y'all who subscribed. You have no idea how much that blessed me. In fact, it was funny because I hit my first 100 subscribers when I was on there with him. I'm about 164 now, but I hit 100 subscribers, and it was all I could do to not cry, because when you start something like this, and the first 100 is very hard to get. And I'm now 5 weeks into this, and I'm now on a panel with Recovery Addict. I'm like, "Ah." It'd be like Emily D. Baker. I love that woman. Now, Emily D. Baker and Recovery Addict were the first two I started watching. And oh my gosh, that was such an honor. And I don't know if he ever listens or hears me say that, but y'all can tell him I said so. Everything happens for a reason, though he may not understand. Yes, but I want people to understand there is healing. I guess for me, you never forget the event, but can you get to a point that you can walk through the memory of the event and not have the negative emotions and understand and try to put a positive spin? That was a fantastic panel. I felt so underqualified. Were all those people like lawyers or something? What were they? Yeah, there's healing. Someone said time heals all wounds. I think that's true to a point. I think, though, if you don't heal the wound appropriately at the first time, that wound can be opened again, and then it's a vicious cycle. So, when I meet with people and do the PTSD recovery stuff, I try to get it to where we do it in a way that the wound does not get opened and opened and opened and then scars to the point that it's too sensitive to even deal with again. They were law tubers, but I didn't recognize them. Once again, I haven't been in this long. Think of how she lived, not how she died. Exactly. None of us are guaranteed our tomorrows. And like this guy bringing it back around to the trial. I'm going to bring this over here so I can see it better. I'm getting a lot of action going on with the windows. Bring it back around to the trial. Do I regret that somebody passed away? Absolutely. Even if he was, he may have been trying to smuggle people or drugs to support an ill child. We don't know the reason why he was doing it. Court coming back on. Time hasn't helped. Just learned how to live with the pain. I hate these cliches, and I hate it when you're at a funeral or you've lost somebody or you've gone through a death of a family member or somebody or something. Oh, time will heal all wounds. It just makes you feel better. It doesn't help the person going through it. Everybody grieves differently. Everybody handles everything differently. But back to the victim real quick, see if we get a court coming back or not. The thing for me is that Gabriel, we don't know what he was doing and why he was doing it. But he had a family that loved him. He had daughters. They were pregnant with his grandchildren. We don't know what he was doing and why. He could have had a daughter with cerebral palsy. We don't know. Do people make bad decisions for the right reasons? Yes. But we don't deserve to die. There's some people that do. Come on now, y'all. Just like that guy that drove his vehicle through a parade, killing 6 people and hurting hundreds more. Do I believe that if somebody would have pulled out, a police officer would have shot in defense, that would have been acceptable? I'm sorry, Karen. My great aunt lost 3 children and her husband, and then passed away from cancer in a horrible way and never smoked a day in her life. Yeah. We all have stories. We are all human. And I hope through this channel that we are having some tough conversations here. But I hope we do it in a way that somebody gets support and or healing. And no matter how this case goes today, y'all, I hope they come. I do not want to go to bed without a verdict. It was so hard all weekend. But no matter how this verdict goes, if he's found not guilty, there's going to be a family that believes he's guilty and they're not going to have their closure. If he's found guilty, there's going to be people in his family and in the community that believe this is not right and that he was not guilty and that he's being railroaded. If it's a hung jury, nobody's going to have answers. By the way, who said it? Lego Lisa, thank you for saying something about my voice. I don't like the way I don't know. no one, I don't think anyone really loves the way they sound. Sometimes when I get, by the way, a deaf thing, just so y'all know, a deaf thing. And if y'all do follow me and watch me on a regular basis, please, you are more than welcome to do this. When I get excited in either good way or bad way, sometimes my volume goes up and my pitch goes up and I can't hear it. It's okay to say, hey, back off the mic. It's okay to do that. You will not offend me in any way. I'm glad I was led to your channel. I'm serious when I thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. I have a lot of good soul sisters. Soul sisters, soul. Okay, I can't do that. I want to get in trouble. Yeah, I feel like Gabriel was robbed by another. Definitely something was removed from the pack. Fanny pack and the backpack. The food was left. The clothes was left. Why was it open? There was something in there. Could have been the binoculars because those things are expensive. They don't have the cheap stuff at all. They don't have the cheap stuff at all. So would not surprise me by any means if there was binoculars or drugs in the backpack and also in the fanny pack, or whatever, or they were looked in the backpack and realized it wasn't there and then pulled the fanny pack. But every life is a valuable life, but we all are responsible for our own choices and we have to pay those consequences. If I get in the car and I drink and drive and I kill somebody, I got to pay the consequence for that. Even though I may have been the most perfect person, I may have never broken the law, i.e. my ex-husband, never known him to break the law. He broke the law. He went to jail. I've been in Miss Kelly's shoes, literally have been in her shoes, testified and everything. I've been in this waiting area. I played not as long as they have. His was only 2.5 hours, and I almost didn't make it back in the courtroom to hear the verdict. But the point is, I've been in her shoes. And no matter who is the accused person, it hurts both family, all families and friends involved. Oh. I'm going to play a little music for a second. I want everybody to do, I like this. We're going to do a stretch break. Can you hear it? I got to do a stretch, y'all. Oh, we need a breather. I am going to have, let me know if you hear the music. Go to the bathroom. Get yourself a cup of coffee. I would love to see if my son would get me a cup of coffee. If you're listening, son. I know this is a stretch, but is there any way you can get me a cup of coffee with 2 creamers, please? All right, did y'all stretch? Did you hear the music? I can't tell if y'all are hearing the music. I am playing. I can. All right. I do have something called the Gel Widow. Hold on. You pull the handle on top up. You put the Keurig in it and close it. Put the mug in, and on the size, choose 10 ounces. Easy. My son said he didn't know how to work my coffee machine. I may have to take a step and go get my coffee and use the ladies' room, but I don't want to lose you. I've never had all of you here before. By the way, y'all, this is such an honor, and I'm trying so hard not to cry. This is something I never thought I would be doing, and I never thought somebody would want to listen to me. And no, I do not have a problem sharing my story. I have a Facebook and a YouTube channel. Please go like the YouTube channel called Jail Widow. I share my story, and I am going, every week to 2 weeks, I add to that story. We'll see if he brings the coffee. If he does, we're good. I don't need to go to the bathroom yet. And I share tips and advice, like financially, what to expect. I can tell you what she's going to go through, how to get help, because when I lost my husband, there was no help out there. Zero help. I didn't know how to do food stamps. I didn't know that I could go to churches and get help. I didn't know anything. The situation, we'll see if my husband is, I'm going to talk about him, my ex-husband. My son is successful with my coffee or not. We'll see. Because mine's almost out and cold here. I got married. Okay, this is very vulnerable. I got married after I survived ST, if you know what that is. I mean, I met him after ST, if you know what that is. Google it if you don't. I can't say it on this because they'll ding me. And eventually fell in love. He was in med school. And we got married between the last day of med school and his graduation. And then we got married on Saturday. Monday, he started residency. Then we lived in a town in Texas for 3 years. I got pregnant on birth control pills on honeymoon. Yeah. And that's my current son. And then after the residency was over, we moved to another town. And then 4 years, 4 months, and 4 days later, we welcomed a baby girl. And she was 2.5, and my son was 7. And I will not share the crime because, number one, that's his story. Number two, I have to be careful because I don't want people coming after him. And I get up one morning and my son had lied about doing his homework, and he was 7. And I had my ex-husband helping with the husband at the time, help him get the homework done. He's bringing me my coffee. He's such a good boy. And he was helping his son, and I was getting the daughter ready, and I was leaving. Hold on. Huh? Hold on a second, y'all. What? Okay, y'all. He's such a good boy. I appreciate him so much. So long story short, I remember leaving the house, and I saw, do y'all know those the Lincoln cars that are all black that they use for funerals to carry the families, you know? Well, there was 2 people, there's 2 people in like black suits that were in the front of each one. I remember looking at my son and saying, I wonder who died on our street. Little did I know we did, because that was the FBI coming to serve a search warrant. I had just left the house. Long story short, he was arrested, and I went through 2+ years waiting for trial and found guilty. And during that time, our world fell apart. I believed he was innocent because he never broke the law. I never believed he could have done what he was being charged with, and I had no reason not to believe. And long story short, we lost everything. We lost everything and had to start with 0 and rebuild our lives. So Miss Kelly is going to be in that boat if he's found guilty. They are going to have to restart their lives. Don't get me wrong. But Miss Kelly, especially if he's found guilty, is going to be in a very bad place. I am going to have to go to ladies' room. So let me turn on the music. And I promise you, it is quick. Y'all, thank you for waiting. Please stick with me. I shall be back in less than 5 minutes, okay? I'll leave the court feed on. Thank you. I've got 2 buttons. You're good. No sound. I'm just saying correct. You're right. I'm just acknowledging y'all. Thank you so much for staying. It is back to the little story thing. By the way, here's the radio I was talking about that's $1,200. This every time it may go off. The Firecom radio may go off. You may hear a loud. Don't worry. But this is what they carry. They don't carry the little cheapy things. This reaches. I can probably go, I don't know, 50 miles away from home, away from the thing, and I still get signal. I can get signal. I have one program on here that's a statewide program. So if we have a statewide disaster, so y'all, this is what they have. This is what I'm talking about. Y'all hear me now? The thing about The hardest thing about the trial with my ex-husband is the moment that he was accused, and it was bad. I mean, it wasn't murder, but it was, some people say worse. But anyway, he didn't do anything with his patients. I mean, he was a good guy on that end. Had nothing to do with business. But the hard thing is I was guilty by association. I didn't do anything wrong, neither did my kids, but we were treated as if we had done this. There were so many people who believed he was innocent and tried to say, I did this. Well, trust me, this is not something I did and or would do. And so the hard part was losing my home. It doesn't matter if your name is on it. It doesn't matter if you lose that kind of income and you've got a loan, you're going to lose it. Because the loan agency wants somebody. See, I was a stay-at-home mom, very traditional, and once the breadwinner goes away, it doesn't matter if I can get a job. It doesn't matter if I have them. It doesn't matter if it gets paid by friends or me or whoever. It doesn't matter who gets if the loan gets paid, they will take it. And you have to requalify for the loan on your own, and they're not going to do that. Also, it was, the other thing was the fact that all the friends that I had prior to the arrest are not in my life anymore. I will tell you that my spiritual life is where it would never have been. My friends are totally different. And I still live in the community where it happened. I was not able to move. I had no means to do so. So it was really bad. We had, after his convictions, I had death threats all the way through the moment he was arrested through his conviction and sentencing and thereafter. My children's safety was at risk multiple times. We had a lot of fake CPS calls. I've never been founded with anything. But it was just deplorable how people could treat the spouse, the unaccused. And I know Miss Kelly's gone through some of this because it's been alluded to. And it's one of those things that you just really go, what? You know, people have called him a vigilante and called her a vigilante. Why? The spouse and the family need not be picked on. I mean, it's hard enough that they have to sit there and witness and go through this with their loved one, but this was really a big attack. And I cannot imagine how worse it could have been, other than one of us getting killed. We have come through it. My children went to school here, and my children went through hell. Parents would not allow their children to hang with my kids. Parents would tell their children what had happened, and therefore my children were teased and mocked and bullied, my son especially. My daughter being 4 years younger, by the time she got into junior high school, it was kind of forgotten about somewhat. But my poor son went through hell. And I can't tell you how proud I am of him and how he has grown into a fabulous young man. That's a lesson that I tell everybody. Just because one person in a family commits a crime, makes the wrong decision, and has to go pay time for it, doesn't mean that you have the right to take any of your feelings of that person out on their family members. I didn't choose what he did. I knew nothing of what he did until it was done. Okay, I'm done. I'm getting off my soapbox. Of course they did. Yes, Karen, it's a guilt by association. There's just so much. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. It's like it brings the worst out in people. I'm at the grocery store. Let me tell you how bad it was. I'm at a grocery store about a week and a half after I lost him to prison. And everything, I had to do everything as if he died. And I reached for his favorite hot sauce just out of habit. And I set it back on the shelf and I started crying. Not heavily, but I started crying. And the next thing I know, somebody calls my spiritual mom and said, Ada was hysterical in the grocery store causing a scene. What? If my husband had been killed in a car wreck and I was standing there and got emotional, you would have put your arms around me and hugged me and say it'll be okay. But for you to sit there and call my spiritual mama, I'm like, y'all. And that happened a lot. I sent my children after the arrest to stay with my parents. The parents that adopted me and raised me. My father's deceased. My mother's still alive. That was the best decision I ever could have done. Because let me tell you, there were many times that I got a call from CPS and said they have to come visit with me. And I said, why? And I said, because we got a call. I said, okay. And they come and I said, what's the call? And they said, someone said they saw you outside of Walmart spanking your child and grabbing them by the arm and throwing them in the back of the car. I said, oh, really? When was this? Oh, it was last weekend. My children are, because of what my husband had done and the social and the media. Oh, if it was now, it would have been 10 times worse. But it was East Coast to West Coast, and it was even on Nancy Grace, I was told. I don't watch it, but I was told it was. And it was all over the state. I mean, anything happened in his trial that was statewide. But here's my thing. My child was 7 hours away. Why are you calling and making a fake complaint just to be mean? You don't like me? That's fine. You don't like what he did? That's fine. So it's nasty. We sit here and comment on trials all day long. I can sit here and talk about trials all day long. But nobody really talks about the viewpoint of the spouse, the innocents. The Crumblies are a different situation there, I tell you. But Miss Kelly, yeah, they are ruthless. Miss Kelly, my heart goes out to her. In fact, I have prayed every single day of this trial for her and him. I prayed for everybody involved. I want, in the end, the truth to be known. Truth to be known. And I really, really hate the way Miss Kelly has been treated in this trial. I've had a relative stay with me, got angry about something and called CPS and messed in. Yep. People use CPS as a way to get back at people, and that's not what it's for. But the thing is that even Hannah, as much as she deserves some, and I'm not going to say whether I think 18 months was right or wrong, but as much as she needs to face the consequences of her actions or inactions, her mom was not allowed back in the courtroom for sentencing because of the outburst she had when they did the guilty verdict. Her mom and her done some bad things, but her mom is very hurt, and she's going to protect her daughter even though her daughter's wrong. How many of us have protected our children even though we know they're wrong? I don't agree with the way it's done. I don't agree what she's doing, and I don't agree with it, but I understand the hurt. Our trial, grandparents, I cannot get over. I'm going to go ahead and get this back up for y'all because I know y'all want to see the tab. So I'm going to share this, and can I? Oh, yeah. Get this back up there. I got it. It's back up. Yes, the Kellys. I gotcha. Now is that rain at 7? I gotcha. Oh gosh, y'all. Yeah, let's talk about that. Most people their age usually they can have heart disease, high blood pressure, low blood pressure, diabetes. You never know what she's dealing with physically. And for her to be so stressed out that she collapses in her bathroom and then she has to get on the stand with a black eye. I really hope, Miss Kelly, and I wish I could reach out to her, but it would be inappropriate to right now. But I'll tell you what, if he goes to jail, I will be. Because I'm going to reach out to her and say, look, I'm here to help you walk through the process. I've been there. If I can find a way to do it, I will. But this whole thing is at her age, at their age. Now, I know there are many people in jail who are their ages. There's many people who commit crimes, horrific crimes at their ages. But it just, all right, let me ask y'all a question. I want y'all talking again. How many of y'all saw the interview with Mr. Kelly? How many of you paid attention to his body language? What the heck was that? That was weird. I have taken multiple classes on body language. Now, I'm nowhere an expert. Don't get me wrong. But I know a little bit more than the average Joe. And for me, I'm like, I saw a lot. I mean, I did not see what I would expect to see if somebody was fabricating. Oh, y'all, coffee's good. Fabricating. I would not expect to see, any of that. Oh, yeah. I need to set up my phone. Well, I do have a burner phone number, but I haven't posted it. I need to do that. And then I need to Bluetooth it. Do you know what? Thank you, Just as Obsessed, for listening while you work. What do you do for a living? If you want to share. You don't have to say the company, but you can say the field. So we have, let me see if my son gets this. My son's getting a migraine, y'all, so I may have to hop up and help him out for a minute. And it's usually just 5 minutes or less. Oh, he's got it. Okay. Someone came to the door. Mr. Kelly's body language to me was that of I'm open. I'm here to help. I'm not hiding anything. He was not that shifty. He was not body blocking. He was not on the defensive. Can't believe no questions today. That's going to it's getting me nervous. Do you know what is getting me nervous? Is it's taking this long. Even if he gets found guilty, the banking industry, fun. Yeah, no, I don't do math and numbers. Don't. Ugh. My ex-husband's the one that handled all the bills. Like massively handled all the bills. I said, just give me an allowance and I'm happy. You handled the taxes and the banking. But good career. It takes a special person. So for me, with the body language, I found him very open. I felt he was being as honest as he could. Now, mind you, some inconsistencies, minor may have been the fact he's on medication for dementia, and the fact that his age and honestly, when you're under that kind of stress, sometimes you have what kind of like a time. Oh, what is it? What did I? Perception is off a little bit. And sometimes things, when you're in that time frame of the event, I tell people, I don't know, I've always heard that the longer the jury delivers, the better for it is. The longer it is, better. Or it's hung. The way I see it is like you have this huge balloon, and as you blow it up, there's a lot of tension in that balloon, and as the days go by, everything kinda compacts and all the air starts to leave and it deflates. I kinda feel that's the same way when I'm in situations like this, even on accident scenes or wherever, hurricanes or whatever, and I have to sit and do a debriefing. I can sit and do a debriefing and go dot, 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 but those are trained people. We're taught and trained how to look at something objectively, and we're here to just give the facts. At 1:00, we did this. At 2:00, we did that. At 3:00, this happened. At 4:00, that happened, dot, 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 and be done. I could have gone through that debriefing and been perfectly fine, but and not probably left anything out or changed my story much because you learn how to do that in what I do because you have to document so much. But someone like that, no. They're hanging out because the judge said they did not work hard enough. Try hard enough. That's true. It's a big yeah. So I tell people that if you're ever in a disaster situation or something where you have to give an account for what happened and you have to kind of like what he did go into the police department, I start writing everything down as quickly as I can so I don't forget something or get it out of order. And I hate it when someone says, "Let me see, I really got to think about this." That does not show guilt or lie. We don't know if they're hanging or not. We don't know. So what do y'all think about my thing about Mr. Kelly and his testimony? I mean, I found him to be credible. I found him to be very credible. In fact, I've seen a lot of video testimony, and I felt he handled it quite well. Even now, the only thing all right, I would now here's my what's the word I'm looking at? Pet peeve with him on this one though. He said he wondered if he should have a lawyer, and he then should have shut his ever-loving mouth. They were gonna arrest him no matter what. He didn't know that. No matter what he said, they already had it in their mind that he was there to be arrested. I would have just said, "I'm not gonna speak without an attorney." If they read you your Miranda rights, uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all, we got some more people coming in. I think the defense is sitting over here because her purse is still over here, which you can't see because of my head. So let me do it this way. And I'll wait for it to pop up. But see right over here, I don't know if you can see by my that shoulder is a purse on the defense's table. So we'll see what's happening. So for me, movement. I know it's like the flag moves, the air conditioning moves the flag, and we're like, woo! I feel like, do you all know what granddaddy spiders are? The daddy long legs. And they get in the corners, and there may be 10 or 15. And just the wind next to them, and they go, and then they come back down. That's what I feel like we are whenever we see movement in the courtroom. But I really think he did the best I've ever seen anybody in the last year or so in his position. I thought kudos, even when they were giving him a hard time and they were really pushing him and all of that and prodding, and he really held it together well. I mean, everybody's going to make mistakes in that situation. Everybody might adjust a little bit. What y'all don't see is I have a candy bar over here. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 types of candy. What are y'all's favorite candy? I've got wispy hair right here that tends to. I braid. Oh, I didn't explain that. Somebody asked about my braid. We can talk about that, y'all. At first, I heard the one. It sounded more like he was forgetting words and things. Okay, here's my impression. Andrea, I love your name. Just think about this. He heard a gunshot. Anything chocolate? Yeah, I got chocolate. He heard a gunshot. All of that. He fired shots up in the air. Border Patrol came out. They didn't find a body. They didn't find anything. Why didn't the Border Patrol see the freaking gun casings on the ground to begin with? If he actually shot this guy, do you think he's going to leave the gun casings on the ground? Hell no. Okay. That's all my chocolate. Then I get, what is this? Oh, I do have a bowl of different kinds of the Ghirardelli chocolates. Then I have a thing of Skittles and micro mini M&Ms. That's what angers me so much is that they came out on the border. I mean, the Border Patrol came out and they didn't see the gun casings. They didn't do anything about gun casings. I'm like, what the hell? And then if he's guilty, he would, and I loved how he said that at the end and everybody thought, oh my God, but he said that at the end. I mean, let's think about it. If he actually shot the dude on purpose, do you think he's going to call someone to come pick up that body? Let's think about that. On the border. The terrain. We have terrain just like it over here. The coyotes, the wild pigs. Oh my gosh. You want to get rid of a body, put it where there's wild pigs. Any pigs. Pigs of any kind are going to devour the body, and there will be no evidence. I know, y'all, and I don't know how I'm losing weight, but I am. I'm like, why would he call the police and leave the casings laying there? Why? I had some Reese's here. Oh, nope. I may have eaten them all. I have Twix. I have Reese's, York patties, Hershey Kisses, Rolos. I have a few Kit Kats. I have a Hershey's chocolate bars. I know, y'all. Look what I got. This is for you. I'll eat it in a minute. So that to me is interesting that he would call the freaking police himself and say there's a body here after everybody's already been there. The casings were still there. If that was yes. If that was me, there's no way on God's green earth would I sit there and leave those casings sitting there if I had shot. I would have cleaned up the casings. I would have cleaned the gun. I would have buried those casings somewhere way far. Heck, I could have even thrown them over the fence to the neighboring pasture. He's a good old boy. Okay, the phone calls. Oh, that's what we're going to get at. When 911 called him and he's standing there and he goes, animal, non-mineral kind, let me explain something. Remember how I was explaining a little bit about how the cartel works and how they feed their animals? If they're willing to do that, don't you think that they might be willing to shoot you if they realize that you are calling Border Patrol or even 911 or sheriff office standing over a body that they themselves have killed if they were still around? One thing that people are not thinking of is and it was brought up by the defense attorney. Could it be possible he was scared that somebody was still there? Which they very well could have been. I mean, there very well could have been. They very well could have been watching that body and waiting to see if he found it, and then if he didn't find it, they would have dragged it off and stripped what was left on him. Is that possible? Yeah. I love that. Attorney alluded to just using a tractor to bury the body instead of calling it, and if he would yeah, exactly. But I'll be honest, what's better than doing that is allowing a wild boar to devour it, because then there's no evidence. Someone can find a body later. You never know when a body's going to get dug up. Someone could have started building a house on that same spot and they're going to find a body. By then he would have probably been deceased, but you still. But the thing is that if I'm in his shoes and I'm calling and I know the cartel and everything the way he does, it would not surprise me in the least if, well, I would have not have said, "Hey, I'm standing here over a dead body and it's in Italy." I would never have said that. Did he handle it perfectly? Probably not. Did he do the best he could? He did what he could in the moment. We can't go back and change that. But then he says, "Do you remember the lady that was found in the truck on the road next to my ranch?" And they I'm paraphrasing, said, "Yes." Same thing, but without the truck. Ah, ding, 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 ding. The dispatcher catches it. Ah, gotcha. You have a dead body out there. That doesn't mean he's guilty. Oh, I didn't think of that. I was thinking he was just forgetting the words like FIL used to. No. There could have been someone out there. He is in fear. They've already this guy has been shot at 3 times and his ear has been shot. Luckily, he's never been shot in the main part of the body, but this is not safe. And there were shots fired and he fired in the air. How does he know that there's not somebody there to come back and kill him? None of us can say for sure what happened, but I will tell you, I know that looks bad, but when you kind of take that pigeonholed look that they're taking and you just open that, it's like with a camera. I can sit here and zoom in on one thing and you think it's something. And then as I zoom out, it's like, whoa, I never thought. There's the full picture. We're not getting the full picture at all. But I will say, if it doesn't surprise me, and is it possible that he was scared? Is it possible he was saying that because that's all he knew to do and how to say it? Maybe. Is it reasonable doubt? That's the question. What are y'all's thoughts on what I just said? What do y'all think? I'm anxious to hear while I take a coffee break. I get the good stuff. So that's how I feel. I want to look at the poll again. I cannot believe we're now 7% guilty, 49 not guilty, and 44 hung. How many votes have been placed? 41 votes. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. We have done so well today. And y'all are so awesome with all of your comments. You're just so amazing. Y'all really are. I mean, y'all make this show. Being with you this afternoon, looking forward to doing it again, but I got to go to my grandson's baseball game. Hopefully the verdict will come soon. Thank you. Is it Lennon? SC? I'm sorry, I'm really bad with pronouncing names spelled. Thank you so much for joining me. Please come back and join me again. You can always kind of have us on hold on your cell phone at the grandson's game to see if the jury's coming in. And I hope you will come back and join me again. I have loved your comments and your participation. And I'm kind of calling ourselves kind of like court geeks. I don't know. Got to come up with something cool. Yeah, exactly. The green light 777. But I just really okay, babe. You rock. I appreciate you so much. But y'all, I just absolutely none of us know what that poor guy was going through in any of those moments. We're not there. We're not living with it. We've not been shot at. We've not had our ear shot. We've not poured our blood, sweat, heart, and tears into building that home and that house and living in an RV for years and doing everything. And then to turn around and have this happen. Pauline Anna, thanks for joining me. Come back and join me anytime, anytime. And loves from across this ocean. And as we say, love ya in Texas. Brownies? Are you asking if I have them? Mm-mm. But I'm just, okay, it is 4:15 here, means it's 2:15 there. We just, if they don't come back today, tomorrow, it's going to be a long day for me. Long day for me. Oh, last night, y'all, I have been shot at. I lived in New Mexico, and things do get exciting. Oh, tell. Don't mix with Texas, y'all. Oh, no, we should call ourselves brownies. Explain why. Lisa Lego. Or Lego Lisa. That's the dyslexia. Have you tried the Dr. Pepper float ice cream by Bluebell? I'm a Dr. Pepper addict. And I have really cut back. But now you made me want a Dr. Pepper. Why'd you do that? You have made me want the Dr. Pepper. I'm a pepper, you're a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Do you know what I did not do, y'all? Were my Facebook birthdays today. So, oh my gosh, for y'all who have not, I'm going to play this one more time because it's still on my Facebook page. Okay. That's what happened to the tree. I know some of y'all have already seen it. Don't be sorry. I know most of y'all have already seen it. Okay, I'm going to go back. Share this to StreamYard. Oh, didn't want to remove it. Add to stage. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to go back and we're going to do y'all mind if we take a quick and do I got to do all the Facebook birthdays. My gosh, I feel so bad. I forgot to do the Facebook birthdays. I'm going to still keep this on over here so I can see the courtroom. Go over here. Go to Ada K. Facebook birthdays. Where are you? Here we go. Okay, we had some birthdays today, but we've had some over the weekend, but I'm just going to do today's, okay? So let me come over here and get the birthdays. Anybody in the live stream have birthdays coming up? Okay, we have the birthday song.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
All right, y'all. Happy birthday to Kelly. Happy birthday, Dottie Hogan. Oh my gosh, I've known you for 30 years. I love you, Dottie. I missed you. We used to sing in a quartet together. We had the most lovely birthday voice. Oh, Dottie, I missed you terribly. Carol, happy birthday to you. Christine, happy birthday, darling. I hope you had a great birthday. Trudy, Rudy, happy birthday. Tammy, oh my gosh, haven't seen you in ages. Missy, happy birthday. You can come in. Rita, happy birthday to you. And Barbie, happy birthday, y'all. I hope you have a fabulous day. And I will put these Hey, y'all, I'm going to put there for 5 minutes. Right back. You're going to have your little jamming music I'm going to play. And I'll join you in a minute.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
You know what? Make eyelashes on, everybody. And give them how beautiful you look.
Happy birthday.
Okay, we're back on, y'all. I had a friend pop in to say hello. And I just had to say hi. She's a great gal. I really like her. And I do watercoloring together. And it's all art. Everybody needs to find some kind of craft art hobby
Happy birthday.
I'm going to put the windows around. So anyway, I believe everybody should have a hobby. Everybody should pick something that can create. Even if you're the most horrible painter in the world, find something that you can do. Pick your brain. Bring back the and yay! It's interesting. I can see on my hair. And I'm gonna back up. My son doesn't. Okay. How many of y'all know Orange Grove Sky? Scotty? I have a funny story about Dottie, but I'll share another day. When I was prepared when I was 28, we had dinner today. And Dottie and I we were doing Valentine's Day. You know, on Valentine's Day. None of my friends are all mid-early 20s. I'm skinny, I'm a beauty queen, I'm happy, I'm all that jagged tip, right? And we would go around all day. Every 15 minutes, we had a place to go thing. And this is 8 hours. And the very last one, Scotty gets out of the car. You have to do this. Use your imagination while we go. And we're laughing, and we're like, oh my God, yay! The voices are gone, the energy is gone. It's hard just to get out of the car and walk to the place we had to walk to the ways to get food. Just when we were on the military bases and we got out and like, let's go sing for this. And oh my gosh, we got all tickled. We got all tickled. And we didn't mean, she was a sweet lady, I'm sure, and everything, but we were so dang tickled. And so we get in there and you know how sometimes people will send a note of one to somebody they're just angry. They don't mean it. That's what happens. The music is supposed to drown you out. I can't sing with you. That's why I signed it. This is happy. Birthday is middle finger. So we get in there and we get the lady doesn't like and we go. And I'm trying to sing this album and Bobby had to turn But one of my favorite songs is called
Happy birthday to you. Happy
I was walking along, minding my business,
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
But oh my God, you love Valentine's melody. I'm like, y'all.
Happy birthday
I know that the screen is a little bit, and you don't really understand how that would go. I bless you. Thank you for saying, but please, and hang there with me. I need to hang. Or maybe I should say that. We need to persevere. Hanging may not be the phrase we want to use. Music. Yeah, people want me to sing happy birthday to that. No. I don't have any music going right now. Do I? Did I have music going? Or are we done? My sound machine shows no music going. Can somebody comment and see if it just stopped or if it's still going? I'm showing it going. I apologize. I literally looked at every board and I don't have anything going. Hold on, guys.
Happy birthday to you.
I rebooted. It may have got stuck. Is it still going? I rebooted. I'll sing it again. Don't worry. I'll go back. Is that better? All right, we'll do the story again. So Dottie Hogan. We'll do it again. It's okay. It sometimes, unfortunately, with this technology, especially like I have StreamYard or people use Stream Deck or some things, and some things the embedded music can get stuck. Yep. Sorry, my dog needed it. I'll go over the story again. It was a fun story. So my friend Dottie was in a quartet with me. She's the baritone, which is the harmony, and I'm the lead, which is the melody. And then we had a tenor, which is high, and a bass, which is low. And we did the Valentine's Day melodograms for the Sweet Adelines for the Alamo Metro Chorus in San Antonio, Texas. And we sang 8 hours on Valentine's Day. Every 15 minutes, we had somewhere to sing. And by the time I don't think we even had lunchtime. We were so busy. Yeah. Just like the jury, it's stuck. Oh, come on, jury. Don't give me those vibes. So we literally were just, can you imagine? That's 4 times 8. Yeah. We were on our very last one at 5:00 and we're like dragging. Our voices are shot. Our feet are shot. Our energy is plummeted. And we got to go in there and go, happy Valentine's Day, And this woman is sitting there when we go in to do it like this. And she doesn't move. She just does this. So before we went in, Dottie just looked at us and I love my Dottie. I miss her. And Dottie goes, let's go sing for this. It wasn't being in a bad way. It was just being facetious. And oh my God, we started laughing. So we get in, and when she crossed her arms and went like this, it was all we could do to even get through the song. And I'm giggling. I'm singing this song the guy wanted was called I'm Confessing That I Love You. And she broke up with him. And he's trying to get her back. She's not having any of it. We're paid to sing it, so we're singing it. And we're giggling because of a reaction. And we get back in the car, and I swear we all peed our pants on that one because we just laughed all the way back home. Oh, Karen, I do birthdays like on Facebook or YouTube. If I know you have a birthday, I sing. I play music and I sign. I don't sing. I'll mouth it. Happy birthday. But I don't sing. Because I can't sing along with the music because I can't hear the key. So anyway, it was just one of those moments that you just remember for the rest of your life. But one of the songs, and it's my best, well, at that time, she was my best friend. We've both gone on with lives, but I still love her dearly, and today's her birthday. And one of her favorite songs was, I was walking along, minding my business, when out of an orange-colored sky, a flash, bam, alakazam, wonderful you came by. So that was one of our favorite songs. And Dottie was always the harmony on that, but she loved the bass. I can't get bassy like Dottie can get bassy. So it was her birthday, and I just kind of sang that little diddly thing for her. And like I said, I miss music with my hearing. And that's one of the things I tried to explain earlier is that I can't do that anymore. I can't sing with people. I can't sing with music unless I'm alone because I can't always hear the key. Nobody here mentioned birthday. Did anybody here have a birthday today? So I am praying and hoping that this finishes today because I can't imagine what the poor Kellys are going through sitting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And do you know what? The lawyers are just as nervous. Well, thank you. Yeah, I can sing well by myself. It's just I can't hear well enough to sing with music or keys. If I don't know the music already, yeah, that's kind of hard. But I do sign a lot of music, and I absolutely love signing my music. I'm going to try and find something on. Oh, snap it. Didn't mean to do that, y'all. Snap it. Share to StreamYard. Make it big. There we go. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. There is another, by the way. I know, an hour and a half left for the day in Arizona. Like Elisa, I know, my gosh. Just so you guys know, there is a case in Texas with a rancher and a shooting, but no, I can't show this on TV, but oh my gosh. OMG. Somebody in an airport is going to get fired. I can't show this. It's not appropriate. But supposedly this rancher was driving down the road and saw two illegals trying to scoop up water out of a ditch or something like that, and he just shot them. Now, that is a no-no. That is, like, so beyond. I mean, nope. I cannot find photos. I don't want videos, I want photos. I can't believe somebody would do that. I think that is absolutely just beyond human that somebody would do that. Uh-oh, I had a bloop. Nope, nothing happened. I'm trying to find pictures with me and my monkey. Everybody wanted to know about my monkey. I'm trying to find. Oh, there's my graduation pictures. Jeez, that's a long time ago. Aw, there's my girl when she was a baby. Trying to find more pictures, but it's not very good quality. Come on, stick. I'm really surprised it's taking this long to reach a verdict. I am too, y'all. I am too. Okay, I'm going to show you a picture. This is a picture of me when my monkey was 6 months old. Six months old. That's my monkey at 6 months old. That's my little girl. By the way, the diaper she is wearing is a micro preemie diaper. It was this big. Yeah. And it went to her armpits. What do you think about the judge? Is he bipolar? I don't think he's bipolar, but what I think is that he's really caught in a lot of hard rock places. I think he's real frustrated with the prosecution. I really believe that because I think the prosecution really rubbed him raw. And let me ask you a question. That's a really good question. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Let me get back on the court feed. I had an instant message pop up. To getting past my bedtime, just watch as soon as, okay. Pauline, what time is it there? It's getting me. Okay, for everybody, you can just here's the plan, Pauline. And my spiritual mama's sister's named Pauline, and I absolutely love them. Okay. Close everything down and get in bed. Wait 10 minutes and open it all back up again, and you'll see a court full of people. Yeah? Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh, I can't believe. Do you know what? I have to say, I have sat there on many of people's like recovery addict or Emily D. Baker. How many of you know who knows Emily D. Baker? I mean, if you don't know Emily D. Baker, you've been living in a hole. But hold on, and after. My client. So Emily D. Baker and people, they stay on till midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, with some of the like Friday frenzies with other vloggers like Law and Lumber and Uncle of the Baileys. And I too have stayed up past my bedtime till midnight, 1, 2 with them. And I get what you're doing. And now you're doing it for me. And I'm just beyond blessed. Thank you so much. And this is real, true, raw emotion, girls. This ain't no acting. Oh, thank you so much. EDB is so good. I mean, but once again, she used to be a district attorney. She's really good at the legal stuff, the legalese and all that. I'm bringing the opposite side of the picture, I think. I think she and I'd be good to kind of back and forth as somebody who would be like a juror, alternate juror, and she's being the law side, and we just kind of sit there and go back and forth and kind of go, you know? I think that would be kind of cool. That would be awesome. Where is everybody from? Yes, that would be. I'd love to know where all of you are from. I know where a few of you are from, but I don't know where all of you are from. I do not know. That would be awesome. Karen, the judge, I think he has lost his drive, frustrated. He's I think the judge, first of all, you have a courthouse that may have 4 judges. One of the judges is going to be like a superior judge, the judge above the judges. Rhode Island, Wisconsin. Oh my gosh, y'all are really hanging in with me. Belgium? Oh, wow. No, you're not talking too much. Oh, no. I need you guys to, hey, this isn't about me. This is about y'all. I'm here to facilitate. Northeast Texas, I know where you are. I'm here to facilitate, okay? This is for you guys. This is not about just hearing me rant. I want to hear you guys. But the thing with the judge for me, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Tampa Bay, Florida. Chris, thanks for joining. Oh my gosh, Chris, thanks for commenting and watching. I appreciate you. For me, the judge to me is kind of caught in the middle. He wanted to allow the Netherlands. Oh my gosh. Oh, y'all bless my socks off. I'm going to sleep good tonight. I've been so blessed. I didn't sleep so good last night. But back to the judge. I think the judge is a good guy. I think the judge wanted to give as much time as he could to everybody. And so there was a fair and equal just trial. I think some of the things he's doing is to preserve for an appeal. Now, I'll touch that in a minute. Not a lawyer, but I am sharing my own, humble opinion. In my own, now what time is it? In my own humble opinion, I believe that he may have gotten his butt chewed out by his supervisor. I believe he got in a situation with one of the jurors' bosses, and that put him in a bad place. Then I believe that the prosecution and a little bit on the defense on her cross-examination. Well, let's do prosecution. I believe the prosecution really put too many witnesses on. I think they purposely delayed this case. Not delayed, ran the case. Oh my gosh. It's 11:41 p.m. or a.m. our time, non-military time. Yes, I'm military brat. That's why I can. But anyway, but the thing on the defense's side, I think that the defense knew that they were not going to be bringing up a ton. Oh, my son just sent me the cutest picture. I don't think the defense knew they weren't going to bring up a whole lot of witnesses. And I think that well, of course, they were doing everything they legally were allowed to do on the cross-examination. It just took forever. Look at this, y'all. The kitten, the kitten and the puppy are snuggled up together. Look at that. Oh, we just got her. We just rescued her, y'all. She was found outside by a tree. So the thing for me is I'm thinking, yeah, the defense kind of, but when you get a witness and you're doing your cross-examination on a witness, especially for the prosecution in the legal field, they're not going to sit here and you sit there and say, well, okay, did you see a footprint? Yeah, we saw a footprint and we also did this. And they're going to be as minimalistic as possible. They're not going to want to do anything to help the cross-examination and the defense. And I think you have to draw it out of them. You have to ask 15 questions to get to the answer you're trying to get to. And I think these people played it well. Part of the thing is most of the witnesses were in the legal field of one way or another. They were a sheriff, they were a border patrol agent, they were sheriff deputy, they were all, it's not like justice for my sister from another. Aw, thank you. Not thank you, but that's cool. Well, thank you too. But the thing is that I was right. They're not going to make it easy because they know not to. Now, if it was some other Joe Blow that saw shooting and they were sitting at McDonald's eating their hamburger and they're being cross-examined, they're going to spill the beans because they're scared to death and they're just going to say whatever it's going to say. So you have to sometimes work harder to get what you need out of the cross-examination, especially when they know that you need to do that. And I felt that's kind of played out a little bit here. I don't like the way he handled the situation the other day and giving the defense 5 minutes for cross-examination and then knocking it down to 4. I think he realized he acted inappropriately. I think he got in trouble for that too. Lord knows it went viral on the internet, and I think that affected his publicity or public image. I think he's come back. I think he's kind of worked past it and come back to where he normally is. Y'all, this is not easy to manage. Now, let's talk about the prosecution. Anybody know the name of the female prosecutor? Because I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a blank. What is the name of the female prosecutor? Have y'all watched her body language during the jury instructions? Oh my gosh, y'all. She was absolutely beyond frustrated because she wasn't getting what she wanted. Hey, Ada K in chat, what's your view on the sheriff and who went to me? Oh, Pauline, we'll go back there because we talked about it, but we'll go back there. Just give me a second. We'll loop back around to that because I touched on it earlier, but boy, we can definitely go through that again. But the biggest thing is that prosecutor was so mad at she was not getting what she wanted and the other person was, and she did this. Did y'all see her just go and stayed sitting in this backwards position and just was kind of like shoot. But the defense was leaning forward and really engaged. Oh my gosh. And that man who was sitting with the lead prosecutor, he was smart. He kept his head down and his mouth shut. It seems really strange. I mean, yeah. Everybody agrees with you on that, Justice. But once again, guys, he is human. Let's talk about that sheriff because we've already talked about it. In this, and we heard that. What the hell after the judge told her to make a written request? Yes, I know. That's what my closed captioning caught. See, and that's something else I told RA. Everything because I'm deaf without my hearing aids, and then I struggle, and I have a special sound system, but I have a special captioning that goes across my screen that captions everything heard. I saw what hell? I went, what? Yeah. What the hell? Yeah, exactly. You got to put it in writing. But they both have pissed him off. Let's talk about the sheriff. I wish I could play the song, but I can't. The sheriff. Y'all, the sheriff. All right. I talked about the sheriff earlier, and I'll talk about the sheriff again. Once I heard that the sheriff had crossed the border earlier in the trial. All right, whoever loves the Reese's, I can't remember now. My brain's fried. I'm going to eat it now. It's just sitting here calling my name. Calling my name. It's going, Ada. I'm chocolate. I'm crunchy. You're hungry. Okay, so the sheriff. Oh my gosh. I Googled and I pulled up, there was a law in 2020 that was enacted between Mexico and border of U.S. that states, basically, I'm paraphrasing, you cannot cross over to the opposite side of the border from Mexico to U.S. or U.S. to Mexico anymore to do any kind of, depositions, investigations of court cases or witnesses or anything like that. without contacting like the U.S. consulate. So this sheriff should have contacted the U.S. consulate and should have contacted the local police in Mexico. There was a show on Big Super. It's a YouTube channel, and I'm not supporting him. I don't know him well enough to support him, but I will tell you to go watch it for yourself. Where he interviews the sheriff, and the sheriff starts the interview outside his ranch house and goes in and talks for 5 minutes about a dang grandfather clock. And I said, this is not going to bode well. And then he went on to talk about the ranch, showed every room, including every bathroom. It was like a tour of every toenail of that house. Then he goes and puts them in the truck, and they go to the border. Just say, if this was in, okay, this would have. Yes, and I think you are right, Pauline. Do you go by Pauline Anna? You're right. And so he goes across the border, and he asked some of his other deputies to go, and nobody wanted to go with him. And that to me was interesting. They were uncomfortable with one did go. And they went across the border. They met with the Daniel Gabriel's supposedly two pregnant daughters and a supposed uncle. He didn't check IDs. He didn't record any of it. He did a 6-minute synopsis at the end. He didn't contact the U.S. consulate, nor did he contact the Mexican police. But this is what confuses me. In the interview, he's a celebrity sheriff in Mexico. He's a celebrity. Everybody knows him. He knows everybody. I'm sure he works that, if he's that well known with the police and everybody there, in good standing, like he presented himself to be, then it would not have been no skin off his nose to contact them and say, I need to have an interview with these people. Just FYI. And the other part of that law is that the whatever information he gets, he has to give them copies of. So he goes down there. He does not record anything. Y'all, what's your comments on not recording? Because to me, that's BS. He doesn't even know if the uncle could have been the head of the Mexican cartel that the Gabriel worked for. And those two daughters who were pregnant could have been under his control. Very plausible. And he wanted to know what happened to Gabriel because maybe he didn't get his drugs or he lost a mule or a coyote or both when Gabriel died. That's money out of his pocket. And guess what? If Gabriel owned money to that cartel, guess who owns it and owes the money now? The family, the daughters. And they can be forced into all kind of nasty stuff to pay him back. My humble opinion, and I stick with it. I stand by it. Okay, y'all, come on. We're still playing. I think it was pretty politically agendaed or big ego, very, very shady. I think it was very shady. Very, very shady, Pauline. Ada taught us a song for BS earlier. Yeah, I did. I'll teach it to you again. Wait a minute. Is this a replay? No, okay. Because she came and got the same thing out of her bag earlier. I was panicking there. 2 ways to sign bull. The animal, bull, 2 fingers, the head, the horns. The other way, more discreet way, is the letter B, facing you, B. Close it into a fist, the letter S, BS. Bull. can teach you some things. But I think that he is very lucky that if he went across illegally, and he may not have known he was dealing with Mexican mafia, or he very well may have. I don't know. Well, let's talk about the interview. He's interviewing. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm smacking in the mic. I still got chocolate in my mouth. In the interview, or he in the testimony states that he was being interviewed. Yeah, when I'm around deaf community, that's how fast it is. When I'm trying to be discreet. When he was in the interview, they were in a cantina, a restaurant in a hotel. Who does a murder investigation interview in a restaurant or hotel? Now, undercover stuff does do that, but guess what? They're wired. Something's going on. He's carrying a piece of paper to the the defendant attorney is sitting there. There's her purse. And that guy went right over there and put something, handed it to her. So when you're sitting here and you're interviewing somebody, and you don't do it in a cantina or restaurant, and if you're doing it undercover, then you're wired. Yeah, exactly, Lego Lisa. You are wired. You do something to have a recording of it, or you have somebody else there who has a directional mic. I mean, it's true. They do all that stuff. So you go over there and you say, "Oh, I was going to offer my condolences." I call major on that because one, how many other people, illegals, have you found deceased on this your side of the border? Many, 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 many. And how many times have you gone over across the border to offer condolences? I bet a goose egg, except for this one with Gabriel. Just saying. Lip gloss is going on. Movements happening. Y'all, either the jury wants to go home, they're hung, or they got a verdict. I bet you we're getting ready to get something. Well, at the end of the day, they're going to come in anyway. So then you say it's too loud and too noticeable. We're going to move to the lobby. So you move to the lobby and finish the interview. Everyone together now with our new sign language. Are you ready? Do it with me. Bull. I can't see you. I just did it in spirit with you. It's all, I mean, you'd say that you could not get him over to the port of entry, nor could you get him in the U.S. But then later, another detective comes in and says, "Oh, I interviewed him at the port of entry." Aww. Yeah, thanks for the emoji. Perfect. Not my Highland cow. This is not a bull. We're working on a name for my Highland cow. My daughter got me that when I set up this room. I started this trial, actually. So I'm sitting here thinking, you said that he didn't have a phone. You said he didn't have internet. You said he had no way to do. Court reporter coming in. We got some movement, y'all. I got to tell you, I bet you they're going home or it's hung. I can't imagine this actually being a verdict this time of the day, but then it could be. Corey Cow, how cute. We have Connor, the screaming goat. I forgot about him. Y'all ready? Watch your ears. The audacity of that sheriff to go in there and break the law. Yeah, she's setting up her machine. God, I hope we have a verdict. I don't want to, I got to be honest. I don't want to hear guilty. I don't want to hear guilty. At this guy's age, he would not survive prison. He will die in prison. And I'm more nervous for Mrs. Kelly too. But Howie the Highlander. Oh, I'm going to have to review all the comments and I'll have to write all the names and we'll combine 3 or 4 and have a poll. I know you, I liked this Heidi the Hef. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no, you didn't. Court Stream just did it. Let's get it back, y'all. There we go. What? Okay, let me do this and see what's going on. Why are you doing this? Are you switching because we have verdict? Okay, we may have a verdict, y'all, because they're messing with the feed. Oh, the jury has a note. Yeah. See, how does he get the end? I bet they're hung. How did RA get the note? Well, I saw the guy come out with a note. Maybe that's why. So you're listening to both of us. Thank you. Maybe I ought to put him on. I'm going to go to take that off. I got a lot of windows open, y'all. I got a lot of windows open. So I'm going to go here. Let me pull up Recovery Addict. I really appreciate him. He's so much more experienced than I am. I'm just now learning how to get to the court stuff. Oh, he's not even, wait a minute. We're 15 hours, 56 minutes and 9 seconds into this. But okay, so he's watching something else. So people tweet from courtroom. Yeah, he has the ends. I don't. So that's why I kind of glance. I have him running over here. Oh, it doesn't matter. Andriella, you can go back and forth to Andrielle. I think you can go back and forth. No, RA is doing jury selection for what trial? Because if this is done, I got to find another trial. But I don't want to do a trial that's in the middle. And I don't want to do the Kohlberger. What trial is he doing? Do y'all know? For the jury selection. So I just believe that sheriff knew darn well this is a political coup. We call him the looks like it may be a smaller community, but they've had some pretty big trials in that courtroom. I've seen it. I know, but they said they had a note from the jury, so that doesn't always mean verdict. I mean, if they're going to say verdict, they're going to say verdict. It'd be announced verdict. Wait, verdict is in. Oh, and I can't switch my live. Verdict is in. Verdict in jury. They say verdict in George Allen Kelly trial. Holy Moses. Do we have a verdict? I don't want to get your hopes up, y'all, but it says on the new court feed, I'll put it up here for you. Give me a second. It shows, I know how some of y'all there we go. See where it says verdict in George Allen Kelly trial. Hallelujah. Oh, now I'm nervous. I am so. Oh, I'm so nervous. Yeah, it looks like he's back. He's over 2. Oh, I need to. Well, okay, y'all, but here's my problem. What can I do? How do I do this? I'm going to go edit my stream and turn verdict is in caps. I'm going to edit the. Okay, I'm editing my feed. Hopefully I can do this without affecting y'all. If I should lose you by accident, please hop right back on. But I think if I would have lost you, I would already. I'm really, I am really learning this program and I'm loving it because I just edited my feed and didn't lose you. Yay! I just put the verdict is in. Oh, he's saying now it's just a note? But the camera and them say verdict is in. Oh, crap. I'm just going to change it back to verdict watch, y'all, till I know for sure. I'll put verdict question mark. How about that? We'll just put question, question, question. That way, if it does come in, we're good. If it doesn't, we're good. Edit verdict, question, question, question. And that way, it's just kind of like, we'll see. There, that way it's kind of either way. And then what I'll do is I will probably, depending on what the verdict is and depending if I can hang my head or not, and my jaw may be on the floor scraping it as I walk out of my office. NG, please. Oh, guilty. I'm brain tired. Someone tweeted it's a note. Well, okay. Here's why I think thought it was a verdict. Watch. Verdict. I'm going to take my face down, and then I'm going to do this. Let me do that. Let's see if I can show this. I'm going to hide the comment. Do you see where it says verdict and George Allen Kelly trial? Do you see that? That's coming directly from the court feed itself. That's not coming that's coming from the courtroom feed. That's why I thought we may have a verdict. I refreshed. Not everybody may have refreshed. I do have the sound off because they had a weird copy, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it on. Anyone remember to share friends with someone who is some type of Mexican diplomat or something who lives in? Yes, definitely remember that. This is all political. And he even said in that interview on the YouTube channel that he was running again and now he's retired. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, how many of you? All right, guys. I know usually when a sheriff retires or leaves, a lot of the people who are just under him a lot of times retire and leave off. That is not uncommon, but this case was so... I would not be surprised if a lot of people had their heads roll. Just saying. Y'all, I need to get me a t-shirt. I'm going to hire a friend of mine to make me a t-shirt that says, in my humble opinion, because I say that a lot. What do you think? In my humble opinion. And I want to have nicknames for all my viewers like you guys. Like some people have law nerds. I can't use that one. I thought about court geeks, court freaks, but that's too kind of weird. But I want to have something cool to call all you guys because y'all have really touched my heart and y'all have been so amazing and supportive. And if I could give y'all a hug, here's a virtual hug. This is today, Friday being on the panel with Recovery Addict, and the fact that he trusted me enough to be on his panel was a huge, huge first time. Crime Crunchers. Ooh, like it. I got to write that down. I really appreciated that so much because, when you bring people on, you never know what they're going to say, and it's a risk. And I will eventually learn how to do the same thing where I can bring people on. One of the things I want to do is get my phone. Now, my phone Bluetooths to my, I don't know why that's going off. Oh, Rise. Oh, he's got, oh, please have no, I don't, oh, there's a note. Dang it. Okay. Here we go, y'all. I wish I had the right music.
The records show the presence of Ms. Hunley for the state, counsel for the defendant, and the defendant. The jury is absent. The jury began deliberations this morning again at 8:30 in the morning.
They're hung.
Took a break for lunch at 2:50 p.m. The jury forwarded the following note to the bailiff, who forwarded it to me, and copies have been provided to all counsel. Judge Fink, The jury is still at an impasse, and we don't feel further deliberations will
Hung jury.
I think that's net, Your Honor.
net. We do not feel that further deliberations will net a unanimous decision. Are there additional instructions we can follow? Sign juror number 1, who's the foreperson. I'll give Mark the
He's going to
time,
give him the impasse.
and I'll give the note to the clerk with today's date, 4/22/24.
Yeah, but it's not an acquittal either. Let me tell
We
you
hear
that.
from the
Living with a
state,
non-acquittal
we'll
is
hear from the
hell.
defense this Sunday.
Your Honor, the state requests that we provide the impasse instruction provided in the Raji's.
The standard from criminal 53.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We're in agreement with that, Your Honor. We think it's time for that instruction.
All right, before we get there, I waited a few minutes before I came in to make sure you had time to discuss the situation with your client. But if you need more time, I'm happy to give it to you. I want to make sure you've had a time to consult with Mr. Kelly.
The Allen charge is invoked.
All right, so everyone is in agreement the court should get standard criminal 53 impasse instruction. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, very well. Let's bring it up.
Oh my gosh. This is my first hung jury. Yeah, I know. I was trying to make it bigger for you, but oh, look at her. This is devastating. Y'all, this is good and bad. They may not retry it. They may drop it. But at the same time, he's not proven innocent. So it's going to put a lot of doubt in many people in his community. And it's living with a hung juror verdict on when it's you, and not having the acquittal is just as bad as being guilty in a lot of people's minds. I'm sure the jury is frustrated, and it would really be frustrating if it was only one person. Oh, man. If it was only one person and it was hung, I would hate to be that one person. But I suspected this after the panel I was on with Recovery Addict. I don't know what he's saying right now. Let's do this.
Right.
I'm going to mute him for a minute. Unfortunately, I can't listen to him without y'all hearing him. He doesn't mind if I do that. I know. I mean, he doesn't mind if I do that.
Please be seated. The records show the presence of all 8 jurors.
He told me I could.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I received a note from juror number 1, who is the spokesperson, I assume the foreperson for the jury, that the jury is at an impasse. And the request was, are there any other instructions that we can follow? I do have an instruction. It's a formal instruction. I'm going to read it to you now, so please pay close attention. This is offered to help you, not to force you reach a verdict. As jurors, you have a duty to discuss the case with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach a just verdict.
Instruction.
Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you consider the evidence impartially with your fellow jurors. During your deliberations, you should not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced that it is wrong. However, you should not change your belief concerning the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinions of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You may wish to identify areas of agreement and disagreement and then discuss the law and the evidence as they relate to the areas of disagreement. If you still disagree, you may wish to tell the attorneys and me which issues, questions, law, or facts you would like us to assist you with. If you decide to follow these steps, please write down the issues where further assistance might help bring about a verdict and give the note to the bailiff. The attorneys and I will then discuss your note and will try to help you. I do not wish or intend to force a verdict. We are merely trying to be responsive to your apparent need for help. If it is possible that you could reach a verdict as a result of this procedure, you should consider doing so. Please take a few minutes and discuss this instruction among yourselves. Then advise me in writing of whether we can attempt
Justice, no, hold on. I'll
in the
explain.
manner indicated above, or whether you do not believe that such assistance and additional deliberation would assist you in reaching a verdict. That's my additional
This is
instruction to you.
formality.
If any of you wish me to read it again, it's very important. If you need to hear it again, I'm happy to do it. All right, seeing none. Do you understand the instruction? Very well. I'm excusing you once more to deliberate further and consider this additional instruction that I've given you. I'll stand in recess until we hear from
Now.
you.
Okay, you guys, what's happening here is, and I'm sure he's going to talk again, and no, he left too. Okay, here's what's happening. This is a formal. Before it was informal. Now it's formal. You have to do the. Oh, poor Mr. Kelly. Oh my gosh, poor Mr. Kelly. Ah, poor old man. Okay. It was basically 16 hours in deliberation, I think. And he reset the clock. Okay. Oh, it may have been 12. I thought it was 15. But anyway, so what happens here is they're going to go back for a minute and see if there's anything they can do. I know, I just want to give all of them a hug, the wife and him. So what's happening here is that's why I don't like, no, because they're not hung yet. They got to go through this official Allen thing before they can call it an official hung jury. Okay. Hi, Gritty Gret. What? I'm not understanding. Oh, thank you. I get it now. So what they're doing is they're giving a formal instruction. Once this is given, if they come back and say they're hung, it's over. They're hung. Then the prosecution can come back and do it all over again. Here's the thing. I've known people who've gone through and had hung juries, and what happens is even if they don't re-prosecute, it doesn't acquit him, and it will always follow him for the rest of his life. And people will still consider him a murderer, even though he's not been tried and found innocent, which drives me nuts. You're innocent until proven guilty. Okay, here's why they didn't, Justice. This is why they didn't do it the first time. They'd only been in 5 hours. Very minimal time. And for the length of this case, oops, sorry, I'm trying to do too many things. For the length of the case, 4 weeks, and you're in for about 4.5, 5 hours, he's saying, guys, and it was a Friday, and they just want to get home. They're done for the week. Okay? They're done for the week. So he suggested, hey, if you guys think you can go on and potentially finish this Monday and actually come back with a verdict, take the weekend off, regroup, rejuvenate, clean out the cobwebs of your mind, think and pray over what you've heard, discuss it with anybody, and then when y'all come back in, try again. I think in the end, because it's his life on the line, it was the right decision. I don't have a problem with the judge doing what he did. Now he has made this official. They're going to go back and talk and say, is there any chance we can resolve this? If it's a no, they're going to come back and say hung jury and we're done. We got to do it all over again. If they choose to do it again. And honestly, I want to listen to him real quick. They're going right. Yep. Okay. Could y'all hear him? That is recovery addict. So this is ridiculous. The Allen instruction, they already tried twice. Third time now, someone will just change and believe to be able to go home. You know what? It just depends on how far they're split. This is one thing I have a problem with. You have 2 charges here. One charge, guilty of second-degree manslaughter. Then you have another of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I think it's with. I have to look it up again. When you have 2, they may be unanimous that he's not. Okay. They may be unanimous that he's not guilty of the second-degree manslaughter, but they may be arguing over whether or not he is guilty of an attempted assault with a deadly weapon or whatever it is. And that's where they may be hung. Or they may be hung on the first one. You can't the 2 charges, I think, is what's tying this case up. I think if they're smart, if they were the prosecution and try this again, I would only have 1 charge. I think that is hanging up this case. Personal opinion. I'm gonna try something. Can you guys hear Recovery Addict? I'm gonna turn him up. Let me know. He already did, Ada. Yeah. So can you hear the Recovery Addict speaking in the background? But I agree. I think that this is gonna take okay, good. Because I don't want copyright, and he won't copyright me because he told me he wouldn't. I think that he would not. I think it's just gonna take about the time. I think I agree with Recovery Act. It's gonna take just about the same time it's gonna take for them to go back there, take one more vote, and write the letter. I do not think it's salvageable at this point. If they come back with a verdict, I'm gonna be draw jobbed. Yeah, I can't believe you guys can't hear him. That's kinda good for me because I wasn't sure. Yeah. I think everyone, the state and the prosecution and the court reporter are like, "I'm not going anywhere." I agree with you. But I can't believe I have sat in this chair for practically 8 hours a day for 4 weeks and a day. Wow. I got a comfortable chair, y'all. But yeah, I'm Sparkles. I'm with you. I'm not happy. Um, but I think the way or I don't know if y'all any of y'all watched me or I did say this, I think, on the Recovery Addict panel. I think that the jury instructions can make or break a case. Absolutely can make and break a case. They can have him found guilty, but by the way the jury's instructions are written, it may not doesn't matter, or innocent, either way. It may go to the jury instructions being the issue here. How does this play out for appeals if he comes back with guilty? Could they if he comes back with a guilty, he can appeal. Judge forced a verdict. I don't think he's not forcing a verdict, but he is saying, guys, you really need to make 100% effort and beyond because y'all retrying this case costs the county a really, really, really a whole lot of money. It really does. And to the defendant and his age and taking everything into consideration, if I was on a jury, I'd fight like hell to keep going. Um, I don't think it's forcing a verdict, it's forcing them to just reassure that they can't go any further. I I I can't really stream his on me. What are you trying to fix? Oh, I've still got him in my ears. He's saying the same thing we are. about the Allen thing. It's just it's really frustrating. Um, but understand, I would be fighting like a mad dog if I was on a jury. In this case, whether I was for or against that we stay and keep working until we figure it out. Um, and but they've given up 4 plus weeks of their lives for pennies on the dollar to sit here. They have lost a month of wages, some of them's jobs, some of their jobs have just been really difficult for them, and the judges had to call them. Majority often comes out on top when these situations, in my opinion. Yeah, but they're not. Somebody has dug their heels in, and somebody has not given up. No, I agree with Recovery Addict. This is not looking good for anybody. My thing is my next question is, why don't you okay, we have the 10 minutes is up. So I think a lot of times when a jury is hung, they keep getting sent back. They compromise in guilty verdict. Out of those who are standing firm on not guilty and not giving in to the pressure. Do you know what? If that's the holdup, I agree with you 100%. Because if you can't say 100% if you can't beyond a reasonable doubt, then you cannot put this man in prison, if that's the case. Oh, I know. It may be I don't know, is this a 12-person jury? My brain's mush. But it may be everyone guilty and one not guilty. We don't know. It's been bothering me all day. Had a little hair. We're at 16 hours, including this 10 minutes. 8, that's right. Thank you, Speckled, 8. So you could have 7 guilty and 1 not guilty. I mean, think about it. It could be the other way. It's not always, 7 not guilty and 1 guilty, but you never know. Something's going on. Mr. R is struggling with something. Okay, over at the Recovery Addict, they're talking about the state has not touched their water allotment. It's still got the Saran wrap on it. Alright, it's doing a poll, how long until the jury is back? Yeah, I might as well just close my poll out. I don't know how to do that yet. I'm so new to this. Let me go over here. I don't wanna risk losing my feed. Let me go to my YouTube channel. I'm gonna close out my poll. Oh, oh, jury number 11 was crying, "I'm listening to RA." Oh, jury 11 is the not guilty, and she came out crying. So this is not gonna be good, y'all. This is not gonna be good. So I bet they're hung on guilty. I'm just gonna leave the poll. I don't have time to do it. Oh, that's okay. I'm listening to him. Oh my gosh, y'all. Can you believe this? They believe number 11 is a not guilty juror, and they're saying um, that she came out crying. So they are definitely I would love to know when this is over what the actual numbers were, and I wanna know which juror is gonna actually speak. Which juror is gonna actually speak? I'm just gonna have to wait to end my poll. I just can't do it. Jury number 11, I mean, juror number 11 came out with the 8 jurors crying. Someone in court just texted RA that. Oh my god. I mean, I'm not saying they're not trying, y'all. They're trying. They're trying. Mm, yeah, she was nodding through the jaw. I'm so in a way, I'm kinda glad I don't have, like, 20,000 people talking to me because Mr. RA is talking about YouTube and the streaming is moving so fast, he can't keep up with it, and I'm all like, "Y'all, I'm glad." I mean, I love everyone, and I would take as many as I can get, but at least now I can interact with you. We're now at basically 16 hours and something minutes. Okay, number 11 was the lady that was nodding and being very supportive of Mrs. Kelly. So there's everyone's assuming she's a not guilty. And, I know, 2K in chat, how does he do it? He has mods. I don't know how to even get mods. I couldn't even afford a mod. Heck, I don't even know what a mod actually does, all that they do. I gotta learn all this. Oh, you're enjoying the interaction. Thank you so much. Sometimes, it's best to start and grow instead of that's why I'm over on this channel, easier to be heard and have a conversation. Oh, me too. Thank you. No matter how big I get, I will still do as much of this as possible. I don't have members and all that yet, and eventually I will. Um, I understand the importance of that, but, um, I know what it's like to make comments and it go and nobody sees it. So, I'm devastated, y'all. I'm gutted. I'm gutted for the Kellys. I'm really gutted for the Kellys because to go to bed and not have an innocent is very difficult, but once again, innocent until proven guilty, and a hung jury means you're not guilty, they didn't prove you're guilty. I mean, if you look at it the way you're supposed to, but the society doesn't do that, y'all. Society is not friendly to hung juries. I'm really proud of the jury. They did deliberate, what, about 6 plus, 7 plus hours after the last, possible instruction for impasse. Oh, no, Karen, I'm not gonna give up streaming. Okay, I'll be honest with you, I have more than 2 I have this channel, and if you want to hear more about my story as a jail widow, I call myself a jail widow. My husband didn't die to death, but he died to prison, meaning the prison cost the death of our marriage and our relationship and his actions. So you can go over to that and comment and like. I've got videos I post almost weekly. Now that I'm really set up, I hope to post weekly. And then I have another one for ADA law, Americans with Disability Act law, because I am ADA law consultant. Yeah, he has been doing it a long time. But I have to be honest, I'm gonna pat myself on the back. I think I have picked this up quickly considering what all I've had to do. I had hired some guys to come in. I found them through somebody to come and try to connect all this with me, get me all linked through YouTube, internet, and, Instagram and Twitter, which I don't really use Instagram. I mean, I use Instagram a little bit, but I really don't use Instagram and Twitter. Um, I'm not into the booty dance crap that they do. Where, my other page is called Jail Widow. Let me see if I can bring it up while we're waiting. No, no, let's do this here. Go to my channel. Let's see if I can bring up Jail Widow, switch accounts. All right, I'm showing this real quick. This is my Jail Widow account. This is where I talk about my journey and I give advice. And oh, thank you so much, Boston Bruins. Thank you so much. You're so awesome. I really, you guys have no idea how much this means to me. It's very hard doing this and getting subscribers, so I really appreciate it. Hey, I'm gonna bring it back over here to the courtroom. Um, okay, someone's talking about how they think the judge screwed this up. Would learn to learn additional aids way out of practice. Well, gritty grit soon. My problem is mic placement and people being able to hear me and having be back like this. Soon, I hope to be signing and talking at the same time. It's very hard to do that. I have to practice it in short parts because this is hard. And by watching, see, I can barely hear you. That's my point. That's my point. So signing and talking at the same time with a microphone is hard. And a recovery addict is gonna help me. He's going to counsel me on that and, help me find the correct microphone for my situation. So, I'm just waiting for this, trial to be finished, and him and I just take a breather, and then I'm gonna talk to him. The second thing I need is a switcher component. Is my signing easy to understand, or can you hear me better now? Which is it? My signing or my talking? But I really hope that you guys will, stick with me and share. And, y I watch a lot of different people, and I'm okay with the, what is it when they watch it later? I understand as a voice choppy. It's because of where the microphone is. See, that is my problem. That that is my problem. You How did you learn ASL? Bruins. Um, sorry. Is the sound any better for all of y'all? Um, okay, she's still moving. I'm like, "Did they freeze? No, did I miss it?" So, right now we're in 22 minutes and 30 seconds into the, 22 minutes and 36 seconds into the, jury deliberation. So, please stick with me, Gritty Grit, and oh, signing Gritty Grit and Boston Bruins. Please stick with me. I will start signing more and more until it becomes easier. But if you know sign language, you know how hard it is to talk and sign at the same time. I grew up hearing and became deaf over the last 20 years. In 2013, I started learning ASL and went to college. Oh, I can go wider. I mean, but here's the problem. I have this cord. I've ordered an extension, so this limits me. These are my ears. This is how I hear and I read. so I can come back. I just gotta get like this. This is just in my way. You're correct. That's why I've I've not started signing. I need a little bit more technology, connections and that. So, I'm hoping in May to start signing a whole lot more. I have used this trial to learn how yes, I can, how, to work all the technology first, so when I start signing, this technology is smooth. Boston. Okay, guys, I'm not gonna sign anymore. I am so sorry. It is very difficult. Greta, can you understand me or do you have captioning? Okay, Boston. This entire trial, I entered it with no knowledge of anything about the case other than a rancher and a shooting with the illegal. I live in Texas. I am not on the border, but I'm close to the border, and I had interest. My whole view of this case is that the sheriff is a freaking idiot. He did illegal things. Any information they got over in Mexico should have never been brought into here. There's so many things that were done wrong by the prosecution and the investigators. Forensic was a show. I just really, really struggle, and I was very, very hard on the prosecution because and I wasn't being biased, I was just seeing the holes, and when the defense did something, I called it. For example, "Mr. Kelly, y'all, learn from Mr. Kelly. If you're being questioned in a room that has no windows except for a mirror that's two-way sided with cameras, don't say a freaking word, get an attorney. I don't care if you're a witness. I don't care if you think you are the one that they're interviewing. Everybody in that room should automatically assume that they are a point of interest or a person of interest and get an attorney. He shouldn't have said a word. He should not have said a word, but he's a good old boy. They've been taught in his generation, you cooperate with the police, especially if you're innocent, and that's what I think he did. I'm not gonna get into whether I think he's guilty or innocent, but I will say, I don't think he should be found guilty. They have too much things against it. I don't think they should let in, some of the evidence that they let in because, well, number 1, there was a lot of things broken by that sheriff. That sheriff went on another YouTuber's channel and slammed and accused the defendant of being a vigilante and being basically saying he basically said he shot the he did. He did. He said, he shot the guy and killed him. Yep. I'm not hearing of hard of hearing. Okay, hearing impaired. Just, my family who was I took several ESR classes because it was thank you so much for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that. My hubby and I last night when we were watching American Nightmare. Look, y'all, the sheriff to me, his behavior alone to me should have disqualified this. Your department is investigating, you're ahead of this, and the fact that he Ada K. Brown, are you a mega Trump conservative because no, I'm not saying I'm a conservative, I'm not saying I'm a liberal. I do not buy parties. I don't do parties. I I look at the individual and what they think and all that. But my thing is this, when you have a sheriff of a county go across the border, there is a law and state in place that says you cannot go across and do depositions and get and interview people and whatnot on crimes without contacting the U.S. consulate and the Mexican police. And every and all evidence that you get from that, you must turn over to the Mexican police. If you don't do that, I have problems with that. Follow the law. I'm just saying. I saw that interview. Follow the law. And if you are the law, you must follow the law. Oh, Lord, her child, I am not illegal. Jury is spelled Jury. Jury. Verdict, I don't know, I just spelled verdict. Guilty or not guilty? Well, in the beginning Boston Burns. Okay. Just so y'all know, in the beginning, I was more towards, you know, this side of the boat, guilty, because at the point in time, I thought he shot the gun up in the air, bullets come down, he coulda shot him when I first entered into this case. But like I told some of the people today, I went to the gun range this past weekend, and just by coincidence, there was a young man with a AK-47, an AR. He had multiple, and I was watching the way the casings ejected, and I was, really paying attention. I have a lot of questions about the investigation. It's not it's not that I'm just saying, "Hey, he's a good boy, he's innocent." I'm just saying the investigation has a lot of holes. And when it's beyond innocent until proven guilty and beyond reasonable doubt, you know? Okay, here you go. And you have a right to that, that's perfectly fine. My vote is guilty of second-degree murder with the information that I know, and that's fair enough. Everybody has their rights, but I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I just struggle a little bit with some of the stuff, and it just like I've said earlier, not today, I don't think I've said this today. I watched this and I was so waiting for the prosecution to give me the, "Ah, there's the bomb. They dropped the bomb. There is what I needed to see guilty." We got close a couple of times, I thought, but then the defense came back. Um, Now, he fired a gun in the air, which everyone, gun owners know you do not do that. I have said that. That's why I think if any charge could potentially stick outside, let's take out the second-degree murder, would be an assault with a deadly weapon. There's 2 charges they can get him on, so that's why I think it's a hung jury. Gun owners do have an extreme responsibility, yes, and I am so on board. Man, let me tell you what, when I was on that gun range, I mean, I am so my gun is to the side, there's no ammo in it when I'm walking. I mean, there are so many rules, and I follow rules when it comes to safety. I'm following the rules, and yes, when he shot up in the air, that's a risk he took. That was his decision that's what he did. I'm not gonna say right or wrong. I can't get in his mind, but if he did hear a shot, why my thing is or let me ask you this, Boston. What's your thoughts of them not investigating, Daniel? What's your thoughts of them not investigating Daniel? Okay, the cartel idea is conspiracy, in my own humble opinion. Um, I can see where you think that. I personally have dealt with cartel in my life, in my field, and that is real. It is not fake. I have seen it. I have seen the death. I'm an emergency services volunteer chaplain. I've been a volunteer firefighter. I've been a part of the American Red Cross. I have been involved with, ST and human trafficking. It does exist, but it's not always they're not always to blame. Does that make sense? But without the bullet, how can they prove the bullet that killed Gabriel came out of Mr. Kelly's gun? Uh-huh. And everybody has a right to their opinions here, and I'm not gonna judge anybody. Why was this not a federal crime? Um, uh, Boston Burns, do you know that the majority of crimes that people are convicted of are circumstantial evidence? I'm with you on that, Boston. I get that. I'm with you. Get it 100%. I just think if you're gonna bring this to trial with somebody whose life is going to he will die in prison if he's convicted, okay? He will die in prison if he's convicted at his age. If he gets more than 5 years, I don't think he'll live. I just think that there's a lot they didn't do in the forensics. There's a lot that was not done to preserve the case. Well, yes, that is possibly true too. The first shot could have been what killed Gabriel. I've talked about that. I'm trying to catch up with you guys. It's okay. This is textbook example of why Americans don't need guns. You could do that. You could there's other alternatives out there. Okay, so Boston, you just heard me Boston Bruins, you just heard me say I went to the gun range this weekend. I hope that doesn't offend you, but I am licensed, I am trained, I am responsible. My guns a lot of times are more when I go to the ranch for varmint or for snakes and wild boar, which will kill you. I have been chased up a tree by a wild boar and have been cut on the inside of my leg. I still have the scar from it. I do. So, I believe there's a time and place for them. But everybody has a right to their opinion, and I would never force anybody to believe that they have to have one. He has 170 acres. 170 acres is a decent little plot of ranch. It's not massive. My papa has, I think, like 2,000, but a lot of his is more cliffed acreage than flat acreage. Um, my papa ranch, where we are in Texas, have had a lot of illegals crossing it. Nobody lives near Mr. Kelly, that is true. Well, there's big ranches. They're like big plots of ranches with a lot of space between the homes. The neighbor that lived next to him admitted on the stand that he doesn't live there. He goes out there. Y'all, I'm gonna say this. It's okay to ask questions, but let's not get in an argument, so you don't believe the right to do self-defense. Y'all, we gotta be careful. I'd love to live next door to the county. Remember? Okay. So, I'm gonna ask y'all, I appreciate y'all's comments on that. We can keep it friendly, I'm okay with it. But if it gets a little unfriendly, we need to move away from the gun law, okay? The thing is, y'all, is that many if there have been situations if I didn't have a gun or certain situations like with snakes and whatnot, I would have been bit or killed, honestly, honestly. And once again, I believe that there should be, I don't believe that everybody should carry one. I don't believe we need to have a free for all, but I believe in certain situations that they can and are appropriate. Humble opinion. Okay. I don't think it's the color of skin here. And Mr. Boston Bruins, I appreciate it, but I really wanna keep this on a fair, even playing field for everyone. I don't think race really had anything to do with this. I think fear of people crossing illegally and drugs and cartel was a fear for him. Fear does things to people, doesn't matter the color of your skin. Okay, so everybody, please let's be respectful and take race out of this, okay? Christiane, thank you so much. Thank you for hopping in from Mr. Arley's channel. I appreciate it. So, everybody, let's take out if we gotta take out the skin color and the politics. I understand that people believe politics is involved, but this is a safe place for everyone. And I really am gonna I'm gonna have to ask everyone to do that. I respect everybody's opinions. I respect people's beliefs that not everybody should have a gun, and I get that. But this is the race issue is not something I really am gonna entertain, okay? Okay, guys, I've never had to do this before, and it really hurts me to do this, but I just put somebody in timeout. I have asked multiple times to take race out of this, and Boston Bruins continued it. I have put him in timeout. I do not want anybody being offended here, and we're not gonna get on the race bucket. Christy, thank you for popping in. I really appreciate it. This is not about race. I've never felt this is about race. This is not about a racial trial. Once again, I've said in the past, nobody deserves to be killed. But at the same time, Mr. Kelly is also fighting for his life now. You're welcome, y'all. God, I can't believe I had to do that. I'm I gotta take the good with the bad, y'all. I do. God, y'all, that was so horrible. Okay, say that again. Wait a minute. Ada Cameron, you may want to make sure you have the ability to have a redirect except tuned on in case Ari tries to redirect. How do you do that, Justice? I don't know what that is. Well, thank you so much. Christy, and I mean, oh my gosh, that was such an honor, and I'm still mind blown that I was on it, and I'm still mind blown that I've had all of y'all following me today, and I don't wanna cry. Oh, I'm trying to hide. I don't know how to do that. What is I don't know. You may want to make sure you have the ability to have a redirect accepted turned on in case RA tries to redirect you. What is that? Please explain that to me, hon. I'm gonna screenshot this, and I'm gonna ask I will where's my phone? I will ask him how to do that when we are not in the middle of this. What a redirect, is that when he goes off and he wants people to come to my channel? Is that what a redirect is? 'Cause man, I'll take 'em. Let me go do you know what I can do? Let me go to my YouTube. Let me go to the settings. Oh, I need to ask him. Okay, I will ask him. I will ask him. Right now, we're in 42 minutes and 46 seconds. Guys, I really gotta hand it to the jury. I really gotta hand it to him. Oh, Christy, he's amazing. He is I told him, "You I've been stalking you as a mentor, you don't know it." He's great. He's great. I really I really like him. Uh, but, um Y'all, I'm still a little shaken up by that guy, you know? First of all, this is my channel, and if I was a Trump supporter or was a conservative, I have every right to be. I was a Republican, I have every right to be. That doesn't mean I am just because I'm taking a particular viewpoint on this particular trial. I want you guys to understand. I want you to understand. I look at the evidence. I view it as an alternate juror, and that's how I'm looking at it. I do not bring politics into a courtroom unless it's about politics. Oh, thank you guys so much. And do me a favor, if you go back over to his channel and you're happy, tell him I said thank you. Oh, no, I was just trying to figure out while that was going on, where in the blasted is the, yeah, I know I've been on for almost 8 hours, I confess, but I don't want to, take it as a badge of honor? I shall. No, I'm kidding. Hence why I don't y'all explain moderators to me. I don't how do you get them? Do you pay them? Are they volunteer? Uh, okay, Gritty, I never had a troll. Now I know what it is. I won't engage with them again. Lesson learned. I don't know. It would be helpful to me when I start signing and talking to have someone help with watching for the trolls and, kind of help give out things. Exactly. Oh my god, did y'all see that? He came back on and said he was offended because he had a different point of view. You were not put in timeout, Boston Bruins, because you had a different point of view. And you may be listening, that's fine. You were put in timeout because I asked you multiple times to get the race card out of it. This is no place for race at all. And I asked multiple times. I put you in timeout as a courtesy. I don't have a problem with your opinion of he's innocent or guilty. But when you bring the race card in, I don't do race cards. I don't. Did y'all see that? I don't wanna upset anybody, but I have to do what's best for my channel, and I don't play the race card. I don't play it at all. Now, if this was a hate crime and we talked about that, that's fine, but I just want you to hear my heart. Thank you. Oh, this is new for me. Okay, we're all good. I really appreciate y'all and love y'all. I really, really do. And, I, am working on a new intro and outro. I've learned how to work in Canvas. I figured out how to Canva. Figured out how to do it. I figured out how to do it in Canva. I gotta learn all of this, y'all. So he has okay, let me go back to the mod thing. That's typical troll, okay. Well, he's not upsetting me per se. It's just I'm trying to protect I have worked very hard, and by the love and kindness of another YouTuber, I have gained you guys, and I don't want you guys getting offended. I don't want you guys not enjoying where you are. And I get in a very protective mode. There's some movement by the bailiff, so I think there may be something coming on quick. It is 6 o'clock, so it's 4 o'clock their time. So we've been in 47 minutes, 40, almost 47, almost 48 minutes, 40 seconds. So we're good there. So as far as I'm concerned, y'all, everybody has been fabulous. I enjoy you. Oh, that's okay. You engaged no, no, don't no, 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 not your fault. I take everybody at face value when they first come on. I took the same risk with you as I took with him and anybody else. Oh, Gladys. Okay, Karen. I don't wanna run anybody off that should be here. If you shouldn't be here, then bye-bye. Well, guys, if you know somebody that's a troll that just hopped on, or if you know them to be a troll, please just tell me. Until I can find a mod, tell me, because I don't know some of these trolls bounce, I guess, and you know who they are. And you know who they are. I don't have a problem with you calling them out. I'm gonna trust you guys who come from RA because I know you guys are good peeps, and I am gonna trust you. Um, I till I learn who they are. I'm not too sure about this comment. You blocked him because he isn't white. Unbelievable. Oh, thank you. I did refresh the court feed. Is it still refreshing it again? I should have taken it out. Yep, yeah, it's the same. It's the same, y'all. We're good. Recovery addict, I have him down here. Not that I'm listening, but I if my screen freezes and there's movement on his, we can see him back and forth. I have been so stinking blessed that he has been so kind to me, and he told me anytime I wanna use his and sign and share with the deaf community, I can do that. Are you kidding me? Oh, wait a minute. Denali, go to thanks for subscribing. You would be a mod for me? Really, are you sure? Like, Elisa, you would too? How do I connect with you? I guess I need do y'all know how to do this? Oh my god, y'all, I tell you what, let me screenshot this, and what I'm gonna do is I gotta figure out how to do this. I don't know how to do mods. I don't know how to add mods. I don't know how to do that. But here's the thing about the mod thing. I don't need 10. I think right now 1 would be fine, but you guys are touching my heart. The big thing is when I start signing, I'm gonna really need the mods just really to monitor the conversation. That would be I will ask Mr. RA about how to set it all up, and then I'll be in contact with you. Oh, I appreciate all of y'all. We will talk about it. Um, something may be happening. We've had some people come back into the courtroom. We will let's play with it at the next trial. How about that? Maybe 2 mods? Mhm, that may work. I think what I might do is do a mod trial. Not that I'm interviewing you or anything, but see how it goes with the next trial. That is true. Okay, that is cool. That is awesome, y'all. I'll get a hold of him. Um, I clicked on the name and nothing came up. It just showed comment. Let me click here. No, I can't do that. Okay. What we'll do is, I will talk to him, RA, figure out how to do it, figure out how to do it, and then we will start adding in mobs, and I will tell you, if anybody who's a mod for me, I can't pay you right now. I'd love to get to that point, but I do send blessings. Who has been a mod before? Anybody been a mod before? If you've been a mod before, let me know. Okay, court order. Whoa, we have something going on. The court reporter, if she sits down, she's putting something up. That looks like her phone. Oh my gosh, y'all, they're coming back. They coming back. Cool. That is so awesome. If it's a note, it's a hung jury. Let me turn up Mr. Man here. The jury may be up for more deliberation. They may be saying, "Hey, can we break and come back tomorrow?" I'm going. Oh, oh my gosh. Okay, y'all. Let's table the mod comment. Let's get ready for what's going to happen. I will contact everybody who asked to be a mod, and I will get everybody's contact information. If you guys will do that, well, actually, and then I will get a hold of the man, the mentor, RA, and ask him how I do it and have him educate me, and we'll go from there. I cannot believe y'all want to. Y'all don't want to see this girl cry. Y'all don't want to see me cry. So I'll eat an M&M. You don't want to see me cry, but I'll eat an M&M. Now, one of the things y'all can do if you really want to help support my channel is share. Please share it. Who said I'm a racist? All right, guys, what did I miss? Okay. Oh, I've heard of Megan Fox. Okay, y'all. If somebody called me a racist, you need to tell me who it is. They're gone. I'm going to send them to the block party. Oh my gosh. Oh shit.
Were made and distributed to counsel. Dear Judge Fink, the jury followed your latest instructions and don't believe we can render a unanimous decision on either count. That's signed by the jury foreperson, juror number 1. Then it says we also need clarification on verdict form. We also need clarification on the verdict forms based on
Definitely
the
remember
above.
all of you.
All right.
Y'all, I'm going to wind this back.
What's the state's position based on?
Okay, guys, I got to
verdict
wind it
form,
back, y'all.
and
I'm
don't
sorry.
believe we can render a unanimous decision on either count. That's signed by the bank, the jury.
Okay, I got to go back further, guy. I want to hear that again.
Distributed to counsel. Dear Judge Fink, the jury followed your latest instructions and don't believe we can render a unanimous decision on either count. That's signed by the jury foreperson, juror number 1. Then it says we also need clarification on verdict form. We also need clarification on the verdict forms based on the above.
Did they say they can or can't?
What's the state's position first as the first issue? Well, as to both, I guess, really, because they're interconnected.
Your Honor, I think we just tell them that if they're at an impasse and can't reach a verdict.
Okay, so they can't. So the hung jury.
I think that answers question number 2. I'd ask that we just reiterate the impasse instruction and ask them to continue deliberating and see if they can make progress.
And I don't blame them for trying.
What about the verdict form? I mean, I'm not sure what that means.
The verdict.
I mean, it would seem to me.
I think there can.
It would seem to me that if you're at an impasse, you're at an impasse as to everything. And I'm not really sure what the issue would be on the verdict form. That concerns me a little bit.
Yeah, that concerns me too.
The possibility of what they're doing on the verdict form might be inconsistent with what they're saying otherwise, but that's some speculation on my part.
That's true.
Because there's not a final checkbox that says we cannot agree on the less final of the lesser included. I think that's why they're confused. Because they've probably gone through and decided we can't agree on this, we can't agree on this.
It's
now they're at the
not
third one and there's nowhere.
second degree murder is the lesser charge. They're dead.
Oh, right, because the last lesser included just says guilty or not guilty.
And so does the second count. It doesn't have a we cannot agree. So I think that may be the confusion. Like, do we still have to fill this form out? What do we do with the form?
Just hold on a second.
But as to counsel's first point, I think at this point it would be coercive for us to indicate that they should continue to deliberate, but that would be the state's position, Your Honor. And I
He
would
should not declare a mistrial,
Thank
people
you.
are saying
And
on
Vince, what's your
RA's
answer?
page.
Just that you only gave them that instruction, I think, 30 minutes or something before they came back out with what they stated. It's been a long trial. I think they're at the end of a really long day. They looked pretty exhausted when you brought them out here. So I think it would be beneficial to at least give them an opportunity perhaps to break for the day and try again tomorrow. And if they can't, they can't. But you recently gave them that instruction.
And my concerns, Judge, is the 30-day trial, the cost, the time, the expense that not only this county, but each of the parties. It's not an easy one to give up too soon,
Janali,
because then we
I
have to
respect you,
potentially
but
try
I've
it again
asked
depending
everybody
on the
to keep a
state,
race out of
and
this.
that expense will be put out there again.
It's not,
No, I understand.
I really don't think this is,
Well, what Ms. Larkin is suggesting is that I offer them, once again, the
hang on,
opportunity
Dolly and
to
time
avail
out, because I
themselves
don't
of another
appreciate
break and come back tomorrow.
the racial comments.
Um,
Thank you, Karen. Hopefully I did the right
And
thing.
I'm willing to do that. I don't. So would you like me to craft a response that basically says that? The court can offer you an opportunity once again to, if it would be useful to you, to take another break, come back tomorrow morning and reinitiate jury deliberations.
That works for us.
I'd rather them do that than get it wrong.
And then allow them to respond, Judge, is that the intent, to elicit a response from them?
Right.
I don't have any objection to that, Judge, if they think it would be helpful.
I mean, I think you have to offer them something different other than just keep deliberating. That obviously hasn't been productive to keep deliberating right now. But I did notice when they came in, there was obviously, it's difficult to judge, or to draw conclusions from what you see, but there was obviously some frustration there that I hadn't seen before, which is understandable, but a break might help, so.
Yeah, me too, Lego Lisa.
And as to the second one, were we gonna respond on that? Just tell them if they're
But-
at an impasse, they don't have to fill out the verdict form, or how do we address that?
What's the defense position on that?
Hold on, yeah.
Just,
I
that's
think
fine with
tomorrow
us.
will be the last day if
We
they
can just
continue.
instruct them that if they can't come to an agreement, they don't have to mark anything on a verdict form.
If you cannot come to an unanimous agreement on any of the charges, then you do not have to fill out the
We're
verdict
at
form.
50.
Right.
In a second.
Okay, guys, from what I gather, and this is this open discussion while he's doing that. What I gather is to me, it confused me because if they say we're just at an impasse, we can't do this. But then they had that other question about the lesser charge. Oh, I know, right? He's not getting it. He's aging a year per hour. But I understand the judge's confusion. I want to hear what Mr.
Well, Your Honor, I suppose it's possible that they didn't quite understand the lesser included.
Are y'all hearing the hum of RA's feed?
To them again? I hate to give up an opportunity for them to.
Can y'all hear RA?
resolve
He
the
just
case
asked, he
if
wants to
they
hear what the
have
wording
the
is here.
ability to do so. I just throw that out there for the court.
What the heck? Oh, no, you don't. Did y'all see that? Oh, okay. I'm once again, my hearing isn't perfect. That's why I'm kind of trying to. So I need y'all to. So the trolls is a good thing? White chick? I got to teach y'all something just for fun. I'm Native American. I go to powwow, hence the braided hair. I have regalia. I make Native regalia. You can call me white all you want. You can call me anything. Call me Native. I was Native. I'm not famous. Oh, thanks, Grit. Oh, I appreciate it. That's okay. They can have fun in the block party. They got their own little block party going on over there. But no, really, I play the native flute. I do the native drum. I have full beaded native. Oh, I wonder if I can pull that up over. Yes. Thank you. I agree. Are y'all still not hearing RA? My thing is that, wow, 91 degrees in Arizona, heard. Oh, you can call me anything but late except for dinner. Oh, yes. I do not hate black people. I have a lot of black friends. You guys, please explain to me how he's coming back on when I'm blocking him. How does that happen? I blocked him and he's still coming on. Help me, y'all. How's that possible? Just saying. So I think that's true. I think they're definitely they're done. They're not going to go back.
All right, so here's what I wrote. The court understands that you have continued to work hard to come to verdicts. The court can offer you the opportunity to once again recess for the evening and to resume deliberations again tomorrow morning if you believe that would be helpful. As to the verdict forms, I am not sure what your issue is without more specificity. If, however, you are unable to reach unanimous verdicts on any count, then you need not fill out the verdict form. You will instead report to the court that you simply are not able to reach verdicts.
I will keep blocking. I don't put up. This.
Any objection from the state?
You don't want native Irish coming out.
No.
All right, it's 4:18 p.m.
Okay, y'all. I'm going to hold this up for the camera.
Again, question.
That is me and my Native American regalia. I made every bit of that.
If there's nothing else,
I made, except for the breastplate. I made that. I did all the beadwork. I made the dress. I did it all. Looked at some of the stuff. It's all beaded. Yes, I will eventually put powwow videos up here with me in regalia, doing the traditional dance. I hope I can go to sleep tonight. I've had so much coffee today. I am in 8 hours, 12 minutes, and 45 seconds into this trial today. Everyone's going crazy about the decision about try again, try harder tomorrow. Wow, what do y'all think about this? I want your opinions. What do you think about this? So someone said on another site that Yahoo, they Googled it, Arizona prohibits the use of the Allen charge. I'm not censoring too many people. I'm not censoring too many people, but when you come on playing the race card, I do not tolerate race cards in my channel. People can have different opinions all they want. I have encouraged it. I hope everybody here. I've encouraged everybody's opinions, whether I've not judged anybody for thinking he's guilty, and I haven't judged anybody for thinking he's innocent. And if, but when you start playing the race card in here, you're out. It takes a lot for me to pick somebody out of anything. Race card, you're gone. Anybody here have any idea on how I can permanently get rid of this dude? Because he keeps coming back. And I will keep removing him. Just do the Allen charge and be done with it. RA said he found it that the Allen charge, but would think that they would have done it. Okay, let me read that again. Interesting, RA said he found. I block him and he keeps coming back. Yeah. And once again, y'all, I know we're tired. I know there's we are sitting here, we're like, give us evidence, give us something. Guys, I rather err on the side of caution. If they have one person hanging it because they have a jury instruction they're not understanding or they're not agreeing on how it's interpreted, I'd rather them fight for it than to have a man wrongfully charged.
Oh, I was somebody already.
Y'all, he keeps coming back. How is it? I know we're all tired. But do you know what tires me more? I have been knocked to Denali Gordon at least 10 times now, and he keeps coming back. How in the hell is that possible? And it's under his name. How many accounts does this dude have? I think they're frustrated. Oh, did my son order DoorDash? Did my son bless me? Oh, my son. Oh my God, he just blessed me with food. Y'all, I literally have these 2 cups. This is all coffee. I kid you not. This is all coffee. I'm going to encourage him to take those. I don't think I can have any more coffee. I may have to find some kind of melatonin to go to sleep tonight. Once again, thank you so very much for sticking with me through this. I'll never forget y'all. I'm going to save this entire thing. If I got to find a way to save all your comments and who you are. Aw, you're so sweet. I'm going to see if I can see you on here. I got his comments up. How do I have you join my stream? How do I do that? And I don't know, how do you... Only thing it gives me on there is when I click on the 3, delete comment, put user in timeout, ban user, and delete comments. That's all I'm getting. Okay. Vaporfly. Does anybody else know Vaporfly? How do I bring some? Oh, invite. copy. How do I do this, Vaporfly? I've done ban user. Man, I that's a Dr. Pepper. Yeah. Oh, guess what? I have a troll. I'm talking to my son, y'all. Which user do I need to ban? I have a troll calling me a racist and all kind of stuff. Because I don't
Honestly-
the one thing I don't allow on my page is racism.
Honestly, let him comment rather for activity. I'm gonna get Sensei in here with you.
I love you, son. Thank you so much. Y'all, all I've had to eat today is a little bit of snack food, and my son just blessed me with some chicken quesadillas. I'll give her pictures and chat all day. Oh, yeah, if I drink this plus the coffee, there will not be a bedtime for me. Okay, what do you mean? We've all been giving our opinions in chat all day. Okay, like I said, Matt, there's no fork, there's no knife, there's no nothing. He has a wonderful son. I mean, he is a wonderful son. He's got a business here. I wake up, fork, spoon, please. He has been so amazing. He has a business, and he has a space that used to be a chiropractor's office, and there's a lot of little offices. God almighty, that's big. And he doesn't use all of that space, and he's given me a space for my makeup artist. He's given me a space for this. So I really greatly appreciate it, and he is allowing me to have a space that is not in my home to do all this. Once again, I will have a talk with Ari about this because he keeps coming back. Sorry. Another troll. Oh my gosh, y'all. Anybody that's been on with me for a while, I'll bring you on if I knew how to do it. And you guys, we have something called private chat. But that's when you oh my gosh, I couldn't I reached the maximum limit on Facebook, so I'm only on YouTube right now. Thank you, beloved. I need the sour cream. No, I have it. I just need to spoon for it. But how? Oh, they're back. 10 minutes. We turn it up. Woo, doggy.
Thank you, please be seated. Jury's absent.
I need to get the client. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think we're hung. I think it's like, yeah, we had a 5-second discussion, write the note and hand it to the bailiff is right. I'm sorry, I gotta take a bite. A troll is somebody who comes on and says very mean and hateful things and is just here to cause problems. That's what I think they are. I don't like the way he's looking. He doesn't look very happy. This is definitely hung, in my opinion.
The records show the presence of the defendant, counsel for both sides. The jury sent back another note. This note came in just a couple minutes ago. It was response to my note. It says as
They're hung.
follows. Thank you, Judge Fink. We do not
They're hung.
believe resuming deliberations will change juror opinions. It's signed, juror number 1.
Justice, thank you. They're hung.
What's the request of the state?
Your Honor, the state requests that the court declare mistrial.
And for the record, Judge, we object, and we would ask that they be brought back tomorrow to continue.
Yeah, they're going to fight for it.
I'm going to, I understand your position, protecting the record, but I think the jury has made it abundantly clear. Beginning yesterday, which was too early, but then they continued to deliberate. They deliberated another hour and a half or 2 hours yesterday afternoon, and not yesterday afternoon, but Friday afternoon, and then deliberated all day today, and then just deadlocked. So I'm going to do their best. Let's bring in the jurors.
Your Honor, the state would request an opportunity to speak to anyone on the jury who's willing to speak to the state.
And the defense,
You know,
not just the
I
state, y'all.
First, thank you for their service and non-inform them of your requests.
Thank you.
Yeah, the state wants to talk to them so they can decide whether to go after them again. I hate eating in front of y'all guys, but I've got to. And I appreciate y'all's kindness in that.
Set the matter for status in a couple weeks.
I think we only have 60 days to reset it, Your Honor, so I'd ask that we set it for next Monday. I think we'll have
What?
a decision by then.
Any issue with that in defense? Setting a status next Monday, so
Status? Are you trying it again?
Would that be afternoon calendar, right?
yes.
That's fine with me, Judge.
And
Okay. You can appear remotely.
thank you.
Honestly.
Please rise.
Oh, I'm muting. I'm sorry, Karen. I thought I muted. My bad.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jurors, counsel, and the defendant. I've read your note. Juror number one, I believe you're the designated foreperson. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Is it your opinion as the foreperson that if the court were to provide you with additional time and any other resources or any other materials or evidence that I can, that would not be a fruitful endeavor, and you would still, as a juror, be deadlocked and unable to reach a verdict?
I believe that we would still be deadlocked and not be able to reach a verdict, Your Honor.
And is the jury deadlocked and not able to render a unanimous decision on any of the counts?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Any other record that counsel wishes the court to make at this point in time?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to excuse you. If you go back to the jury room, you are excused. You are relieved of the admonition of the court. And I'll discuss that with you some more when I come back to the jury room. But it's my practice to
Okay,
always meet with the jurors after the deliberations and after a trial and thank them for their service and answer any questions that you have that I might be able to answer. So if you wouldn't mind, this will just be a moment going back to the jury room. And I know it's 4:35 or so, but I'll be back there very shortly to thank you for your service. You are excused. You're released from the admonition, and you're excused to go back and retire to the jury room.
Please rise, Mr. Board.
Do I make people mod permanently in that studio space, or do I do it per video? We're hung, y'all. The hung jury.
So see, the record will show the absence of the jurors based upon the jury's inability to reach a verdict on any account. The court orders that a mistrial, that this case is a mistrial. The court will set a status hearing for next Monday in the court's usual law and motion calendar for 1:30 to allow the state to take a look at the situation and decide whether or not it wishes to ask the court to reset the matter for trial. I also want to remind the parties, notwithstanding that any post-trial motions are due under Rule 20 or any other rule that's applicable within 10 days from today's date. So be aware of those time limits.
Your Honor, the state does have 2 pending motions. It would be very helpful if the court ruled on those because we do need that material to make a decision
Thank you, Justice.
about what we're going to do next. We've asked for the JAFS recordings of the trial and also copies of the questions by the jury post-closing argument and the court's responses thereto. So we're attempting to make some decisions.
Understood. All right, very well. I'll inform the jurors of your desire to speak with them. I'm going to go back and thank them for their service. Is there anything else from council?
Okay, y'all, do
Just
me a
that we'd like
favor.
to
If
speak to them,
y'all
Your Honor.
hear where the
Very
interviews
well, I'll
of both
communicate
sides
that to
are
them. I'll
when
give
they're
this final
done,
note to the clerk.
let
We
me
are
know,
adjourned.
because you know how they go out and they speak to the media. Oh, I don't like her either. It's the attitude. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, let me turn this on for a sec. Hold on. All right, talking about the defense. They get the count after this is over. They're gonna find out exactly what the count is. And that's gonna give them the determination on whether or not that's gonna give them the determination, okay, that we lost court feed for that. So I'm gonna just go back and see if I can get, see if they're gonna have, I'm gonna stop sharing this. I'm gonna go back to the main hung jury.
Is it 100%?
Hung. Declared a mistrial.
They mistrial or hung jury?
Huh? Well, it's a hung jury, so they declared the mistrial.
Oh, so 100% they did?
Yep.
Um,
Where? Hold on a second, y'all. I was just thanking my son for being such a fabulous young man and bringing me a fabulously good. Oh, by the way, for later, Matt. 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 I guess I'll put it up later. Oh, everyone said hi, son. I know. I don't know if I want the Kelly's going through this again, y'all. Oh my gosh. So I'm waiting to see if any where I'm looking to see if we can have any kind of local news. I'm trying to find out if they have any kind of recordings for the what's the word I'm looking for? Post-trial interview. Ah, that's what I'm looking for. Post-trial interview. Um Kelly live. They say it's live. Okay. I'm going to leave that up because they may come back to that. All right. Press conferences, post trial press conference. Thank you so much, Sparkles. Okay, y'all. First of all, thank you so much for sticking with me. I'm going to wait a little bit. I know some people it's after midnight. It's late for some people. It's now 6:41 here in my time. But I want to see if there's any kind of interviews. I think I'm gonna put it up here for everyone to read. I think she said since it was a short time frame, she wanted to set, and then they'd make the final decision. They are now, first of all, there was a recording that she asked for yesterday that I don't know if they got the prosecution, but they're gonna see. I think if it is 7 innocent and 1 guilty, and it just never could get past that on either of the charges, I don't think they should try it again. Now, if it's all guilty but 1 innocent, they're gonna try it again, in my humble opinion. Um, that is where I, see, but once again, I'm not a lawyer, and there's no way on God's green earth that, personally, I think if they were gonna do anything. Okay, let's see what this says. Here we go. I do not want to see that share screen there. We're gonna share. Let's see if it goes live. Okay, here we go.
Hi, Mr. Kelly.
Good morning.
Adam from Kagon. How are you?
Fine, you?
How you feeling this morning?
Feeling good.
You think you'll get a decision today from the jury?
I hope so, and I hope it's good.
What's it been like waiting over the weekend since the jury's had this case since Thursday?
We've been waiting 14 months. We can wait a weekend.
Hello from to Ethiopia. Okay, that's their little thing there, so I'm going to come back to you. I'm still looking to see if they're gonna have any kinda interviews. Um Just can't, it's just a lot, and, um but I'd rather have a hung jury than someone wrongfully sentenced to guilt. Could not reach a verdict in the Georgia Alley trial. The judge has declared a mistrial. The Santa Cruz County rancher accused of killing an unarmed migrant on his property. The jury began deliberating mid-afternoon on Thursday after about 4 weeks of testimony on Friday. We all know all that. The second impasse was reached earlier today, and the jury was asked for a second time to keep deliberating. Okay, that's So, everybody's feelings. I want to hear your feelings. I want to see while I research and look. What are your feelings? If I can find the interviews for this. George. Anybody? It's hard to talk and type at the same time. What was RA saying, Miss Karen? Um, we're not happy. We're not happy with the hung jury. I get that. It's understandable. Um, okay, the statement bothers me. Just because he was found unarmed doesn't mean he was not unarmed when Mr. Kelly encountered him. That is true. So right now, the way I need to get a mod. Sorry, guys. We will discuss everybody who volunteered. We will discuss it. I think the prosecution wants to see the note from the jury and said how they were voting. I agree with you. I think that I really think that it depends on the numbers. It all depends. Everybody, thank you for joining. I think it depends on the numbers. Um What is that? Oh my god, that's getting loud. What is that? Where is that coming from? Oh! Okay, we may have more coming in. That was coming from the courtroom feed. I think if they retry it, what would I change? What would y'all change if they retried it? What would you change if they retried? That to me is a very interesting. Oh, okay, good. There was this, like, all of a sudden, this big symphonic kind of a timpani booming going in my ears, and it happens to be a court feed that is live, but is not. So I don't know if they're going to try and do it. You reported who? Karen? Yeah, it was the 9K gun music. I'm okay with people's opinions as long as they do not go political or racial. If you go political or racial, you will be heated and you will be joining the block party. I don't think the prosecution will quit either. I think that one thing about a hung jury, no matter what jury it is, okay, no matter what case it is, it's a matter of pride. And certain cases are very much career building. So, you know what? My papa's 89 years old, going to be 90 this year. I think he could withstand this, but he wouldn't want to. It would definitely suck the life out of him, whatever he had left. So he's in his he's 75 years old, and I think that this is going to be difficult. And that's the other thing. Are they going to outweigh the cost to try to convict him? But guys, I'll be honest with you. He doesn't have the money for a retrial. Yeah. He does not have the money for a retrial. Someone said, I don't think the defense lawyer thought she had it. I think she was pushing right to the end, best to advocate for her client. Do you know what? That is so true. You cannot knock her for doing that. By the way, it's been reported that Daniel got his green card for testifying. Because he almost didn't have the money. The bail was so large that it was stated by his finances, and I don't know if it was he or his wife somewhere, but the bond was big, and his finances are not there. Just because he has a nice ranch doesn't mean he's rich. Here, let me give you a case in point. You may be land wealthy, meaning you have a nice piece of property. Doesn't mean you have fluidity of money. If that's the case, he will have to sell everything. Also, people in retirement, once they reach a certain age, if they're receiving a pension, that pension decreases by half once you live to a certain age. So, y'all, we don't know exactly what their finances are, but I remember reading in one of the financial statements that that he probably would not have enough money to retry this. This has probably cost him $1 million right now, just with the bond and everything else. Just so you know, I spoke about my ex-husband's case, and that was $500,000, and it was nowhere near the 4-week trial. The lodging, the lawyer's fees, and everything all add up. Sorry. I don't know how he got that when you're convinced of drugs, you're banned from the U.S. for, I think, 15 years. Good point. I'm trying to... My ex-husband was convicted of a crime that I did not know he was committing. And we lost everything. I've already told everybody, if you want to go back and watch earlier, you feel you're more than welcome to. But let's just say his trial was 9 days. And I think with everything that was forked out for the defense and everything, it was close to $500,000. And that was just 9 days. So let me tell you, 14 days, you're looking at over $1 million. That's true. That is true. I'm going to listen to him for a second.
Between where Mr. Kelly stood and where Gabriel fell, that would mean the bullet came from the other side, from the arroyo, from the hill.
Okay, they're talking about bullets and where they came from. Basically, I was married with 2 young children, and my husband had a decent business career and was doing something he shouldn't do and got caught I was unknowing about it, and 2 years between the time of arrest and trial, and lost everything and had to start all over again. That's in a nutshell. But my concern is Miss Kelly, if there's a retrial. Um, I don't she is a very strong woman, but physically, she already passed out in her bathroom and got a bruise, and I just don't think she has the I don't think either one of them have it in it to go again. Maybe Mango. I have another page called Jill Widow, and one of the things that I cannot do and will not do is speak exactly what his crime was. Number 1, that's his crime and his privacy, and I do not need him suing me. Number 2, sometimes things are best left unsaid because I do have children. But I will tell you, it was not good. Yeah, I thought you might have heard him that time. I don't know why you did, but you did. Thank you very much. If you wanna keep talking about this maybe mango, I'm gonna ask you to drop it. I don't mind saying that I had an ex-husband in prison, but if you can't drop it, then I will have to time you out. And I'm not trying to be mean, but I should not be forced to talk about something I don't want to. And I've been doing this for 9 hours, so thank you very much, Mango. I will respect you if you do. But what I do wanna know is what's the next trial? Anybody know? He was a good guy, he just made a bad decision. And we are talking about Kelly right now. Thank you so much, Ran at 7. So, trials. What trial was, AR watching earlier? I need to go back and figure it out. Some people are saying the state had a corrupt sheriff's department. Um, I'm trying to y'all, we are trying to find out if they're gonna do any interviews. Oh, what's that other KVOA. Let me go to KVOA. Let's go there. They may have a live stream. I'm looking to see if there's any possible interviews. Oh, there it is. Jury, third impasse. It was only 20 minutes ago. The Karen Reed trial, is she, are we hopping in the middle of it? I want interviews, y'all. Oh, come on. I know some cases do give interviews, and I'm also I know Recovery Addict is looking too. Okay, the retrial. I will highly consider that. They're picking the jurors. Okay, then I will do the retrial next. I don't know anything about that trial. Once again, great. So maybe Mango, tell me this: what was the one thing that you felt would prove innocence in this trial, and one thing you felt that may have proved guilt? I put that to all of you. Um, but I'm just waiting to hear the numbers. I'm waiting to hear the numbers. I really, really am. And y'all, I will set up my burner phone number so y'all can call in. Great. I will go do the Karen Reed sounds fair. Okay. Um, yes, Justice, I know I'm gonna talk to, I'm gonna reach out tomorrow to, Recovery Addict. I'm gonna give everybody how do you how did you block him? Sparkles, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna get a hold of RA and figure out how to set all this up, and yeah, because I'm gonna need a mod. And, by the way, I will bless you in some manner. Don't know how, but I'll bless you with a gift of some kind. I'm gonna actually ask probably for 2 or 3, so each person can take a day, or someone can take morning, afternoon, we'll figure it out. We'll set up a schedule. We will set up a schedule. Let's see if there's anything on now, this station I'm looking at is the one that actually had the actual live feed. That's cool, y'all. Thanks for the help. I'm waiting to see, um, what time is it here? 7, so I bet on the 5 o'clock news, which is 7 o'clock here, they're going to have, on their live news. So I'm kinda bouncing between, and I'm waiting for the local news to, or national they don't have a video, though, they just have an image. So we're just gonna wait a few minutes. Huh. We're gonna wait a few minutes. Okay, that sounds fair, Justice. That sounds fair. Um, okay, Inhar, I don't think I've met you. Thank you for joining. For all of you who have joined, please comment, or you're commenting, like and subscribe, please. Y'all know how important it is to grow a channel and how important that is. And for all of you who did, thank you so very much. I know I'm looking down. I'm trying to find what I need. And once again, y'all brought me to almost tears. I mean, I probably would have cried had I not been in front of you. Besides, I have eyelashes on. I don't want to wash them off. Oh, thank you so much for the subscribe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I'm really overwhelmed. Really? Well, I'm so honored and blessed to have you, Justice. Well, everybody that's been on here that's not been blocked, I has been awesome people today, and y'all have really knocked my socks off, and I really can't thank you enough. I really, really can't thank you enough. Um, but I am trying to find the interviews. I can't believe there's no interview at all. So we've got, oh, okay. So their live local news should be going right now. Have y'all seen any interviews? Hi, and there's our brother from another mother. Hey, how are you? Nice to have you. Nice to have you. Um, I am trying to get the live news broadcast and breaking news. Okay, but you're not giving me. Is there not an interview? Oh, geez. So anybody watching, all of you who say you want to be mods, help me out. Help a girl out. Are y'all able to find local news? It's going to be either KVOA, which I'm looking at, or it's going to be K Gun or something like that. I want the live news. Like live news at 5, whatever. This is where this is where I'm still learning. I am so still learning. It's interesting that there is a K-Gun Live News that's still going, but there's nothing on it. The like they're like, "This is the Highland cow." Not the lawyers didn't decide if they wanted to talk to anyone. No, okay, by the way, the judge went back to the jurors. This my daughter gave to me the same day I started my feed, and we've been my podcasting a month ago, and so we're trying to, name it. Um, the judge went back privately to speak to the jury, they always do, and that's where they tell them, "You have a right to speak or not speak. If you do not want to speak and you're being harassed, get a hold of us and we'll take care of it, but if you have the freedom to now speak if you wish." Uh, yeah, I'm taking name suggestions, but I was really hoping to get interviews from these stations. And, I mean, they have the picture and they say jury mistrial, but they don't have any interviews of jurors. Lisa, like, Lego Lisa, I keep wanting to call you Lisa Lego. Thank you for playing. Hop off and play with my what is it? Let me do it this way so I can read. Oh, your kitty. Oh, thank you. Yes, we are new friends. I will be on tomorrow, with the Karen Reed. Okay? Have a good night, Lego Lisa. I'm so blessed to call you friend. Thank you so very much. And as we say in Native American, miigwech, that's the highest form of thank you. So, guys, I don't see anything. If y'all see anything that I can hop on right now, let me know. Oh, duh, why don't I do it this way? Why don't we do this? Sometimes I hate it when that happens. Hold on. See if I can find it here, and get it back down to normal size. Here we go. Uh, let's see this. Let me share page. Share screen. Oh, I don't wanna watch the defense is closing. It's not what I want. Y'all are so patient with me. Thank you so much. So much. Thank you. YouTube, there it is. Okay, I'm Googling in Mr. Kelly mistrial interviews. See if we can find anything. Okay, I am 2 days ago, 12 minutes ago. It's a 6-minute thing. Okay, here we go. Let me share. Share screen. There we go. There we go. Turn the volume up. Turn my volume up.
11 minutes ago, it was response to my note, and it says as follows. Thank you, Judge Fink. We do not believe resuming deliberations will change juror opinions. It's signed juror number 1. What's the rest of the statement?
Okay, guys, we've watched all this. This is not what I thought it was. My bad. I apologize. Okay, guys, I've been on for 9 hours. If we cannot find an interview, let's go to breaking news. We can't find an interview. I'm going to call it because if I'm going to come back tomorrow and start on the Karen Reed, which, by the way, okay, before I pop off, I want to say a few things. Number one, like I said before, when I start watching a trial, at least right now, I do not know anything about it. I don't know anything about the Karen Reed trial. I purposely try to not know much because I really want to be able to have the alternate juror frame of mind. I want to base my opinions and everything based on strictly what I see, not what I've heard. I don't research it. I don't go doing all this crazy stuff. Okay. Crazy in a good way, not a bad way. The Rust trial, the Alec Baldwin with the Rust trial, may be a little bit of a stretch for me because I've already watched Hannah, so I already know some things for what they accuse Alec Baldwin, and so I'm trying very hard not to form an opinion, and I'm pretty good at being able to do that and stay kind of middle of the road. So that is why it's important for me to try when I do pull these trials not to have too much What? Where did you see that? There were 7 voting guilty for second degree and 1 that was voting not guilty? That's what Oh, no. What? What? I can't believe they'd have that many voting him guilty for second degree murder? Y'all. Okay, I want your opinions, man. I'm hanging for a minute now. That woke me up. Did y'all hear that on did you hear that on did y'all hear that on Oh, really? Really? Thanks for Okay, y'all, I'm gonna trust you and I'm gonna ban him. Did I do the right thing? I hope I didn't. My fear is banning somebody who's not a troll and upsetting them because I've been through that. I said I'm out because that's one thing sign language people say when they get ready. They go, "Okay, I'm out." Oh, he was a troll? Okay, good. Okay. I was like, "What?" I can't imagine, y'all. I really cannot imagine. Why? Okay, I will apologize if it's wrong, but however, I have been spending 9 hours with these people, and if they know you as a troll, I'm going to trust them. And that's a risk we all take. If you're not a troll, come back tomorrow. But I've got too many people telling me you're a troll. So anyway, the police, let me see, can y'all hear this? Oh my lord. Oh, what happened? A mistrial due to a hung jury. And we're trying to wait. I know that um, RA is waiting. I'm waiting. We're trying to wait and see um, what kind of news or information comes down the pike. By the way, yes, welcome back. Thank you, Karen. Thank you for blocking, Karen. Sometimes y'all can catch this quicker than I can. But then thank you for coming back. Means the world to me. And we've got what, 4 different trolls today, y'all? 4 different trolls today. Or was that more? I don't know. I wasn't keeping count. I'm just estimating 4 trolls. I'm trying to find. I know that their news has to have. It's 5:00. But I can't. Wait a minute. Won't we do this? Okay, that's verdict watch, all that. 12 minutes ago. Let me see this. I'm going to preview it just to be sure. Okay, yes, let's watch this. Oh, let me see. I'm trying to get interviews. I wish they would do the interview. Not everybody does. Okay, there's nothing new on this. Okay. But as I was saying, while we're looking and hoping to hear what the actual count was, my biggest thing is with this page is, like I said, I hope I've been very kind, and I hope I have allowed everybody to have the freedom to voice their opinion. 2 of the biggest rules: no politics, no politic bashing or race bashing, and I feel like we've dealt with both of those today. And I really appreciate those who have had my back and stood up for me and helped me block and help educate me and volunteer to be mods. We will look at everybody, and I will put everybody on a list. I will contact everybody. I'm going to get a hold of Mr. RA and figure out how to do this. Just as maybe you can help her making a mods and what? Say that again. George Alley's second-degree murder ends in mistrial story by 13. This could be a movie. If you have link, is it channel 13? It's a 2-minute read. Okay. Thank you, NR. I appreciate it so much. I really don't know how to set up mods. See, I use StreamYard to stream from, and I stream both on YouTube and Facebook. Is it channel 13 in Tucson? Okay, where's the stream on? Is it channel 13? Okay, Old News 13. Okay, there's that. Yeah, I've been seeing that picture of him. Secondary murder ends in mistrial, but there's the 2-minute read. What I'm trying to do is I'm really trying to see if we have any interviews. Thank you, Sparkles. You're so kind. You really are. I appreciate your heart. That's interesting, y'all. When your comments come up, if I click on you or your name, it just wants to show your comments. And the only other thing I can do is block or all that. Yeah, there are YouTube's big enough for everyone, but the unique thing that I'm going to be doing is signing when I talk. Once I get this mic and this ear thing figured out to where I need another 6-foot tether So I'll be contacting him. I will be congratulating him on a wonderful trial feed and all that. Oh, it's a baby girl. My service dog is laying at my feet saying, "Mom, time to go home." She does that at 6:30 my time every day. Um, so you guys, Mr. NR, and all of you who came from over from Justice and Sparkles and Lynn's SC, Lynn Lynn and SC, is that how you say? I really struggle with that kind of stuff. Emily D. Baker is got ADD or ADHD, and she's dyslexic. Well, I'm dyslexic. I don't have the other, but I'm certified dyslexic, so I do struggle with that. So, but I really appreciate y'all supporting me. Okay, thank you, Sparkles. I really appreciate y'all supporting me and hopping on, and I'm gonna let Mr. Ari know how wonderful you guys are. It's just awesome. It's just awesome. I was trying to figure out just Lynn NSC. Okay, thank you so much. I was trying to find out how many views I have had, and while I'm live. Oh, no wonder I'm on Jail Widow. Let's switch accounts. I have another account called Jail Widow where I share about my journey of losing my spouse to prison. And switch accounts. A to K. Why is it sticking on Jail Widow? It's not switching. There we go. I know I've only got about 8 of y'all watching. Okay, just so you know the end poll. Okay, I did, but I didn't see the video. Just so you know the end poll, just out of curiosity, 10% guilty, 51 not guilty, 39 hung trial. Nice to meet you, Mr. NR. I'm going back to that news channel, KOLT 13. And late breaking news. I bet it's on that. KOLT 13. Mistrial. I think okay, here we go. I will share it. Thank you so much. I don't know what they're going to say, but I'm going to skip the commercial. So let me do the share screen. Hallelujah.
Vastly superior LSAT prep experience.
So I have
And now,
finally
with the
gotten
LSAT being
comfortable
administered
in
on a
this screen
tablet,
card,
our
and
once radical
honestly,
idea
I really
has become
started
the
this
norm
for
for
that reason.
LSAT prep.
Exactly. I'm going to skip
First full day of
that.
deliberations has
Open it up,
ended in the
turn it
George
up.
Kelly murder trial. The Nogales area rancher is accused of shooting and killing an illegal border crosser. Now he's waiting to hear his fate. 13 News reporter Catherine Patterson reports from Santa Cruz County Courthouse, where the jury already appears to be struggling.
The jury came out a few times asking some technical questions, but then came out and told the judge that they couldn't come to a decision because there simply wasn't enough information. The judge doesn't think they've discussed it long enough and told them to continue to deliberate, but this could be an early sign of a hung jury and a mistrial, which means the process could have to start all over again. The prosecution brought up concerns with jury instructions, and George Kelly said in the courtroom to a friend that the drama was killing him.
Yes, it is a nail biter, and it's going to be a long weekend for me.
God spoke to me this morning, and he said, all will be well. That took all the burden off of me.
After a quick recess, the judge says that they're going to start deliberations up again on Monday at 8:30. Of course, we will be there to continue to keep you updated
Okay, that's
as
not
we
the
learn
one I
more.
wanted.
Reporting in Nogales, Catherine Patterson.
But you know what? I gotta say, I loved it. I needed to see that. But that's the only one I'm finding. I'm so sorry. What do you mean what? Play it again. That's the only well, I played. You want me to play it again? Play it again, Sam. Okay, here we go. Oh, gee, yeah. I apologize. I will never finish this tonight. Oh, sorry, guys.
Spoke to me this morning, and he said all will be well. That took all the burden off of me.
After a quick recess, the judge says that they're going to start deliberations up again on Monday at 8:30. Of course, we will be there to continue to keep you updated as we learn more. Reporting in Nogales, Catherine.
Okay, guys. Gosh almighty. What faith this guy has. I mean, no matter what. Okay. It looks like a recovery addict has also ended his. So, guys, I officially been on for 9 hours and 15 minutes. This is a first for me. I think this was a combination post. They talked about it being a mistrial, then they went back. I don't know. But I can't thank you enough. I'm going to give everybody a round of applause. We did it. This is the end of my first full trial, a month long. And I am, yeah, it was Friday. I'm disheartened. I'm heartbroken that it didn't end with a definitive. Tomorrow I will hop on, but I'm going to start looking at the Karen Reed trial. Yes, prayer for the Kellys. This is not over for them. And I know they were hoping it would be one week, it would be done today. I think the prosecution is going to have to, if they come back, they've got to have a good reason to do it. I don't think the prosecution can come back and prosecute him. There's got to be justification, in my humble opinion. Thank you for being with us. Go home and get some rest. We can do this again. I would love to do this with you guys again. I will come back tomorrow. I got to look at I'm going to go home and pull up the Karen Reed trial. I'm just going to see. I will pull it up tomorrow. But I want to explain something before we all go. My son has graciously allowed and given me this space to do this. He's an awesome guy. Sometimes when I'm here and I help him out, I answer. He has customers that come in, they pick something up. So if I say, guys, I'll be right back, there may be a package come, but I will leave the trial. And it's only for 5 minutes. So please understand that that's how I kind of pay rent for this space. For those who want to be mods, is there a way y'all can leave messages here for me? I don't know. We will talk about that tomorrow. I will try to get a hold of Text Recovery Addict and say, hey, when you get a breather, I got a question about mods, because I think he's coming to Monday Law Fun Day. He's coming on in 3 minutes. Y'all go watch him if you're live. I might go sit and listen to him. But I will come back with a Karen Reed trial. I will come back on at some point tomorrow. I am in Central Standard Times. I am in Texas, Central Hill Country, Texas, just north of San Antonio. And so I will probably try and come on 9 o'clock unless there's a court case earlier. And I may even come like today was 10, depending on the court case. I appreciate everyone's kindness. I appreciate everyone's opinions and views. I never have a problem with that. And I appreciate all of y'all that help. Oh, you're in Cibolo. Oh, Nosy Rosie. Oh, I know where that is. I've gone to powwow somewhere on that area before. I appreciate all the help that y'all gave me today. I got to say, RAs, y'all came over from RA, and I appreciate the guidance and help, and I appreciate the patience. And I have learned so much today through you guys. And I will probably go home and cry in my pillow. And I will be praying for everyone and thanking God for every single one of you, even the trolls. But we will resolve the issue with the mods tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for telling me. Great job. I appreciate it. And y'all get some rest. And with that, may you be blessed with good sleep, good health, and I will see you tomorrow. Till then, thank you so very much. Good night.